Good morning, Wichita, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall. We'll call this meeting to order. With us today is Hussam Mahdi with the Islamic Society of Wichita to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. We invite you to join us for both.
Assalamu alaikum. This is the Islamic greeting of peace to you all. My name is Taysir Kershadi, and I'm one of the representatives here filling in with Brother Hussam Mahdi with the Islamic Society of Wichita. It is a pleasure to be here with you all here today. I will be reciting from a chapter from the Holy Quran in Arabic, and then I'll follow it by in English. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, most merciful. All praises for Allah, Lord of all the worlds. The most compassionate, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us along the straight path, the path of those you have blessed, not those you are displeased with or those who are astray. Ameen. I ask Allah the Exalted to make us amongst those He is pleased with, to make this meeting beneficial and make it easy for us all. Guide us to do what is right and ethical for our fellow brothers and sisters in humanity, to grant us patience, to guide us, to learn from one another, and to live in peace and harmony. Ameen. Thank you very much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting of August 8th, 2024.
Do we have any changes or corrections? I had a minor correction. In the minutes, it should have stated, I'm trying to find the correct wording. The word can should have been added in one of my statements. Can I send that? It is in my remarks. It was left out, and I saw that it needed to be added. Can. Any other changes? I see none. I move that we approve the minutes of the regular meeting for August 8th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Andrew Crane, new navigation for the blind community, disabled community, and general public.
Well, good morning, Council. This is Andrew Crane, Guiding Paws ICT, representing the blind community and low vision community here in Wichita. I was at the national convention this summer and learning about some new technology that you guys need to take advantage of and implement it in Wichita. And the first technology is to help out businesses and the art museums, the different museums that are in Wichita. This one right here is a for general public, and we are trying to get it implemented in Wichita. It's going to be good for everybody, and it is not an actual barcode. Well, the barcode you can scan with your phone and download the app, and it'll tell you where an actual bus stop is, what restaurants are available in that area. This one is fantastic. The blind and low vision folks use it. They are implementing it in Springfield, Missouri. We want it implemented here in Wichita. It would be awesome to have. And then the other one is a new bus app that you guys can easily and help out the blind and visually impaired. So take a look at that. And I just wanted to bring that up to your guys' attention. And it's something that you guys can easily work with Wichita Transit on. And we would love to see it implemented in Wichita. So thank you, and have a great day, guys.
Madam Clerk, please call the next individual. Actually, Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrew, real quick, can you name some other cities? I heard you say Springfield. Are there any other cities we can look at that is utilizing this technology?
Yes.
Get your steps in here today.
New York City, Boston, Denver, Colorado has it. And I know there's several other cities that are doing it and implementing it in their cities to help out the disabled community and the blind community here in the United States. And that's for everybody.
Okay, and
So
it would be streets like on street posts, light posts.
Yep. And it's the company, the director and president and CEO is going to be down here in Wichita, and I'll be setting up an additional meeting with those folks, and they would really like to meet you guys too, to try to get it implemented. And stuff. So, and that. So yeah, it is in other cities, and it is. A lot of the other cities love it. The blind community loves it, and the general public loves it.
All right, well, we'll take a look at it. Thank you,
Thank
Andrew.
you.
Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
Harold Schlechtweg, ICT Trees.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Manager Robert Layton, thank you for your service to the City of Wichita and for this opportunity to address you. My name is Harold Schlechtweg. I live in Delano at 351 North Fern Street. I'm here today because I'm chairperson of the Board of ICT Trees, a nonprofit organization dedicated to restoring, maintaining, and growing Wichita's tree canopy. Our tree canopy is our first line of defense against climate change and the havoc it will wreak in our neighborhoods. Some may think we can afford the luxury of shade trees in these days of drought and high budgets. Tight budgets, high budgets. They may even think that tree-lined streets and shaded, cool paths and public spaces are a want rather than a need. Why trees? Over the past decade, Wichita has removed 50,000 more trees than it has planted. And that number does not include the thousands of more trees lost on private property due to urban development or because they've aged out and the owner hasn't replanted. Wichita isn't alone in losing tree cover and the quantifiable benefits of the tree canopy. According to the U.S. Forest Service, the United States is losing 36 million trees annually in its urban communities. Continuing down this path is a formula for increased numbers of heat-related injuries and deaths, air pollution and respiratory illness, surging utility bills, and a declining quality of life. Absent trees and green spaces, the concentration of buildings and roads in compact urban areas creates what scientists call an urban heat island effect. Common materials used in urban infrastructure, such as concrete and asphalt, absorb sunlight and reflect heat. Trees and green spaces reduce the impact of extreme heat through two primary mechanisms: shade and evapotranspiration. Shade trees lower the surrounding temperature by absorbing incoming solar radiation and reducing reflective heat. The process of evapotranspiration, whereby plants release moisture into the air, creates a cooling effect. We know the many benefits of welcoming shade trees. They cool our sidewalks and park grounds. Trees absorb carbon and give us life-sustaining oxygen. Trees filter pollution from our air and buffer residential neighborhoods from traffic noise. If planted near residences, trees lower utility bills. Unfortunately, no new trees will be planted by the Park Department this fall to contend with the current drought. This means no new street trees, no new trees or shrubs in Wichita parks, even when dead or dying trees are removed. We understand the need to respond to the drought emergency, and we have been assured that young trees recently planted by the Park Forestry Division will be maintained. However, we also recognize the serious need not only to maintain Wichita's shrinking tree canopy, but to expand it. I See Trees understands the need, and we will do our part. We will sponsor more urban tree fests where residents can have fun and learn the value of trees. We will sponsor tree walks in our urban parks to educate homeowners about the beauty and variety of shade trees and quantifiable benefits they bring. We will sponsor with corporate partners and community groups free tree distribution events in Wichita's hottest neighborhoods, and we will plant trees. Alfred McDonald was the director of parks and forestry in 1924. He wrote an article in City Manager magazine 100 years ago that rings true today. He said, shade trees not only add beauty and appearance to a city, they make a city a more healthful place in which to live. Shade trees are the greatest factor we have in ameliorating the intense heat of our summer months. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, thank you very much, Mr. Harrell. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Consent agenda items 1 through 16.
Are there items to be pulled for discussion or clarification? I have 2, 3A, and 4. Any other items to be pulled? I see none. I motion to approve the consent agenda items without 3A and 4.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. On item 3A, I would like to know from staff how much we're spending this year on the OP3 and what other expenses are expected this year.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. So just this particular item 3A is wrapping up one of the last projects in the 2023 program, actually. So sometimes these projects get a little bit complex. Trying to gather information from the contractor can take a little bit longer than we had hoped. So this was all part of the budget from 2023. Even this change order still fits within the $12.8 million budget for outsourced pavement preservation for last year. For 2024, we are currently at expenditures of just under $9 million of the total $13 million project budget. We have more projects coming that'll be working through October in particular, some of the more, what I call larger, more intense projects for pavement rehabilitation. We would expect to expend the majority of that budget by the end of the year. It's possible that there could be some changes to some of those contracts, but we do not expect to exceed the overall $13 million budget for 2024.
If I hear correctly, in 2023, we spent $12.8 million.
$12.8 million was the overall budget, and we didn't quite get there, but even this change order and everything we did stayed within that $12.8 million.
So 2023, $12.8 million investment in outdoor preservation. Those are streets. In 2024, $13 million investment in streets. What's the projected for 2025 investment in streets?
I think is probably $13.5 million to $14 million for 2025. I apologize for not having that number. I had it, but it's not in front of me right now.
So it looks like we are increasing our investment in streets every year.
We are.
So this change order of about $170,000 of an increase is still within the budget.
It's still within the budget from the 2023 program, correct?
Thank you. And can you just also address, the CIP also obviously looks at street maintenance in whole for over the next 10 years, and there's increases in investment towards streets as well, correct?
It does. In the current 10-year CIP, there's a total of $145 million total investment for street maintenance.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Regarding item number 4, I would like to know the information regarding the PSN and also the overall crime picture here in Wichita right now.
Mayor and Council, I'm Captain Aaron Moses with the Wichita Police Department, the Executive Officer for Chief Joe Sullivan. Chief is also here for additional questions. Regarding the question of the overall crime picture in Wichita, we'll be posting these statistics a little bit later today, but the overall crime picture is overall encouraging related to violent crime. For this year to date, homicides are currently down 20% compared to 2023 and down 15% compared to the 5-year average. Overall, Part 1 violent crime is down 2% compared to the 5-year average, up slightly compared to 2023, up 2% compared to 2023. The big thing we're seeing is a large decrease in shootings. Fatal shootings are down 41.2% compared to 2023 and down 12.7% compared to the 5-year average. And non-fatal shootings are down 31.25% compared to 2023 and down 33.1% compared to the 5-year average. So we've seen a significant decrease in fatal and non-fatal shootings in the city this year. Related to Project Safe Neighborhoods, this is a grant opportunity through the Department of Justice, partnering with Wichita State University and the U.S. Attorney's Office. The objective of PSN is to reduce violent crime and enhance public safety through a comprehensive approach that involves law enforcement, community organizations, and other stakeholders. PSN employs a data-driven, problem-solving approach, and it's used by over 90 different U.S. Attorney's Office districts in the country, so we're not the only one who used this strategy. Just a history of the awards of PSN. In 2021, the Wichita Police Department, the City of Wichita was awarded $76,545. In 2022, $75,509. And then what you are reviewing today, and we would ask you to approve, is the receipt of the 2023 PSN funds, which are $79,340. The complicated thing about PSN is they are 3-year grant cycles. So this is a 2023 grant award that you're reviewing in 2024, but the funding goes through 2026. And we anticipate applying for this grant again for fiscal year 2024. And we were notified yesterday through the U.S. Attorney's Office that they are anticipating an increase in funding for this grant moving forward. There are key components to PSN, and those are community engagement, data analysis, coordination, and prevention and intervention. So that's an overview of PSN and an overview of the crime picture for Wichita currently. Chief, anything to add? I do not.
Thank you for that. I just was looking at the financial consideration. 30% of the awarded funds are required to be used for the reduction of gang violence, and that there is no required match for funding. So this grant is completely federal money that local money does not need to match. Is that correct?
Correct, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor, because we have historically used that 30% of the funding towards reduction in gang violence in a creative way. We use that to fund our Youth Citizens Police Academy. We see youth engagement as a great way to deter involvement in gang activity. So some people see that 30% targeted towards gang violence and think enforcement, but we actually think of it through intervention and engagement on the front end, which is where we like to use those funds. Additionally, we've used these funds recently to address increases in crime in high-profile areas. Think Nafsker Park, where we had some incidents. We immediately put together an overtime project for that area to address the crime we saw, and we utilized PSN funds to support that, so that there wasn't an impact to the operating budget of the city.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Glasscock.
Could we just have a follow-up email or report of the statistics that you mentioned at the beginning?
Absolutely, and we'll be posting those on social media later today as well.
Thank you.
Thank you again for the preventative measures regarding Citizens Youth Police Academy. Councilmember Glasscock and I also attended some of the graduations this year, and I know that the young kiddos that were participating in the program enjoyed their time and got to understand the complexity of not just your role, but also how they can be part of the solution in encouraging and leading with their peers. So thank you very much. I move to approve 3A and 4 from the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts and Wichita Airport Authority Board of Bids and Contracts dated August 12, 2024.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids and Contracts convened August 12, 2024 for the following items today. For engineering, we have the Country Acres Dog Park for Multicon Incorporated in an amount of $555,625.09. We have the Downtown Two-Way Street Conversion Main, Market, Topeka, Emporia, and English for Phillips Southern Electric Company Incorporated in the amount of $1,984,596. For purchasing, we have filters, air conditioning, and furnace for Filter Buy Incorporated for an estimated annual usage of $62,497.87. We have the Debt Book Accounting Management Software as a Service subscription for Fifth Asset Incorporated DBA Debt Book for an aggregate 5-year total of $180,000. For airport, we have the Airport Parking Garage Electronic Vehicle Infrastructure. We're rejecting all bids on this one, exceeding the engineer's estimate. We have the Airport Demolition and Maintenance Building and Removal of Bulk Fuel Storage Facility for Pearson Construction LLC in the amount of $149,539. And this is how to become a vendor with the city, view information to see our current city business opportunities available. These are open requests for proposals out on the street today on our website. And I'd be happy to try to answer your questions. I recommend your approval.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, I just have a question on, I think it's slide 4. You just had a single bid. If you could talk about just the single bid, that'd be great.
Sure. So staff received a single bid on this one. It was underneath the engineer's estimate of roughly 2.3 million. So that was promising for us. We, in our purchasing office, are constantly working to educate, complete community outreach, to get small businesses to register. I did go another step and check that this bid list was under commodity, or the registration that a vendor will say they can provide of goods and services. It's 91350, which was the construction of streets, major residential, including reconstruction. We had 103 vendors notified on that one. But it's difficult to say why they're not responding. We don't like seeing it. We're continually trying to outreach to encourage that environment of competition.
Awesome, thank you so much. And my last question is on slide 7. Yes, if you could just talk a little bit about, the prices are significantly different. Just talk a little bit about rejecting the bids and what happens now.
Sure. So a rejection of bids typically occurs when the city has an independent cost estimate before we go out. So we like to see what is going to be that estimate, like in your personal budget, if you're going to buy a car, what is that budget you have? The city's budget for this project, I apologize, I don't have it on top of my head. It was roughly 2.3 million when I remember looking at it. But with that set aside, we will get that estimate, go out for bids, get the numbers back, the firm fixed pricing, and then evaluate. In this specific instance, you're seeing an asterisk for corrected total. We had a really high number because we had a vendor on their paper form put the unit price as their extended total. So on item 12, where there was the actual purchase of 5,000 kVA transformers for the purchase, they had 518,000 times 4 equaled from that single line, roughly 2.07 million. So that inflated that, but overall the numbers exceeded what we expected that cost to be. What we're going to do with this information is we'll work with our requesting department to see if we need to take away items, if we need to evaluate items, if there's specific specifications that are causing these numbers to be exceeding, and then hopefully put it back out shortly.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Good questions.
Josh, one more time on slide number 4. What was the city's budget for that again?
Hold on, let me tell you real quick. We had an engineer's estimate of 2.319 million.
Thank you, Josh. I see no further questions for staff. I motion to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Petitions for public improvements.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunsman with Public Works and Utilities for the record. This morning I have one revised petition for your consideration. The signature on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement district, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. Pegasus Edition, located in District 2. On March 5th, 2024, the City Council approved sewer improvement required for a new residential development. Developer has submitted a revised petition with a revised budget to reflect current market conditions. With that, it is recommended that the City Council approve the revised petition and budget, adopt the amending resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for staff? Paul?
Yes.
This specific item is paid for by specials.
Special assessment, yes.
Therefore not the community.
Correct.
Thank you very much. I motion to approve the petitions for public improvement.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public hearing and request for a modification of a letter of intent for industrial revenue bonds, Wesley Medical Center LLC.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Tim Goodpasture with the City Manager's Office of Development Services. For the record, the item before you today is a request for modification to the Industrial Revenue Bond Letter of Intent. In 2018, the City Council approved a 7-year letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $100 million for a sales tax exemption only. No property tax abatement was requested. This was to encourage Wesley's parent company, Healthcare Corporation of America, to invest in Wichita as opposed to any of a couple hundred of other facilities throughout the United States, in particular in Texas and Florida. As part of the negotiation with Wesley, we required that they would issue bonds in years 2020, 2023, and 2025, with benchmarks in each of those years for capital investment and job creation. By the end of year 2024, which was year 4 of the agreement, HCA had invested $100 million and maxed out the letter of intent. They came back at that time and requested an increase in the letter of intent by another $150 million for a total of $250 million. Also at that time, they requested an extension of 1 year of the letter of intent to December 31 of 2026, all of which was approved at that time. Wesley has now maxed out the $250 million letter of intent and is requesting an additional $100 million in capacity for the letter of intent for a total of $350 million. There is no request to extend the letter of intent beyond December 31, 2026. The estimated value of the sales tax exemption is $7.5 million. IRBs are a mechanism for achieving a sales tax exemption and/or a property tax abatement. The city is not lending any money and bears no risk. The company is required to achieve its own financing, and no taxpayer dollars are at risk. Wesley's campus is at the northeast corner of Central and Hillside. In this aerial running along the bottom from left to right, you can see Central Street. A little left of middle from top to bottom is Hillside. The area outlined in red represents the campus for Wesley Medical Center. To date, Wesley has completed the following projects. These are not exhaustive of all of the projects they've completed, just some of the examples of substantial projects they have completed. The relocation of the pediatric support services, an investment of $26 million. Immediate care unit addition, an investment of $12 million. Women's services upgrades for labor and delivery and waiting areas, an investment of $11 million. And a tower renovation, which represents an investment of $13 million. Projects that are in process or have been funded include, and by funded that means they have been approved by HCA and funded by HCA to be completed. Operating room renovations, including multiple sub-projects, an investment of $69 million. New parking facilities and entrance refresh, an investment of $63 million. A new rehabilitation hospital, an investment of $54 million. And kitchen infrastructure renovation, an investment of $15 million. Wesley is committed to hiring at least 66 new employees as part of this investment, with an average annual salary of $60,000 a year. Wesley is required to issue bonds and achieve certain job creation benchmarks at 3 predetermined dates, the ends of years 2, 5, and 8. This chart shows the minimum required capital investment, job creation, and wages at each of those benchmarks, and the results for the first 2 of those benchmarks, which we have surpassed. In 2020, the company was required to invest a minimum of $18 million. At that point, it had invested almost $41 million. It was projected to create a minimum of 5 jobs. At the time, they had actually created 31 jobs, and instead of paying the minimum required $60,000 a year, they were paying over $64,000 a year. At the second benchmark in 2023, the company was required to have invested a minimum of $30 million. They had at that point invested over $175 million, and they were required to have created a minimum of 15 jobs, and at that point it actually created 105 jobs, and instead of paying the requisite $60,000 a year, they were paying approximately $78,000 a year, and there's one more benchmark yet to be reached. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures. Al Babbitt and Morty Steinler with State Tax Services are here as consultants representing Wesley Medical Center and can answer any questions specific to the company, and I would be happy to stand for any questions as well.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Tim, for the presentation. I feel like you added that slide in because you knew the question was coming. But for those who are new to this, even though it's in the slide, can you talk about the city is not giving $100 million towards this, just the IRB?
That is correct. The IRBs are used to achieve, again, a sales tax exemption and or a property tax abatement. In this case, Wesley is using it for a sales tax exemption. They have achieved their own financing through HCA. The city is not involved in dictating any terms. We are not lending them $100 million. They have their own financing. Again, the IRBs are used just to achieve the sales tax exemption benefit. There's no taxpayer dollars involved, no taxpayer dollars at risk.
Thank you.
Can you please go to slide number 24? I'll keep it at that while I ask this question. How much in property taxes have been charged to Wesley? So although this is a sales tax exemption, they're still paying their property taxes.
Correct. There on that slide that shows their entire facility, all of that is generating property taxes at 100% of whatever value the Sedgwick County appraiser has that appraised at. We have not abated any of the property tax abatement.
And then can you go to slide number 26? Our handout shows that there was also a $20 million investment in the emergency room renovations.
Correct.
So that was not in the slide, but it's correct in the green sheet?
It is correct.
Thank you.
Again, we weren't exhaustive of all of the projects. We were just giving you an idea of some of the projects that have been completed to date.
We wanted to hear from, or I want to hear from the State Tax Services Group, since they represent Wesley.
Good morning, Mayor Wu and City Council members. My name is Al Babbitt. I am the president of the consulting firm State Tax Services, LLC. And my firm has been working very closely with Wesley Medical Center as well as its parent company, HCA, in administering this incentive. And truthfully, we have sincere gratitude for the support and assistance from the council. And also Tim Goodpasture with Economic Development and Sarah Steele, Bond Counsel to the city. We've got a great working relationship with them. They've been tremendous to work with. The tax savings associated with this incentive provide welcome relief, especially in these times where escalating costs, high interest rates, and so forth. This really can be help the decision-making process that management undertakes in deciding where to allocate capital. As Tim mentioned, HCA has nearly 200 hospitals, innumerable ambulatory surgery centers, and freestanding emergency rooms located all around the United States. And the incentive that's provided here for Wesley directly correlates with management's decision to allocate capital and investment here in Wichita. And over the last 6 years, obviously, they've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in improvements. The numbers that you saw up there really are just what we call the tax base. In many cases, it doesn't reflect the full cost of some of the improvements because new construction labor is exempted in Kansas, so that's not something that we would need to have covered by the IRB. So those numbers actually are larger, the investment, than what's been reflected. And we certainly are continuing to invest in the facilities and improving access to and quality of health care for the city residents and those in neighboring communities. So very much appreciate the support and partnership we have.
Just wanted to say thank you for the continued investment as well as maintenance of these
Yes.
buildings. They are an asset to our community, and knowing that we were in competition with places like Texas and Florida
Yes.
for these investments, that means that Wesley decided that it was important to continue investing in Wichita, Kansas. My question then for you is, what are other projects that are expected beyond the scope that is being asked of right now in terms of investments into Wichita?
Some of the projects that have not started yet but will be commencing in 2025, the largest single project will be a complete overhaul of the parking facilities. The parking garage, the current one is, I think, been around almost 50 years, I believe, so that is going to be completely demolished and replaced with a modern garage with all the upgraded features, and they're also going to be refreshing the exterior access points to the hospital as well to improve those. And that's going to be about a $63 million investment by itself. And then they're continuing quite a bit of work still with operating room improvements and investments in new technology as well for some of the robotic surgeries and other type of upgraded technology. So I would say the main project that we are expecting now would be probably the parking garage. There's going to be some improvements to the kitchen facilities and some of that. And then there's always an ongoing investment. It can be as high as $20 million a year in what we call routine capital. And these are projects that maybe don't rise to the level of their capital asset management system tracking, these large projects, but you're generally up to $5 million. And they engage local contractors. Key Construction is one of them. Making routine improvements to things like HVAC units and for patient comfort and just other types of routine improvements that they make as well. And those aren't reflected in those numbers, but they do amount to anywhere between $15 to $20 million a year routinely.
Thank you for budgeting the extra maintenance that it costs after you build something. You still have to maintain it. So
Absolutely.
thank you for being thoughtful about maintenance.
Certainly.
Those are the questions I have, so thank you very much.
All right, appreciate it.
We have no further questions from the bench. It is now time for public comment. Are there individuals in the public who would like to speak on this item? I see none. I will bring it back to the bench. This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to thank Wesley for their continued investment in our community. We not only appreciate that, but it provides great service for those who are in need, so thank you for that. With that, I would move that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Westlink, Alford, Angelou, and Rockwell Library renovations.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Nix with Wichita Public Library. You, City Council, endorsed a comprehensive update to our branch library system in 2017. In 2018, we did a lot of community engagement, which then resulted in a lot of plans for our library system. And over the course of a pandemic, some of those have changed, some of our service opportunities. So community demographics, library use, resource distribution. We looked at alternative service delivery models, which has resulted in a pilot book bus that you see across the city. We're helping to shape the whole branch remodel system. And we established specific, independent, and collective programmatic emphasis at each location. After opening the Advanced Learning Library, Wichita's expectations for its library facilities have definitely changed. The pandemic furthering that change, we've had to adapt how we check in, check out books, the formats that we're supporting, service adaptations. We've begun to issue passports in 2 of our locations. Tech training is taking precedence over everything, and telescopes are large to store, just saying. With the pandemic too, convenience and social distancing is something that we have to integrate and weave into all of our decisions. On the 19th of December last year, Council adopted a bonding resolution of $6,183,000 for the Westlink Library. In addition, there was a separate project bonding resolution for the Alford, Maya Angelou, and Rockwell libraries in the amount of $3,889,914. Our Wichita Public Library Foundation is elevating its fundraising efforts to provide over $2 million of margin of excellence amenities and capital expenses for the 4 branches. At this time, our Westlink project budget has come in higher than we expected in 2018 when the budget was initially set. The initial CIP budget and architectural review didn't anticipate the steep inflation rates that we've all experienced, the construction and influences of supply and demand. Technology, electrical, building security, and access upgrades weren't originally accounted for. And these are really critical for us to be able to operate a modern library. Our parking lot improvements are necessary to be able to integrate drive-up service, so that changed how things are engineered. I think our Rockwell parking lot has had its number of accidents, so it's needing to be re-engineered. Additionally, furnishing for public use spaces the cost of that has increased substantially over the last number of years, and library-specific shelving is a large investment and lasts for a long time, as we've seen through the decades of our current libraries. Additionally, with COVID, I mean, it's really brought to the forefront our need to emphasize reading support at a family engagement level. And so that is a small scope increase from the original master plan. Early learning was identified, but family engagement is a strategy our board is really leaning into as far as making empirical changes and long-term changes in reading success. Subsequently, we're seeing that the Alford, Angelou, and Rockwell branch budgets need to proportionally increase for these experiences we had at Westlink. In going through the design, we've really taken the eraser to a lot of wants and wishes and things that were identified over time. We've selected alternative acoustics, furnishings. The way that we're storing things is changing. The staff workspaces have been redesigned in order to reduce the budget. We're making some scaled back changes to the signage and wayfinding improvements. Some program spaces are being postponed for a later date. Alternative funding sources have been identified for some deferred maintenance that was identified as we got into the construction and design. And our library foundation's fundraising efforts have helped, they're increasing to cover some construction and technology infrastructure. This chart shows the original ARPA budget from December 2023. It includes the budget ask today and includes the Wichita Public Library Foundation funding efforts in total. This doesn't equate to $2 million. They have a number of other projects with capital that they're working on as well. And this identifies that for Westlink, it's furniture, shelving, deferred maintenance, parking. Alford, it's furniture, fixtures, equipment, deferred maintenance, access road to the YMCA, and some signage. At Maya Angelou, it's furniture, fixture, and equipment, deferred maintenance, and signage. And at Rockwell, the budget request will pay for some parking improvements, deferred maintenance, shelving, and furniture. We've worked with our legal and financial teams. In addition, there was $220,000 of GEO funding and art, and public art dollars were brought over to the budget as well. And so I'm losing track, sorry. The CIP that's scheduled next week for adoption includes an additional $2,277,000 in GEO bond funding for these branch projects. We also have a memorandum of understanding with the Wichita Public Library Foundation. So the recommendation today is to approve the adjusted project budget and adopt the amended bonding resolutions. Happy to
Thanks
answer
for the
any questions.
presentation. Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Mayor. You may have spoken to this a little bit, but just maybe in a little bit more detail. If we were not to approve the increase of the budget allocation, what would be some of the items that you would have to reduce?
So Rockwell wouldn't have its parking lot re-engineered. I think we would be able to afford to resurface a quarter of it. We would scale back the size and the size increase of the Rockwell branch public meeting room. We would eliminate the drive to the access road to the YMCA at Alford. At Angelou, we would really scale back the furnishings or have to find alternative funding. I think in discussion with the foundation as well, they're really wanting to see the branch investments that are being made just as great as they can be.
Okay, and then in addition, if we were to reallocate more towards this budget, where would it come from in the current proposed CIP? Would it be taken from other future projects?
Well, I believe that the previously funded budget allocation is all ARPA funds, and so they're slated to be encumbered this next month with the GMP for each of the design projects. This additional funding is coming from the capital improvement budget.
Okay, and then the last question, you had said, I think it was slide 37, security, tech, and electrical were not accounted for. Is that just a flaw in the process, or do we have, we historically
No,
not?
I think that there have been some operational, just standardized changes for city facilities, including like badge access to be able to enter our buildings. Right now, we don't have security or video security systems in our branches beyond the ones that have been remodeled. So that's a carry forward as part of public space management and making sure that we have good visibility everywhere.
Okay, thank you for that. And then one brief comment too. The book bus is one of my favorite things in the city, and I would love to see, especially taking books to where people are, I think is one of the most innovative things the library has done. And I would encourage everybody to please go and check out the book bus.
Thank you.
Can you go to slide number 39?
Yes.
Can you specifically talk about deferred maintenance in each of these branches? With ARPA dollars, I understand that this is enhancements to those branches, but should the number one priority be make sure that we take care of the deferred maintenance first and then continue with enhancements?
Yeah, I think in Discovery, we, at Alford, Angelou, and Rockwell, we're seeing that there's some leaking that's happening. I believe that the deferred maintenance is really relatively low as far as the budget ask. I can't pull that up, I apologize. We discovered some asbestos at Westlink that needed to be remediated as we were opening up some space. At the My Angelou, there are 3 different spaces in the building that are leaking, and I believe at Alford there are also 2 areas that are leaking that are going to have some, it needs some engineering to fix rather than sealing. I'm not a building expert. Sorry, guys, I'm a librarian.
Okay. I would like to challenge that we prioritize the deferred maintenance first. The leaking roof, to me, seems like an issue that can become bigger over time. So I would like to see the prioritization be deferred maintenance first before we go into enhancing. Councilmember Glasscock?
Just one quick question in our agenda packet too, and I think it's on this slide. So the request is that middle item, the budget request, that's an additional request to what's been approved already. And so that comes out to about $2,207,000 in additional request out of the total project of about $12 million.
Correct.
With that staff, or with my one single person asking for prioritizing deferred maintenance first, how would that go about, City Manager Layton.
Mayor, those projects are prioritized and included in what's recommended. So the deferred maintenance issues are being addressed, as well as the enhancements and remodel that the director has outlined. So all of that is covered in this.
And the new additional $2 million, is that correct?
Actually, it's in the ARPA dollars.
Councilmember Glasscock.
If I remember correctly, in the budget for 2025 for the library, there's a reduction in the expenditures because of the closure of the Westlink branch. What is that reduction in expenditures for 2025 that then's bumped up again in 2026?
If I remember correctly, it's $100,000.
Is it only 100,000?
If I remember correctly.
Okay, I'll check that.
Well, we've got a $100,000 item for materials. I take that back. I don't remember.
I want to say
you put
it
the
might
two
be 2 million.
together.
I'll look at that real fast.
Did we have a savings?
No, we've reallocated staff to over, the business of Westlink is bustling at the temporary location, and customers are choosing to go to other library locations where we've reassigned staff. So at this point, there really isn't a budget savings. I don't believe when we're reopening the Westlink Library, it's scheduled to reopen in January. We'll be working with our existing staffing levels. Part of the reason of the foundation purchasing an automated material handling system is to provide ongoing operational capacity for the branch.
Okay, I guess this would be a clarification for finance, and so I pulled up the budget on page 251, and maybe I just need clarification. It says the 2024 revised budget is revised budget for total library operations is $11,404,000. In 2025, the proposed budget is $9,843,000. So that's a pretty significant reduction in terms of the 2025 proposed budget. And then it hops up again in 2026 to $11,472,000. So it looks like there is about a $2 million reduction.
You've opened the door to a very complex issue, and Mark's gonna talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, council member. Yes, sir. You're touching on a technical issue that we do in the library budget based on state statute. There's a state statute that requires us to maintain effort for the library. It's called a maintenance of effort. And so in the budget year, which is 2025 in this case, to provide maximum flexibility to the city council, we typically increase the shrinkage adjustment, which you're noticing there. And that is so that the budget for the library in the budget year does not increase the maintenance of effort base. Again, we do that to provide flexibility to the city council, because if we did not do that, then the library budget base would grow over the statutory maintenance of effort, which in effect locks you in forever at that higher base. Now, typically what we'll do, and the reason you're seeing it go up and down is, the next year, in which 2025 will no longer be the budget year, that $2 million will disappear. We will not have a $2 million shrinkage adjustment next year for 2025, so.
Okay, so while it says in the 2025 proposed budget, $9,843,000, it'll probably be closer to what the 2024 or 2023 actuals were $10,731,000. There'll actually be an increase in that.
In fact, I would tell you that the $2 million shrinkage adjustment that we show this year most likely will be $250,000 next year rather than $2 million. So I don't have the book in front of me, but whatever that base is probably what the base increases by next year.
Do we note that in the budget document? Because I don't think I saw that one.
We do not. We could.
That would be nice to just have a note maybe for future years, because looking at this, it looks like we took a decrease. And it was interesting because it was the only department that took a decrease. And so I had questions later on about that. So we're not decreasing the budget for the library despite this.
Yeah. Like I say, you'll see that in every year that we do that in the budget. And you're right, it's very confusing, and we wish we didn't have to do it that way, but it's to provide maximum flexibility for the council. So.
Learn something new every day. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, is that, will that shrinkage, is that ever recognized in revised budgets that come out halfway through the year?
Well, we'll revise the 25 budget next year, and that's when the $2 million basically will probably shrink to about $250,000.
Okay, so when we get the revised budget, it
Yes, sir.
should reflect that.
Yeah, that $2 million number will have absolutely zero impact on the library.
Okay.
We do it again to comply with state statute.
Okay, appreciate it.
One more question regarding deferred maintenance. So this in particular only addresses Westlink, Alford, Angelou, and Rockwell. So 4 out of the 7 libraries. The other 3 libraries, are there any deferred maintenance needs that we need to be addressing?
At this point, the Walters Library is in a leased space, and so we work with the landlord if there are any issues in Public Works. With Evergreen and the Advanced Learning Library, their upgrades and construction is so new that we're staying on top of any issues that occur at a small level.
If I could add, Mayor, we are looking at putting together a long-range maintenance plan for not just those 2 libraries, but also for these libraries, so that we can make sure that we don't lose ground to deferred maintenance in the future.
Know when that will be ready?
Sometime next year.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Sorry, I have a lot of questions about this. Just to understand, especially with the budget question as well. So you had mentioned the Wichita Library Foundation is supplying a $2 million for improvements.
Minimal.
Was that, it says current on here, my understanding on the PowerPoint that it was actually, so that was already established, that's not in addition to the increase in proposed request?
The Capital Campaign Committee met a couple of weeks ago, and I shared the information with them about our final budgets. They're committed to increasing their capital campaign fundraising in order for us to be able to make the salient changes. I think part of the MOU, and kind of the spirit of the MOU with the foundation, is that we'll make adjustments to purchases related to some of the bells and whistles that we have to buy later on after we get the construction done. We'll hold off on some of those and allocate the foundation funds for these baseline improvements for the foundational stuff.
Thank you.
Jamie, I really appreciate all the details regarding the 7 different branches. I think it's a good reminder for community that there are 6 districts in Wichita, and almost all council members have 1 library, except for Councilmember Tuttle. Because of the redistricting, Councilmember Johnson gets to absorb 2. Oh, sorry, 1. So I just wanted to remind community again that we have 7 branches, and there are, again, opportunities for people to engage, to learn, and utilize the resources that are at the library. So we make really intentional investments in quality of life, and libraries is one of them. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
I see no further questions for staff, so we will now open it up for public comment. Please state your name and your address. Thank you. And you will have 5 minutes.
My name's Robert Gamper. My address is 1353 North Forest View Street, Wichita, Kansas. I have a question about increasing the budget for libraries and even looking at reduction. If you look at the library attendance, if you would, let's call it, it's decreased over the past decade. According to the Institute of Museums and Libraries, from 2019 to 2022, which is the last years they have, it's decreased by over 53.8%. From 1.25 billion people to 671 million people. I think that we need to rethink about spending monies with the budget deficit projected for next year of being $3.6 million, given the fact that there's been such a substantial decrease in the number of people going to libraries. I think it's something that we need to look at hard and fast to see if we can't make up some of the projected deficit for next year.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. Quick question for Jamie, just as a result of the previous speaker's comments. He had mentioned national reductions of libraries. Can you let us know what Wichita's statistics are compared to the national averages?
Absolutely. I think library industries, like any public space, saw incredible impact from COVID. We're only now returning to pre-COVID foot traffic. It's been a long journey, but I think that the cultural changes, the way that community is using the library, the experiences that they're having, for example, at Walters, at the Advanced Learning Library, and at Evergreen, since they've been remodeled, those library locations are seeing incredible foot traffic. One thing that we do note historically, in 2009, when the nation went through housing recession, that's the time where library use more than doubled, more than tripled, because people were needing to save money. I think as we're seeing inflation rates, we're seeing more people coming in for training, for different purposes beyond checking out books. Our visitation is definitely increasing, and our 2023 numbers are at the space where we were pre-pandemic. So it's taken a little bit, but we're getting there.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for Jamie too. And maybe the speaker knows, are the numbers that he is speaking of, I know that since COVID, things have changed for the libraries, whether they do drive-through or, we're going to the people with the book bus and different things like that, and people are doing more audio and stuff like that. Do you think those numbers are considered in the numbers that he was speaking about? I mean, the numbers that he gave are significant. I'm just wondering if that's just foot traffic, or do you know, sir?
Based upon traffic.
Visitor and door.
Internet use, and also the fact that people are reading more and more books online rather than checking out books from libraries. So was the actual number of visits decreased from 1.25 billion, okay, in 2019 to 671 million in 2022. That's the last years that Institute of Museum and Libraries have the statistics for the entire United States.
Thank you. And that's not a trend that we're necessarily seeing here in Wichita, Jamie?
We saw a steep decrease as a result of the pandemic. If you remember, we had to close library services. We adapted it to provide curbside only. People being able to come in and browse, people's comfort being out in public spaces changed. The number of programs that we offered, we took to virtual programs for well over a year. I think when I began in October of 2021, we were just coming out of a lot of COVID safety precautions, and people were just starting to come back. And so, I mean, we are seeing trends towards more library use. More families are using us. We have a lot of really exciting spaces as a draw, and outdoor spaces. And the nature of library use, I think, gets even more complex when we think about the library as a third space or a community space. We'll see a sharp uptick in usage as the branch remodels conclude.
I appreciate you and your team also being creative, trying to find other ways to utilize the library. I know you're doing blood pressure, cuff, it's just so much more than when I went to the library as a kid. I would go to the card catalog with my dad, and while he'd read the paper, and it's just such a different experience now. And obviously we're growing, and things are changing, but I appreciate you looking for ways to encourage people to come to the library for whatever that may be.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Jamie, and to the speaker, I appreciate you coming up and giving those numbers in perspective and kind of creating a dialogue up here. I do see a lot more uses in the ones Walter Branch over in my district. It's really near a lot of low-income areas, and a lot of people in those areas are using it for, like Jamie said, job training, applications, coming in and using the internet. So we are expanding the libraries to be more community center based as opposed to just books. So I do appreciate your perspective with it. And again, appreciate the dialogue, but I support our libraries wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie, for the presentation. Thank you for coming to my district advisory board meeting last night. We had to move to the fire station because Rockwell is being remodeled, but appreciate the updates on what's going to happen to that facility. I also want to thank the speaker for being here and for your input. And I'm not sure if this is for Jamie or for Bob or for Mark or for all the people, but the majority of this funding is ARPA, right? Which is the American Rescue Plan Act. So we couldn't use it to help fill in the gap for the budget deficit, correct?
No, that's correct.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the speaker understands that the majority of this money, you are exactly right. In 2025, we will have a balanced budget. In 2026, we anticipate about a $3.9 million deficit right now. You know, things are fluid and always changing, but this money couldn't be used for that anyway. But thank you for your thoughtful consideration about thinking of future budgets, because I know it's on all of our minds, especially this time of year. My other question, kind of thought, comment, and again, always correct me when I'm wrong, but this is going to be for an enhancement and expansion, but as asked and mentioned, it also is for deferred maintenance that needs to be taken care of, correct?
A small portion of what we've discovered in the final budget is related to deferred maintenance.
So we're taking care of the assets that we have and then making them more usable and attractive for the community so that hopefully we can continue and even enhance the amount of users in our Wichita Public Library system.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Quick question, just based on a follow-up from Councilwoman Tuttle's point. So the $2 million increase, though, none of that $2 million increase comes from ARPA? It does not, okay. What was the plan for these renovations before ARPA funds were available? Were they in the CIP? Were they planned with, what were the plans prior?
It was with the 2019 to 2030 CIP.
And it was about the same cost, which would come out to about $14,719,000.
Our original budget was less than that.
What was the original budget?
The original budget was about $8 million, I believe.
So the original budget was $8 million. We're funding the improvements about $12 million with ARPA funds, and then this is an additional $2 million from GEO funds.
Correct.
We will continue with public comment. Are there any other individuals who would like to speak on this specific item? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. The branches that are affected are in districts 5, 4, 1, 2, or 1 again. Council. I'll add a couple comments, I guess, before. I just want to remind community again that we do make investments into libraries, into parks, into rec centers. Currently, we have 7 libraries. We have also 3 neighborhood resource centers in District 1 at Atwater, District 3 at Colvin, and District 6 at Evergreen. And we have 7 recreation centers at Boston, at Brewer, Edgemore, Evergreen, Linwood, Orchard, and Woodard. So there are a total of 17 locations that provide resources for the community to gather, to learn, to connect. And again, libraries are part of that ecosystem. And so decisions that are made from this bench are investments, again, into quality of life initiatives. And this one in particular, again, affects multiple districts and its investments into those districts. Councilmember Glasscock.
Just brief comments. I love our library system, and it's also not competing with private industry. There's no private library system in our community that people can go to. It's a public asset, and I think we need to maintain it. And so I think it's a unique role of local government compared to some other functions that we have that may compete in some ways. I will be supporting this for the fact that the original CIP allocation was $8 million, and with this, it's only $2 million out of our funding because of ARPA. And so, in fact, we're saving $6 million in renovations. I have concerns that it is over budget this significantly, and so when we're taking a lot of these projects into consideration in the future. I know that on slide 37, it said security, tech, and electrical were not accounted for. And I just want to make sure that in our original budget allocations, that's accounted for in all of our public facilities to make sure that we're maintaining that in the future, not that we have to come back later and reallocate the budget for it. So I will be supporting it, very supportive of our library system, but I do have some concerns about how we're budgeting this in the future so we don't come to this situation again later.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I too will be supporting it, but I do have concerns about budgets and making sure they're closer and we have a contingency fund in there that's adequate to cover these things. In light of that, there has been unprecedented, at least in the last decade, inflation, and so I completely understand why this could happen. Also, security concerns have increased, and I can understand that too. On the positive side, the number of e-books checked out from the library continues to rise. I think that's important because people don't have to purchase that book. They can rent that e-book for a few weeks and get it read. I think that's very important for the underserved in our community, that they have the ability to do that, and also internet access. Everyone does not have internet access. This is a point where they can go in and have internet access, either due to their homework or research or a lot of different things. I think that in this day and age, that's very important. So I will be supporting it, and thank you for your presentation, Jamie.
And one last follow-up. I also will be in the affirmative regarding this subject, but I would like the public to get the long-range maintenance plan for all 7 branches next year. That will be easily accessible on our website so people can see the maintenance priorities that we will be setting moving forward, that every building or structure that we own has to take into account maintenance so that there won't be deferred maintenance. I move to approve the project budget and adopt the amended bonding resolution.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
2025 annual operating budget and 2025 to 2034 capital improvement program.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Today is your second public hearing on the recommended 25-26 budget, as well as the 10-year capital improvement program. A lot of my presentation is going to be very familiar to you, partly because you've been working on this process since January, but also I wanted to repeat much of the hearing information from the last hearing for those who may be here today and hearing it for the first time. Just a reminder that the budget and the CIP are available on our website. I mentioned that you've been involved in this process since January. Actually, the process started in the last quarter of last year when we went out with a community survey to determine what the overall funding priorities were for our residents. Since then, you've had a number of workshops. We've had citizen roundtables. We've had social media town hall events. We've been discussing the budget with the district advisory boards, and we've also had input from the budget simulator. As a reminder, once again, of the matrix that we have used to establish priorities for the recommended operating budget, and based on citizen survey results, and you have identified 4 key priorities as a result of this input through your workshop process. Just a reminder, it's prioritizing crime prevention, increasing funding for pavement maintenance, supporting economic development, and addressing housing insecurity. I'm going to very briefly hit on the 4 items and how they're included in the budget. You've heard about a special, what we consider to be a comprehensive crime prevention program. There are 3 pillars: prevention, intervention and enforcement, and rehabilitation, that are the components of that program. There's over $45 million in the recommended budget for crime prevention activities that follow these 3 pillars. In addition to that $45 million, you also have money in the budget for police patrol services and investigations. But in that 45, you have housing improvement programs, you have code enforcement efforts, you have recreation and library for early prevention activities, you have a violence interrupter program, which is now getting off the ground, and we're starting to get stories of successful interventions by members of the team, and we'll share those with the council in the near future. And then what I think I called maybe a game changer in terms of our approach to policing last week when we talked about this, the initiation of the Real-Time Information Center, and you approved that at the last council meeting. In terms of pavement maintenance, I think it was alluded to earlier today, we have $149 million over the 10-year period for pavement maintenance, which is continuing to increase, especially if you compare it to where we were maybe 10, 12 years ago. There's also $20 million for a new program that will deal just with the replacement and improvements of concrete streets, and then there's $39 million for the paving of dirt streets. On top of that, the operating budget includes $18 million for street maintenance activities, and those are ongoing on a daily basis. Economic development is a priority established by the community, and we have $1 million that we're recommending be transferred in the Economic Development Fund to help support the small business initiatives that have been reviewed and approved by the council in the past, as well as to make sure that we have sufficient funds to be able to update the downtown master plan in partnership with the Greater Wichita Partnership. The parking fund is on here, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about parking over the last week and the process that we've been going through to solicit feedback. What I'd like to do, and Mayor had requested, and I think it was a good idea, is to talk about the business case because it does have some budget implications. And so after my presentation on the budget, and after we've had maybe public comment on the budget itself, we'll have a separate presentation on the business case for parking. Council approved $5 million in ARPA funds for an affordable housing fund. That's right now focusing on former public housing units and having those rehabbed and redeveloped. There's a great article in the Eagle today about a woman who was in public housing who has now purchased that house from us, and we assisted in her obtaining financing, and the article does a nice job of talking about the impact on her life by being able to go into a redeveloped and approved public housing unit, former public housing unit. And then probably one of the most important things in this operating budget and also in our capital improvement program is the creation of the multi-agency center to provide a comprehensive solution to homelessness in this community. A reminder, you have $8 million in capital expenses for the creation of that center and $500,000 in the operating budget on an ongoing basis to help support those operations. Pie chart which shows the total budget, which is almost $764 million. If you look at on the left at the revenues that help support that budget, you'll see that charges for services, which is primarily for the utilities, as well as property taxes, support the budget. Those are the primary funding sources. And you'll see that salaries and benefits are the number one activity that are a category that is funded through the budget. Bring it back to the general fund, which funds most of our daily operations. Property tax is the number one source of revenue, followed by the franchise fees and sales tax. And about 75% of our total expenses in general fund go for salaries and benefits. And then a reminder in terms of the priorities for program expenses, 74% of the general fund budget goes for police, fire, and public works and utilities. We've spent a lot of time this year talking about our budget forecasts, recognizing that starting in 2026, we're going to have significant challenges. Actually, we face some of those in trying to balance 2025, but we'll have a structural deficit starting in 26 that we project will continue to be problematic for us as we go forward. Reminder, the two major factors contributing to that is wage growth, partly to recognize mostly to recognize that we were behind the curve in terms of providing competitive wages to our employees, competitive and fair wages. And so we anticipate that those wage increases will continue into the future and will have an impact on this budget. We also anticipate that we will not receive the kind of revenue that we have from our investments of idle funds that we've had in this high interest rate climate over the last few years. So that leads to some of the drop in revenue. So we have growth in expenditures primarily because of salaries and benefits, and a drop in revenues primarily loss of investment incomes, as well as other flexible or other challenges. Sales tax is another one. So if you go down to the bottom, you'll see right now we have a balanced budget for the 2025, which we're presenting to you today. In 2026, we're at about $3.6 million, and then it rises to 9.3 and then to 10.2 in 2028. And that's after a significant amount of work that the council has already done in terms of shaping the budget for 25, 26, and 27. In 26, you have already endorsed $11 million in expenditure cuts, $12.2 million in 2027, and $12.5 million in 2028. We're planning on building on that, and that's a significant amount of the discussion that we'll have, especially as we're in the end of this year and as we enter in 2025. Just an idea on some of the things that we're exploring implementing to implement in 2025 and or 2026. We want to centralize our financial services. We've been in a more decentralized mode and think we can be more efficient and effective by centralizing accounts payable, accounts receivable, and some other financial services. We have shared with the council a cost recovery model that will charge residents more for services they receive when they're getting specialized service, not those that are shared by the general population, but those receiving specialized services. We're also reviewing and trying to right-size our fleet. We are looking at the areas in our budget that have had high vacancy rates for the last several years and determining what our right-sizing should be for those services. And we are working with our employee groups on both compensation and benefit reviews. So that's it on the operating budget. I'm going to move into the CIP. CIP is maybe less challenged than the operating budget and is, we believe, is developed for your review in a sustainable manner over the 10-year period. Diverse revenue sources for the CIP. I won't go through all of those. In terms of expenditures, significant amount of money, over $572 million, going into street improvements. We have significant amount into water and sewer as well. And a rising number for our public facilities, which reflects some of the discussion you had about the library. We've recommended that the debt service fund, or the mill levy for the debt service fund, be increased by 0.7 mils for 2025. That will allow us to cash fund some projects that originally had been planned for debt service, so we'll be saving some ongoing financing cost as a result of that. I've already talked about some of the high priority items in terms of streets, maintenance of our other facilities, and public safety. I'll go over that in just a second. I won't repeat what I've already told you on street maintenance and what's in the CIP. For public safety infrastructure, we have $164 million budgeted over the 10-year period. That includes our our new police stations, fire stations, and equipment. Over half of the budget, or the CIP, excuse me, is tied to maintenance projects, and that includes $33 million for cultural facilities and another $32 million for other city facilities. We've already talked pretty much about the challenges. We are very dependent on property valuation growth and sales tax growth in order to finance the CIP. So any drop in either of those funding sources will impact your ability to fund what's budgeted over the next 10 years. I think I mentioned when the budget was presented last month, Council gave us a request for additional information in a number of categories. We've now provided information to you in those. I'm just going to go over these very briefly, not in terms of what's in them, but just to remind you of the additional information you've received. You ask about golf course expenditures, actually CIP expenditures, primarily centered around irrigation of the golf system. You asked a little bit about for a little information on the park master plan process as well as funding for the MAC. There was a discussion about what would it look like if the mill levy rate was increased. Asked for additional information on the park maintenance and forestry operations. We provided you some background information on star bonds and tax increment financing. We had a little more detailed information regarding the shift of the 7/10 of a mill to the debt service fund. There was a request for a long-term review of the city's staffing levels from 2005 to 2024. We provided that. Also talked about maybe some of the strategies that were anticipated to be included in the 2026 budget, and a question of whether any of those could be moved into 2025, and there's a report on that. Also, there's a discussion about the R&R, as well as what identified a strategy on surplus property disposition. There were 2 requests regarding sales tax, what the process is to implement the sales tax and move forward, as well as the sales tax impact on CIP improvements. And then we talked about street maintenance options, primarily the shifting of dirt street dollars into regular maintenance activities. And then a question about how we've been preparing for the deficit since 2020 when we first identified that. So that's it in terms of my presentation, other than to remind you that today's your second hearing. The last hearing will be August 20th. At that time, you'll be asked to approve the operating budget and to make a decision on the R&R as part of the final hearing. And then we'll also ask you to adopt the capital improvement program. So with that, I would be glad to answer any questions regarding the proposed budget in advance of receiving public comment.
Is there not a parking presentation?
I didn't know when you wanted to do that. If you wanted to do it after comments on the CIP, or you want to roll right into the parking. Okay, Mayor, we can do that. So we can tee up the parking.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So, at your request, I prepared a couple of slides. This is information that we have, for the most part, shared with you throughout the last couple of years. This is a really condensed version of my Free Parking is Not Free presentation that you all have seen. And so I'm going to structure this conversation the same as previous conversations, right? Free parking's not free. Somebody's paying for parking, right? Local policy, how did we arrive to where we are today? What are those existing conditions that we all need to be cognizant of? And how are we planning to respond to those? And then some of the implementation strategy and actions. And I'll have some information, particularly as it relates to financial and budget, as it relates to implementation. Okay, so local policy, how did we get to where we are today? So we've been talking about this in a community for more than 15 years now. The first policy document I always go to is sort of the overarching policy of a lot of decisions that you all make, is what we call the comprehensive plan, more specifically the community investment plan, a framework for the future 2015-2035. Cities are required to adopt a comprehensive plan. It, again, addresses a number of different strategies. That plan was specifically adopted in December of 2015. Prior to that, though, we started talking about parking specifically, and back in October of 2009, there was a downtown parking and mobility management plan that was approved and adopted by City Council. Again, we've kind of gone through all of the context of that plan. Subsequently, a year later, December 2010, there was a document, Project Downtown, which actually has spurred, I think the number is more than $1.3 billion worth of development we've seen in our community, and has primed another $700 million to come up out of the ground in the next several years. You all heard and entertained approval of an update of that downtown plan just recently. And so Beyond 2010, there was, and really the impetus for a lot of the conversations that we're having right now, started in 2017 as a WAMPO grant, called the 2019, that was when sort of the first draft was put together, the 2019 City of Wichita Parking and Multimodal Plan. That plan was ultimately adopted by City Council on March 21st, 2023. Following adoption of that plan, earlier this year, there were some amendments that were made to some of the local codes and ordinances to, again, begin to kind of carry out some of the implementation strategies. Those ordinances were amending Charter Ordinances 237, Title 11 of the Code of the City of Wichita, Kansas pertaining to parking. Was approved City Council on January 2nd, 2024. That was an ordinance, so it actually required 2 readings. The second reading was on January 9th, 2024. And then the last one was we amended and restated the operation and management agreement with the car park. That was approved just a couple months ago, back on June 11th, 2024. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about existing conditions, right? One of the things that we've been talking about, right, is, we've heard a lot of it today, right? Maintenance expenses. This comes right out of the 2019 City of Wichita Parking and Multimodal Plan under the existing system management and coordination, right? Currently, the parking fund revenues can generally cover basic operations, but are insufficient to address all multimodal priorities, substantial maintenance projects, and/or make significant improvements. So folks may try to understand, well, what does that mean? What's the context, right? What's the scale and scope of maybe some of the deferred maintenance projects that we're looking at? Just to put it in perspective, right? Back in March of 2014, City Council authorized more than $9.5 million to undertake repairs to a recently acquired parking garage at 215 South Market. Specifically out of the staff report leading up to that approval, the steel reinforced cast-in-place concrete structure has fallen into disrepair over the last decade and was closed by the Metropolitan Area Building and Construction Department in May of 2012 upon recommendation of 2 structural engineering firms due to deterioration of key structural components. I want to clarify, this was a parking garage that the city acquired in this condition, right? This was not due to lack of maintenance on behalf of or on the part of the city, but what this does start to give you scale and perspective on is we have a number of parking structures and parking lots in our community, right, that we need to begin to try and understand and evaluate and make sure that they are in good repair. Again, this is a 500 stall parking garage. To take those kind of necessary repairs could be north of $9.5 million, and again, those were 2014 dollars. Another question that has been asked of recently is try to offset that. How much are we asking, or how much are we proposing to charge for parking? These are statements right out of the 2019 Parking and Multimodal Plan. The city should only charge as much as it costs to achieve the desired parking occupancy. We've been talking to folks, the beauty of cities coming into this space and managing parking on behalf of the community is we don't necessarily have to have a profit margin, right? We don't have shareholders that we have to speak to. We have a long-term goal and objective to provide essential city services. We only have to recover, we only have to charge as much as it costs to achieve the desired parking occupancy, operation and maintenance, so on and so forth. Paying for parking should be convenient and secure. We're working on it. There's a number of implementation strategies to talk about technology and those kind of things. The plan recommends an initial fee range of 75 cents to $2 an hour based on the cost to recoup credit card fees and industry best practices. Our goal is to achieve industry standard 85% occupancy. And then we also have evaluated other communities on what they are charging for parking. In the back of the parking plan in the appendix, you have those rate ranges for our peer communities. Additionally, so then we start thinking about long-term strategies, right? So we had a conversation about this a couple of months ago. I threw out an industry standard, sort of $400 per space per year for ongoing operation and maintenance. Plan actually recommends approximately $500 to $600 annually in order to start investing in capital improvements and capital investments as it relates specifically to parking. Currently, the Parking and Multimodal Fund generates revenues of only about $220 or $227 per space per year, which, as you can see, is insufficient to really start responding to maintenance, cleanliness, safety, security, and the list goes on, of a robust parking management system. So as it relates to follow-up from the June 11th, 2024 amended and restated operations and management agreement with the car park, this came directly from the staff report from June 11th. It's anticipated that implementation will generate approximately $3.3 million annually beginning in 2025. The management fee in 2025 will be $1.653075 annually. There's an escalator baked into that. I think it's like 3%. That will increase annually with inflation. The amortized cost of equipment infrastructure in 2025 will be $460,896. That's a 5-year amortization schedule that will retire the debt for acquisition of all of the equipment for a total of about $2.1 million in annual expenses. I can tell you right now, in response to some of the inquiries, I was able to get in touch with our operator, and I can verify that while we are on a timeline to try and respond to the goals and objectives, that none of the equipment has been purchased to date. We were supposed to purchase that equipment literally this week. I've asked the car park, our operator, to hold off on acquiring any of that property just to make sure that we're all in agreement on how this sort of moves forward. But with that being said, I'll stand for questions.
We have multiple questions. Can you, before you go there, can you please leave it on the slide that says 2019 maintenance? First few slides, please. Local policy, there we go, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions here, Troy. Now, we talk about $300 to $400 per space per year. That's driven mostly by maintenance for the parking garages. Am I correct there?
Not necessarily. That's well, we try to approach it from the perspective of a comprehensive maintenance, right? There's maintenance of on-street parking, right? There's maintenance of off-street parking lots. To your point, yes, there is maintenance of off-street parking structures. But when we talk about that's also not just the physical structure itself, right? But lighting, general maintenance of cleanliness, security. We have a security contract, right? We have a third-party security vendor that drives through all of our assets and assures that we're responding promptly to issues around loitering and graffiti and property damage and those kind of things, right? So we want to try and continue to try and invest in our downtown by creating a really clean and safe environment. So all of those costs are borne by the parking fund.
But yeah, I hear you there. If we did an assessment by per space per year solely for the parking garages and then per space per year for the open air lots and on-street parking, would the parking garages come in higher than the others?
Generally speaking, yes. Maintenance of a parking structure is going to be greater than a parking lot or on-street parking, yes. Okay,
Do we make any revenue off of the parking garages? Is it a money maker, for lack of a better term, for us right now, or are we breaking even with most of that going back into maintenance?
So we are currently receiving revenue from our parking lots and parking structures, and even some of our on-street parking, right? You can drive around, there's a handful of block faces that have meter heads that are collecting 25 cents an hour if they're actually working. On street, we have a number of parking lots. I was reminded recently, right? We've been gathering revenue for things such as Interest Bank Arena events and some of our parking lots for the better part of 15 years now, right? And yes, we also have contracts with businesses or residents who are in close proximity to some of our parking structures who are currently leasing access to those parking structures. But as we've alluded to, right, the revenues that we are receiving are insufficient to really dive in. Over the last several years, the parking fund has been on the decline. And if we don't do something different in the near future, in the next couple of years, it will be operating in the red. And we're going to have to look at trying to figure out how we subsidize general operation and maintenance.
Okay, yeah, the cost, that $9 million for the parking garage that we inherited or that we acquired is a little alarming, I suppose I would say. So I'm just trying to gauge if it's worth it for us to be in the parking business in regards to the parking garage, if that might offset some costs. So again, just a couple of questions around there. So I would like to see if the parking garages are currently at least revenue neutral for us. So if we can get. All right, thank you. In some of the ongoing discussions, I've heard a lot of questions about yearly pass discounts or like pass cards for the whole year for residents who live there, business people who live there, maybe something at a discount to where we're not putting employees themselves out, $30 or $40 a month. So I definitely would think if we follow through with this, that's something to consider. Is this plan included in our current budget projections?
Yes. So on the last slide, those revenue and expense projections, those were communicated and have been incorporated as part of the budget, yeah.
Okay, so if we repealed this, we would essentially have to find another $3 million a year or so?
It's a balance between revenues and expenses, right? So if you're expending dollars to operate and maintain and manage a system, then the offset is the revenue stream to, whether that comes from user fees, right? Or whether that comes from some other revenue source. It's just balancing that revenues and expenses.
Okay, yeah, the new numbers guy on council here just said 1.4, so I appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to rapid fire them. Thank you, Mayor. In terms of, and I think this maybe hits to the point that Councilman Hoheisel was saying, was on-street versus lot parking, to me are different because we're maintaining street maintenance with our on-street parking already. So what is the additional cost when we have on-street maintenance for those spots?
So generally, when we talk about maintenance for on-street, there's signage, there's equipment, there's oftentimes striping, right? And so there are very little on-street maintenance expenses, right? And that's why when you look at these systems as an ecosystem, where you're looking at on-street, you're looking at off-street, and you're looking at off-street structured and unstructured as part of a balanced ecosystem, right? It's hard to kind of bifurcate and try to put each one into a silo and determine whether or not on their own merits, because you're right. If I'm looking at just on street, I have very little sort of overhead maintenance, but in a parking structure, I have exponentially more, right? And so it's a balanced approach of providing, I keep telling people over the last several days, right, if any financial advisor is going to tell you need to diversify your portfolio, right? That's all we're doing. We're offering on-street, off-street, unstructured, and off-street structured.
So when I did the quick math, and I might have got a little bit different than Councilman Johnston, I got $1,186,000 in terms of profit for this year. When you take the $3,300,000 less the $2,113,000 over the course of the first 5 years of amortization, so it comes out to about $1,186,000. What is our current margin of revenue now?
This doesn't include eligible expense reimbursements, so we got to be careful that that's a little bit marginalized. But yes, at this point, we've got to start changing the trajectory of the parking fund, starting to, again, hire a third-party consultant to identify the structural integrity and analysis of our structures and our systems, right? And so we've got to start changing the trajectory of that parking fund and making sure that we can right-size rate structures and occupancy with operation and maintenance.
But directly,
if I
what is
could-
our profit
please,
now?
yeah.
So in 2021, we lost about $400,000. In 2022, we lost about $250,000. And then in 2023, my recollection is we lost only about 4,000 roughly. So it was about break even in 2023.
So a budget hit is not 3,300,000. It's closer to 1 million, or 3 million.
If you're talking about just simply continuing what we're doing, then it's going to be in the magnitude of those numbers, right? In other words, we don't upgrade any of the infrastructure in terms of collection. We only maintain the lots and the garages the way we do today. Eventually, we will run out of money in the parking fund, and we will have to come up with money just to cover the operations. None of that goes past just regular maintenance. We really aren't taking care of any deferred maintenance, and we haven't even had the funds to be able to have a comprehensive review like we did with the Market Street Garage. Before we bought it, we went in knowing what the issues were there. We don't have a structural review of our existing garages.
I have a few more questions I'll ask too, and then I'll pass over to Councilman Ballard as well. And just in terms of our library discussion a second ago, maintaining city assets, it wasn't included in the budget process of cost of security for our library. Does this have security cameras at all of our parking garages?
So it includes security in the context of a labor contract, right? We recently, earlier this year, you all approved a new security agreement for labor. No, this does not. Those are the types of capital investments we're talking about making in order to improve cleanliness, safety, security of our parking system downtown. So it probably won't come until a 2026, 2027 budget capital improvement discussion, right? Right now, we're just trying to normalize the parking fund at a minimum, change the trajectory so that we can start investing in. There's a number of these parking structures that need new lighting. They need new control arms. They need new roll-up gates, right? There's a number of investments that we really should be making into our system.
Okay, and then last question I have for right now. My original understanding was that folks would be able to pay with credit card, cash, or the app, that all three would be possible at all locations. Is that true, not true, to be determined?
So I want to make sure that I'm clear in the distinction. Yes, the app will be available area-wide, right? Between the bill pay and the credit card, we are going to try to put bill pay and credit card in as many locations as possible. I say that it's not economically feasible to put a meter head that has a coin, a bill acceptance, and a credit card at every single meter head. However, where we're finding the economies and efficiencies of scale, right, are if you might have a block face that might have, 8 to 10 spaces, right? It's more economical and it's more feasible to put one kiosk sort of mid-block, right, the folks can use, and that kiosk now might have, yes, coin, card, bill pay. You can also use the app, right? And so in our higher demand areas, that makes sense and that's economically feasible. In fact, I'm getting the numbers. We started talking about the actual numbers last week, right? So I don't want to butcher the number. It's going to be some 150 plus kiosks that will get distributed throughout, right, in convenient, easy to use locations. Now, not all 150-ish of those kiosks will have all three of those options, but most of them will. Yes, a large percentage of those will have all three options.
Thank you, Troy.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to be fast.
Sure.
And some of these will be redundant. So will all of the 2-hour free parking will be gone?
So if you look at the study area, both identified in the plan and with just generally speaking, sort of Seneca to Washington, right? Seneca to Washington, Kellogg to Central. If you just kind of think of that as the subject area, right? No, there are going to be some areas. So in fact, I was talking with some folks yesterday. So for example, in Delano, you might see Douglas and the Douglas Street corridor and a block on either side. Well, once you get into maybe the neighborhood block 2 and 3, no, that's not part of the, so in those areas, maybe it's 2-hour limits, may not have hourly limits at all, right? It may be what some folks perceive as free, right? And so if you look at, there's a whole nother tranche and phase that we are gonna start evaluating and understanding around the government district, right? That's not part of this. So for the most part, yes, there will probably be some component of paid parking as it relates to public, on-street, surface, or structured parking, but there are some areas around the periphery, right, that are not being contemplated at this time.
Thank you. Also, like when you're in Lawrence, their parking is free on the weekend. Will there be any opportunities like that?
We are absolutely open to that idea. In fact, I was at the Farm and Art Market Saturday morning talking to some folks, right? And there were a lot of folks go, hey, we need to make sure that on Saturday mornings during Farm and Art Market, we're open to having those conversations, right? Which is why we're starting to engage community now. We know what the system looks like, generally speaking, right? It's kind of how do we fine tune the system, right, to make sure that we are responding to as many folks as possible and the interest of the community. We are absolutely open to those conversations.
Okay, great. I would definitely be in support of something like that. The parking fees that businesses are paying, like the bars downtown, that they've been paying this fee for, I don't know, forever, it seems like, that will go away. Correct? So to help pay for like the Old Town parking lot and all of that, like, assuming that all of this goes as we're talking about, that monthly like fee that they pay, which is substantial for some of them, would go away.
Yeah, so I want to make sure, and this was a question that came up in our discussion yesterday, so there's two parts of that. I want to make sure that I'm saying the right thing, right? There's two sort of types of agreements that we have, right? One is an agreement with a business owner so for example, Old Town Hotel has a lease agreement with the city to lease or have access to a certain number of spaces within the adjoining garage. Great. That's a sort of a contract lease agreement term that will sort of be, not the model, but the model for the future agreements that we're talking about. There's another grouping, and it's only applicable to Old Town, right? There's another group of agreements that back when Old Town was created, right, the agreements were an in lieu of fee agreement, right? Because the zoning code requires that a business provide X amount of parking. So for example, if I'm a retail store and I have to provide 12 spaces as part of my retail store because of my square footage, that was an agreement to contribute to a fund in lieu of having to provide my own parking. If I'm a restaurant, I might have 35 spaces. And so all of those, over the years though, a number of those agreements early on have sort of termed out, right? There's a lot of the agreements really, for all intents and purposes, may not necessarily be binding, right? There's a lot of retail. In fact, from one day to the next, you might have a lease space that was previously a retail store, and they had a lease agreement, but the new restaurant that just moved in hasn't negotiated. So there's a number of those businesses down that aren't paying into the system right now. And so to your point, yes, our goal is to replace and restructure for those that want to enter into those agreements like I described in that first tranche. Yes, we're beginning to have those conversations.
Okay, so for example, we'll just use Mort's as an example.
Yep.
Or for any business down there, their employees typically would have to pay for their parking now.
So
Or if we implement this, they would no longer be able to park there for free, obviously, but so even employees would have to pay for parking, or is there an option for the businesses?
Great question. Again, we started responding to these questions, right? We see that conversation generally going in two directions. First direction is an employer. As an employer, I might say, you know what? I'm going to pay for that parking for my employees, and now I'm going to use that as a recruiting tactic or a recruiting strategy to say, hey, come work for me. If you come work for me as part of your benefit wage compensation, you've got parking, right? We're probably going to see a lot of businesses take advantage of that. There might be some smaller businesses, which we heard from yesterday, which we told, hey, look, we're willing to sit down and have a conversation with you. You might see other businesses that kind of go, hey, look, I'm going to leave it up to my employee to figure out what they want to do for parking, right? Because as part of an ecosystem, right, we also build in options, right? What works for one individual, one employee may not work for another employee, right? One employee may say, hey, you know what, I don't mind paying X to park in this lot or structure in close proximity to where I work. I don't mind paying that premium for that proximity, right? Another employee goes, hey, you know what, I don't mind walking 2 or 3 blocks to work. I put a few dollars back in my pocket. Here's another scenario, right? Not everybody is going to be driving and parking to work. There's a lot of folks who live downtown, right? I used kind of a scenario, maybe I'm a 20-something student who will be attending the new biomedical campus, and I already live downtown, and as part of my apartment agreement, I have access to my parking. I'm just gonna walk to work, or I'm gonna take some sort of multimodal transportation to work. I don't have to pay for parking at all, right? And so it's going to be a blended approach of employers talking to their employees and trying to figure out what works best for them.
Because I mostly am thinking about the service industry. You know, I used to own a bar for a long time.
Yep.
Sometimes you make really great money. Sometimes you don't make very good money in tips. Maybe it's just a slow night. So I want to try to be sensitive to those situations as
Totally
well.
agree.
I think you already addressed my questions about residents living in the area that may or may be already in a contract, that would still be fine, right?
If it's that contract agreement like I previously described, those will continue to stand. If it's that apartment complexes that's been paying that sort of in lieu fee system, right, our goal is to end up eliminating those and terminating
Okay,
those.
3 more quick questions. So I've been seeing a lot of heated conversations on social media, mostly about the $12 million that this company will be receiving from us, or ish. So my first question is, why will the management fee increase each year? And second of all, there just seems to be some heated conversation on why we're sending this $12 million basically outside of Wichita, like to Idaho, I think is where the company's from.
So, a couple of different things. Number one, let's talk through what we're reimbursing these folks for, right? You see down there at the bottom of the screen, we're reimbursing them $2.1 million annually. But of that $2.1 million, $460,000 of that goes back to reimburse them for their capital investment, right, in the equipment. At the end of the day, that becomes the city's, right? After the 5 years, and after that debt's retired, that equipment becomes ours. And if you notice, if you go back to the June 11th staff report, you'll see in sort of year 6, we're no longer paying that amortization fee. If we want to continue this agreement, all we're paying is for management fee of the $1.6 million. So not all of the money is going back to them, so to speak. It's going back to reimburse them for a capital expense to acquire the equipment, get it installed, so on and so forth. The escalator, right, is...
So they're not just taking all of the money that we're like paying, $5 to park, that's not basically just all going to them.
Correct.
I think there's a big misunderstanding
Correct. Yep.
on what the fees are for.
Correct, yeah. So the revenue that's generated goes into the parking fund, right? And then the parking fund is used to pay for management, which includes, if you'll refer back to the June, which includes, again, investment in that initial capital, right? Ongoing operations and maintenance, general maintenance, that's public works and facilities maintenance, right? But then enforcement, right? So there's a ramp up of having to acquire equipment, and there's going to be labor associated with that, sort of parking officers, right? That will drive around, and license plate scanners. So there's a significant investment on the operators side in order to, again, kind of stand up and do something different than we've been doing here traditionally, right? And so there's a cost associated with that. Whether that was borne by them or whether we were doing this in-house, these would be the costs that we would have to pay to acquire equipment, to install the license plate readers, to hire folks to work and navigate the system right, enforce the codes and orders. These costs are, for all intents and purposes, the same cost we would bear even if we were operating in-house.
Okay, and I would say my last one is just a comment. In one of the parking studies that was presented to us, I believe it said that only 39% of our parking spaces were utilized. So we have a lot of parking lots downtown that we are expected to maintain and maintenance, but aren't necessarily utilized. So I know I've mentioned to Scott Wadle before, I think we're kind of doing a disservice, as in when a new business opens and part of what they have to do is provide X amount of parking spaces for that business. So we're requiring all of this parking space that maybe isn't needed. So then it's taking up prime real estate for all these empty parking lots are everywhere, but we still have to maintain all of this parking that people aren't utilizing. So it is a really slippery slope. I do worry. I've owned small businesses before. I know it can be really difficult. I do know that a lot of other cities are doing it, even Lawrence, different, even smaller cities like that are doing the mobile pay, or I do think it's important to do a hybrid. I always joke around for all the Doug Ballards of the world that are never going to use an app or any of that. So I do think it's important to still have a hybrid, especially during the transition. But I do think that we need to look at some of the business plans where we're requiring business to have so many parking spaces, and then they're not utilized, but we still have to maintain them. So just a comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'm going to make a few comments. I have a few questions and then a few comments. The comment part, if I'm wrong, tell me, okay? First of all, thank you, Troy, for being here and for putting this together. Really appreciate it. I also just want to take a moment to thank Communications. Arranging and working with y'all, I think we're going to have 10 different community events for people to be able to provide feedback, and I think that's incredible. And I also want to thank the community who has reached out. I've received calls, emails, texts, all social media, so thank you to everyone who cares about this topic, and it just always warms my heart that people are interested in our city. And thank you to Jeff Fleur at the Greater Wichita Partnership. Hopefully you're going to make some great comments and let us know what you think, but glad that you're here in support. One of the things that you mentioned is this is essentially as a user fee, right? So if I go downtown to go to Century 2 to a show or wherever, go down and have dinner, whatever it may be, I'm paying because I'm using the facility. You mentioned between 75 cents and $2 an hour. Can you maybe shed a little bit of light, like, will premium spaces closer to amenities be $2, or will it be because it's in a garage? Just because 75 cents is pretty nominal, but I understand people are in fixed incomes and everybody's finances are different. But will people be able to know, and if they want the cheaper rate, they can choose that?
Yeah. So let me talk a little bit about kind of the rate structure, right, and kind of more comprehensively. Yes, to your point, the reason why that rate structure exists, and there's a range that exists, right, is that's somewhat of a dynamic pricing index, so to speak, right? So in areas that are in greater demand, where there's a goal and an objective in order to see higher turnover, right? We're not trying to discourage folks from utilizing it, right? But there's a cost benefit, right, to somebody who is parking in a on-street space of high demand for a long period of time, right? So in higher demand areas, yes, there's a higher rate, usually $1.50, $1.75, $2 an hour. And in areas of lower demand, right, maybe 2 blocks away, 3 blocks away, still part of the ecosystem, yes, you're going to see something probably more like 75 cents an hour. With that being said, the next sort of tranche, right, that people start thinking about is, okay, well, what if I'm going to park in a parking lot, right? And I'm going to be there for longer than 2 or 3 hours, right? Maybe I'm coming down for the day. I want to spend an entire day down there, right? Rather than paying a rate structure on street, I'm going to go find a cheaper rate in a parking lot, right? I might spend $5 for the whole day, or $7 or $10 for the whole day. It's still cheaper than on street, right? So I'm going to find some economies in some on-street or off-street parking in a lot right? In fact, I might even go and walk a couple blocks, and I might see park in a parking structure for $5 to $10 for the whole day, right? It's all about kind of that managing that, that dynamic, trying to achieve the 85% occupancy rate and trying to assure that folks have parking within close proximity of the businesses that they want to frequent, and but at the same time, those folks who are in downtown for longer periods of time, they can still find parking, but they may not necessarily have to park right in front at the highest demand parking spaces. They can find some economies by finding a parking lot or a parking structure in close proximity.
Thank you very much. One quick question, and this is a fabulous document that Communications put together with us with lots of great information, and I certainly learned a lot. But just one question that came from reviewing it again and making sure I was prepared was, in one place it says under parking fund, paid parking, there's 3,000 public surface lot spaces and 2,400 garage spaces and 484 meters. So that's, 5,000 in some spots. But then it says Wichita has a lot of parking downtown. There's 12,788 spots. And then as Vice Mayor referred to, 39% are used during the week and 27% during the weekend. So how many spots is the city responsible for downtown?
So as it exists today, a little over the 6,000, right? As we are beginning to implement this new strategy, right, we're going to identify more parking. The more parking that we can provide folks, right, the less parking that businesses have to provide themselves, right? Providing parking is a really, really expensive for a business owner, not to mention just real estate and real estate prices downtown, but the cost of providing parking, building my own infrastructure for parking is not the highest and best use. So as a business owner, as a property owner, right, the more public parking I can provide and folks can kind of tap into those resources, right, the better we're all going to be. So right now it's a little more than 6,000. I'll get you a more accurate number as we have identified what those numbers are going to look like as part of this sort of phase one strategy and rollout. I'll get you those exact numbers.
Thank you. And I was going to ask, same with Vice Mayor, about what about Chili Cook-Off or Riverfest or, St. Patrick's Day in Delano, if there could be some exceptions or, times when we want our community to come down and celebrate all together to maybe, to be a little bit more fluid. One of the things that I just wanted to make as a comment is when we asked residents for input regarding the multimodal plan, they said that more money should be spent on maintaining the physical infrastructure, including condition and appearance of parking lots and garages. So this is something that we've been hearing consistently. This isn't just something new that's happened. Even with the implementation of this plan, we've been gathering this information, for a bit and hearing what residents say, and this is one way to address it. The other thing that I just wanted to kind of mention as a final comment, and I may have more questions or comments later, but, Wichita is growing in terms of the downtown, our vibrancy of our downtown. It's exciting to watch. It's exciting to be a part of it. And the Biomed Center is coming, and it's going to change everything. It's going to bring 3,000 more people down to the core. And so I think a plan such as this is just helping us to get ahead. It's almost like being proactive for growth that we know is coming. And so we're not, with this plan, it's not that we're waiting until it happens and then figuring out how to solve the problem. It seems to me that this is a way to be proactive for what's coming for us. So look forward to more conversation about this, but thank you very much, Troy.
Councilmember Johnston.
Troy, thank you for all your work you've done on this. I think part of the confusion is has been referred to a lot as the downtown parking plan, not the Delano parking plan or the Old Town parking plan. So I think that caught some people off guard. And I realized there's 4 council members that are already here, and 3 of them voted for it on January 2nd before we came, and 1 voted against it. I understand that. My concern is for businesses and employees. One business, and I referred him to you, is paying $500 a month for parking next to his restaurant. He's got 50, 60 employees. his question, that would be mine too, is how much would each employee, I know they can walk 3 blocks or whatever. Maybe they get free parking 3 blocks away. But not everybody wants to do that. People want to park relatively close to work. How much would a monthly pass be? That's a high usage lot in Old Town. By Larkspur, River City, Morts, those are both high usage lots.
Yep.
Very premium.
So, and again, great question. These are the conversations we had even as early as yesterday with the group, right? We've been talking about this for several months now. I have to establish a baseline, right? And when I establish that baseline, that's based on evaluation of other communities. So again, in the backside of the plan, there's an appendix that talks about sort of peer cities and what they're charging, right? And so we can glean a little bit from what other communities are charging. The recommendation is $70 per space per month. Now, our interpretation of that, right, is that's structured parking. Generally, structured parking, there's more operation and maintenance costs associated with. They're generally closer in proximity. There's benefits to parking in a parking garage. Again, they're generally in closer proximity. So there's a premium generally associated with parking in a parking structure. So that sort of market value is what we call it. It's about $70 per stall per month. We gleaned from that appendix at that point in time too to identify, so if it's a parking lot, again, not the same demand and not the same sort of amenities, et cetera, our baseline is about $35 per space per month. Now, it's just market value, right? That's a baseline. That's where we can begin the conversation. If we're able to offer up $30 per space per month or $25 per space per month. In fact, I'm even talking with our operator to see what they've seen in other communities, right? Some of the strategies they've implemented in other communities. I don't want to divulge some of the conversations that we're having right now, but I'm trying to get creative and think outside the box, right? To think about how can we stand up some pilot programs for 6-9 months to help ease the transition, right? And so we're looking at solutions. We get it, right? If nobody wants to pay for parking, right? So how do we come alongside the businesses and the residents and the employees and the community as a whole, make it easy, make it efficient, give them options, right? Create that holistic ecosystem approach so we can still satisfy the goals and objectives of what we're trying to accomplish, right? But to your point, that kind of gives you a framework of what at least market value will be sort of, and again, those numbers were really sort of 2019 numbers, and now we are 2024, so I think we're probably even on the conservative side of 35 and 70, but that's just what we're going to use as a baseline. There might be a business, right, that might get a bulk discount sort of a thing, right? And so we're certainly being cognizant of all of that.
Yeah, thank you. And in the apartments too, people rented an apartment.
Yep.
That apartment's paying for parking now, but.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Sorry, I have a few more questions. I said I was going to wait till everybody else was done. Thank you, Mayor. Have we added evening meetings and workshops? I know that was a concern from individuals that they're all during the
We are working on trying to secure some venues and some times in various locations, so we are working on that, yes.
Okay. Can we even get out of the agreement we signed?
So, yes, there are termination clauses within the contract agreement, yes.
Okay. Handicap parking, I did not hear that mentioned today. I know it's part of the larger plan. Can you briefly hit on that?
Yep, that's a great question. So, it's a little bit nuanced, so I'm going to play junior attorney here for just a minute, right? And I'll get corrected if I'm wrong. But under state statute, we can't charge for handicap parking. The interpretation is in the right-of-way, right? So if there's handicap spaces in the right-of-way, we will not be putting a meter head. We will not require parking. Under state law, we can't charge for parking as it relates to handicap in the right-of-way. Now, once you get off right-of-way, once you get on, even though it's public property, even in lots and structures, unfortunately, the technology doesn't exist to differentiate between whether or not somebody's parking in a handicap space. So, for example, if I pull into a parking garage and I pull a ticket, right? That ticket doesn't tell me whether or not I'm handicapped or not. And I go in and I park in the garage and I park in a handicapped space and I go to leave and I go to pay. The system isn't designed to understand and verify whether or not you're handicapped, right? Now, one of the things we are talking about doing, though, is in order to kind of bridge that gap in that interpretation, right, is there are some applications, right? We're trying to have the conversation with our mobile vendors that if you, for example, you are paying by mobile, right? And you're coming into a lot and you're paying by app and you're not pulling a ticket, it's all just license plate scanner. You know, does that technology identify whether or not I have a handicap plate? Can it verify that somehow in order to kind of waive the fees associated with parking? We're working through that, but we know specifically, at least, yes, on street there will be no charge for handicap parking. The rest of it is just something from a operational and sort of technical that we're continuing to try to work through to respond to the spirit of the law.
Okay. Councilman Johnson had mentioned something where we talked about downtown parking. I also have concerns that Delano's included while we still haven't built out the multimodal facility, and that will transform that area in terms of parking. And so I'd be interested, and I have concerns about this in general, but if this does continue to move forward, that we delay the implementation of Delano past January until the multimodal facility is completed, to be able to look more comprehensively at that. So that's just a brief comment,
So
if that's a possibility.
for whatever it's worth, right? Early on, in fact, probably 2 years ago, we had conversations with other folks in Old Town, folks in downtown. And the first response we got, we said, what we heard was, okay, but we can't be the guinea pig, right? If you're gonna do this, you've got to do it sort of system-wide. You got to do it from Seneca to Washington, Central to Kellogg, because of a fear, right, that a business might gain some sort of advantage being in one part of the parking area over another, right? So just keep that in mind, that there are implications associated with those kind of, now, again, we can kind of sort of ease the burden a little bit, right, by starting to think about things like, okay, generally standard, industry standard, but tells us that rate, those hourly rates, those on-street rates and those kind of things are sort of Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m. But after 9 p.m., it's free, so to speak. Or on Sundays are free. You see a lot of communities where parking downtown on Sundays is free or something. We're open to having those kind of conversations, but I would just simply caution sort of a blanket sort of delay and for one particular area of the subject area might have adverse implications that maybe haven't.
Well, Delano's outside of that subject area you just mentioned, from the river to Washington, Central to Kellogg. Delano would be excluded from that area as a whole.
Seneca to Washington.
Seneca to Washington.
Kellogg to Central. Yep.
Okay. Which is different than how we define downtown core.
Correct. I mean, there are parts of downtown, right, but there's sort of the colloquial downtown, that's the boundary that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I've just got a question that said that you mentioned the possibility of a significant price increase for big events. For example, the Garth Brooks concert coming to interest. The cost per space would be more than compared to, like, for example, the monster truck event. Would this apply to all parking?
Correct. Okay, so yes, there's dynamic pricing in it, right? So to your point, we used this analogy yesterday, right? That if I'm attending a concert, for example, a Garth Brooks concert, in fact, this practice exists today, right? Parking in one of the parking lots associated with Trust Bank Arena, if I'm going to a premium event, that parking is more than if on the following weekend, I appreciate the recommendation, of a monster truck rally, right? Not considered sort of a premium event. So rates in those parking lots, et cetera, are less, right? There's that dynamic pricing based on the event structure. You can also then imagine, there was some question and concern, I tried to clarify this a little bit, a sort of proximity, right? If there's on-street parking adjacent to an event, you might see some dynamic pricing index, right, associated within a block, maybe within 2 blocks. But beyond about 3 blocks, you really sort of lose that impact, right? And so the question was, well, how is an event interest going to affect rates in Old Town? No, right?
Okay.
So
That is helpful. The example they used was it would be like Dylan's, raising the cost of toilet paper during COVID, so I do understand that. I don't really like the idea of, I think it's kind of gouging. You're already paying to go to a premium event, like why do we have to pay for premium parking as well? I understand everybody wants Rockstar parking, especially in Wichita. So I do understand the concept, I just don't know if I agree with it, but I appreciate the clarification.
I have multiple questions.
Okay.
We'll start off with deferred maintenance. I want to know, A, have we had a comprehensive study regarding deferred maintenance? If not, why has that not been part of a priority?
I would say the answer to that is no, we do not have a comprehensive of parking assets. And two, why hasn't that been? Again, our parking fund is barely generating enough money today to do minimal maintenance, replacing light bulbs, replacing broken fixtures, et cetera, right? We have not identified a revenue source that could really begin to kind of pay for that comprehensive evaluation.
Can we go back to the timeline, please? So we have known that the parking fund has not been breaking even, really focusing on maintenance, future maintenance that will be needed. Again, my question is, why over the years was that not part of a priority for either staff or for council to say the parking fund is going to run out of money at some point, and then we're going to kick it down the line, I guess, kick it to the next person to make a decision? Can you answer the question of why was that not a priority?
Man, that's a great question, and maybe the best way to answer that, right, is I think there has been conversation over the years, right? You go back to the 2017 WAMPO grant that started the process. Within the early drafts of the 2019 Parking and Multiple Mode Plan, our consultant starts identifying these kind of things, right? But until we can identify a program to respond to those deficiencies, right? I would say I might just have to defer to previous councils, right, of why they prioritized certain things over others. I think I don't know how to answer that.
I have board questions
Okay.
for Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to jump into that, it actually has been a priority. It's been talked about for a number of years, and the process that started, at least with my involvement, was in 2019. Since I joined council in 2018, I know conversations had started prior to that, but it was identified that a parking plan needed to be developed, implemented. I believe myself and former Councilmember Claycomb had an appointment on the committee that was looking at this, working with downtown. They did quite a bit of work, and then 2020 hit. 2020 stopped a lot of things, but that conversation was happening at the time. Council at that time, new council in 2020, did take this serious and was just following the plan and the work that staff in downtown were doing, which has led us to today.
I am told that a structural review will need to happen in order to really look at all the deferred maintenance. How much will a structural review cost in order for us to actually know how much we still need, even with no new structures, how we're going to maintain the current one?
So we have a couple of different ways we can approach this, right? We can go sort of individually, sort of asset by asset, or we can sort of comprehensively put out an RFP for all of the assets. Man, if I started speculating on what that would look like, it'd be a pretty broad range. I would say it's probably going to cost $20,000 to $30,000 per asset. You might see, and that might be on the conservative side, you might see hiring a consultant organization to go in and do the evaluation and produce a report on the recommended improvements that may need to be made. You might be $40,000, $50,000, right? And that's, I'm looking at that sort of a per asset evaluation. So if we've got 6 to 7 assets, you could see it might be a couple $100,000.
Knowing that the parking fund is declining, the question I think you posed to us earlier was, should it be parking users that pay for it, or should someone else pay for it? And that someone else would be the general fund, which general fund means property taxes. So is that the fundamental question? Do parking users pay for it, or should all Wichitans pay for it? Is that really the question?
I think that question, right, has been the point of the last 15 years worth of conversations, both the 2009 plan and the subsequent 2019 plan made recommendations that that the city should shift to a user-based fee structure, right? We have components of that in place today, right? But this is just sort of a more robust system, right? All of those studies recommend that rather than burdening and subsidizing the fund and the operations by property tax and property tax dollars, the recommendation out of both the 2009 and the 2019 plan were a recommendation to shift to a user-based fee.
I think it comes from Councilmember Hoheisel's question prior regarding subsidizing this specific asset that we have, which is downtown parking. I feel like I really appreciate seeing the detailed timeline, and I want to ask a question regarding some procedural errors. On January 2nd, 2024, there was an ordinance regarding parking that obviously passed, and the new council came into office on January 8th at 6 p.m. approximately, and our next council meeting was January 9th at 9 a.m. We received this packet on the Thursday evening / Friday morning of prior to this council, which is typical. It's right before our agenda review. In this packet, under consent agenda, there is a list of second reading ordinances, which is item number 8 in the consent agenda. In that packet, or in that handout, item number K is missing. And item number K is in response to ordinance number 237. I did look online, and online it has the revised second readings, and that one does have K, and it has Charter Ordinance number 239, a chapter ordinance amending Charter Ordinance 237 pertaining to municipal court procedures by creation of a substitute provision, but it doesn't say anything about parking. So if anyone in the audience would go back to the consent agenda, they wouldn't know that that's specifically about parking. I do know that, again, it was the night before the council, and what we have read over the weekend would have been the items that were printed to us. And I know that there were revisions that were made, and they were submitted just before 5 p.m. On the Monday prior to the council meeting. So I believe that there's an error in us actually never voting on it if we were only going according to the printed packet, which as 3 council members, or 2 council members and myself, were going over just printed material. I would say that we have a procedural error in that we did not know that we were voting on a parking second reading. So I'm going to ask Law to chime in on this.
Mayor, the question is a good one. The ordinance is referencing to municipal court procedures is because of the parking procedures and the enforcement. So the ordinance was referenced in the final packet on July 9th. The January 9th agenda did include the second reading of the ordinance. It's our understanding. And so it didn't use the word parking, but it was referencing the right ordinance.
But again, that Monday, so we received this entire packet, all 7 of us received the printed packet that did not have K, and K was added on Monday right before 5 p.m. And that Monday at 6 p.m. is when we got sworn in. So I did not have access to my computer at that time as I was driving over here to get sworn in. So I believe that there's an error in us not voting on item K on the consent agenda item. Councilmember Glasscock, and Law, is there anything else that I can do regarding this? Because I believe that we've had a robust conversation, and I do believe that community, I really appreciate the engagement that has been going on, not just in our community, online, in person, and I know many of you have questions, which is why I asked City Manager to give us a presentation, and Assistant City Manager Troy Anderson gave us this presentation and is answering all these questions. But I believe that it's prudent for us to either halt this plan as no equipment has been bought and have another vote regarding this specific item. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. It's a bit frustrating for me because we've been talking about this for a while, and there's always a transition in councils, correct? This came to all of our DABs. It came to us. We did vote it on January 2nd, but every 2 years this kind of happens where new people come in, and there were votes that would happen. But in June, we had the opportunity to review all of this again and decide if we were going to, we had adopted the parking plan, then we were going to decide about the vendor. And so, we did discuss it again. So saying whether or not January 9th, and if there was a technicality or you were only in office for a few hours, I understand that, but we've been talking about it for I don't know how long before June to decide which vendor we were going to select, and then again after. So the other thing in legal, again, always correct me when I'm wrong, we can't just repeal this. The only time you can repeal something is during the same meeting if the prevailing majority makes the motion. Is that correct?
Councilmember, you're talking about the ordinance.
Yes.
The ordinance was lawfully adopted on January 9th. And so it would take a special agenda item. And this was a charter ordinance, so there's a 60-day period after 2 readings. So it could not be done in just one meeting.
So I guess my last thought, and probably not as varnished as my comments, I wish they would be, but we have to do something. We have maintenance that needs to be taken care of. We have residents who have told us that they don't like the potholes, they don't like the conditions of our parking lot, they're concerned about safety in garages. And we know our downtown is continuing to grow and to thrive. And with vibrancy brings change. We have to do something. And so this was the plan that we adopted after much community engagement for many years, and then went through with selecting a vendor that was, and it passed 6-1. So like I said, I'm not probably articulating my comments very well, but I'm just a little frustrated that we're at this point when we know we need to do something. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I disagree with doing anything right now to stop that. I know that we've made an agreement. We heard it was lawful. We have over the years talked about things that we get last minute, and I think for the new members it felt like last minute. We had previously, again, been talking about this for years. We had voted on it, and it was coming back in the consent agenda. I do understand reading it over the weekend, you may not have had that one item to look at, but it was actually voted on by all of us, and anyone who might want to look it up, if you just Google Charter Ordinance number 239, Wichita, Kansas, it pops up. You can read it word for word. It talks about some of the changes made for parking. Additionally, to the point that was made about priorities, this was a priority. We've been working on this for quite some time with many groups. I understand that the public may not have always paid attention to that and now has some concerns. I think that's great that people are engaging in this conversation now and can make this better going forward and give a lot of information to Troy and the team that we're working with. But I think that now that we have taken all of these years, we have a plan, we put forth, we voted on it, we have agreements signed, we need to go forward with public engagement, see what the community continues to think about it. Again, change, not everybody's going to like change, but there are times we can make things better. But trying to halt this now on a technicality that we've heard is actually lawful, I think is a step in the wrong direction. We need to continue to move Wichita forward, work with our community and local businesses to see how we can make this better and implement this plan.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Because of a lot of the conversations up here, and I will state on the June vote, I was the sole vote in opposition because I had concerns about this at that time, not knowing that there's the technicality. We received the agenda packet. I voted based on the agenda packet that was printed and received to me. And so for sake of accountability, for sake of standing by our votes up here, I would be interested in a vote to bring this back before this body, given public discussion. And so I don't know from the legal side if I can make that motion now that this comes back before council. And so if there's confusion about what we voted on, what we didn't vote on, can we look and retake a vote on this just so there is a clear stand on where each one of us on this council stand?
Councilmember, in the ordinance, there is a provision for under council agenda for that is the time for council members to make a motion to bring items before council.
So what is the charter ordinance number if I were to make that motion on council member agenda?
It was 239, I believe.
Okay, 230 charter ordinance 239.
239.
Okay, I will plan on doing that during council member agenda. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Would that be 5 votes since it's a charter? We'd have to have 5 votes to repeal that?
Correct. To actually change the charter ordinance, it does take 5 votes. Just to for today's purposes, to bring it back, just to take a simple majority for that council discussion that you're talking about having.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Legal, what does that mean for, if we re-voted on it, what would that mean for the contract that was voted on in June?
I don't know that any processes have been set up yet under the contract that are subject to the charter ordinance. Maybe Troy can talk about that.
Yes, so we should probably provide maybe some clarity, right, on what the ordinance amendments that took place on January 2nd, January 9th accomplished, right? The plan is the plan is the plan, right? That was approved back in 2023, right? The ordinances that got changed on January of 2024 simply restructured the traffic code, amended the traffic code to allow for a third party to enforce cities' parking ordinances, right? The contract agreement includes enforcement, right? So if for whatever reason there was a process and the charter ordinance were repealed and amended to not allow a third-party operator to enforce the parking codes, right? The enforcement side of this is only half of the conversation, right? The other half of the conversation is whether or not you implement sort of a paid parking strategy, right? Whether or not you introduce a paid parking strategy was not part of the charter ordinance amendment. The charter ordinance amendment was specifically related to just the traffic code and just converting the traffic code to allow a third party to enforce parking and to provide the city engineer and the traffic engineer the guidance and the direction on how to sort of manage this system, right? So that there's a little bit of, you may only be responding to sort of half of the equation. I don't know if I've communicated that well enough.
I think that's correct. I think it does go down to the enforcement ability. Changing the ordinance would affect that, if, depending on what the council chooses to do. That's the ordinance that enabled the third party to enforce parking.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to highlight, and I know I sound like a broken record saying this over the years, but when I ran for city council, one of the things I continued to hear from some who did business with the city was that the goalposts change and we sometimes go back on our word and that really caused people to not want to do business with the city. Here we are at this point. I think we've done better over the years, but here we are again, considering breaking a contract with somebody who has made investment, made commitment. We've signed it, they've signed it, and that was done last year, and we are now looking at potentially breaking another contract. And again, as local government, I think those are the wrong steps to take. If we go forward and make an agreement with someone, then we need to honor that. And if the details of said agreement aren't maybe the best, that's some work that we should have did on the front end before making the agreement. But once we've made that agreement, I think it's on us to honor it. And should we find a way to break this agreement, I can guarantee, being on the council all these years, I know of businesses who said they'll never do business in Wichita again because councils have made different decisions. So I hope that we take into consideration keeping our word, honoring our agreements going forward, and that we don't start breaking contracts with folks that we have legally agreed to work with.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I'll bring it up again. My biggest concern about this was the outsourcing to a third party. And so realizing that that was the precipitous for the charter ordinance and why we moved towards it makes me more sure that we should be readdressing this as well. So I'll continue to bring this up in councilmember agenda.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Troy, you mentioned that we could still break the contract. Would there be a fee associated with that if we did? Are you aware?
So there's a termination clause of notice. I think that, I don't have it with me right now, but to the context of it, we can terminate with 180-day notice, and basically we just have to pay them whatever the annual or whatever the monthly reimbursements are that are owed over that 180 days. But then there is a termination clause with 180-day notice.
Okay, thank you. I just want to echo and applaud my colleague and dear friend, Councilmember Johnson, for your comments. There seems to be a new pattern of changing things, moving the goalpost, and I don't think that's what our community wants us to do. I understand change is hard. I get that. This is a shift in our community, but our community is changing and growing, and this is a response to that. And again, as I mentioned, I'm being redundant, but to be proactive. But realistically, there probably is not a path, and correct me when I'm wrong, Troy, for us in our community with the situation we're in now to not have some sort of paid parking, a user fee for parking. And so we, like you said, we had a plan with robust community engagement over many years. We voted for the plan and then selected the vendor. And now, again, we're in this kind of precarious position. We're thinking about change or moving the goalpost again, but we don't have a plan for what we're going to do. And we're probably going to end up pretty much in a similar situation. So, again, I'm sorry to be redundant, but my level of frustration is certainly high right now. So I'll look forward to see what happens. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question and a comment. A comment is, it seemed to be at the first meeting, one of the main priorities was undoing campaign finance, and potentially this was overlooked. And it is, frustrating sometimes when things are added to our agendas at the last minute, but I also know we're a big city and things change. So that's my comment. My question is, perhaps we vote on this and the votes are to halt the plan. Okay, I don't know how you feel about that yet, but what if that happens? We still have the same problem, and we've been working on this. The first conversation started 2009. Like, we don't have a lot of time. The Biomed Center's coming. We have all of this development, close to $1 billion, or a lot of money of infrastructure that is coming downtown. What would an alternative plan even look like? We're already behind the 8 ball now. We still have the same problem if we decide to halt the plan or stop the plan. What would happen? What would happen if we don't move forward, basically?
Well, that's a great question, right? I think I think part of your question answers your question, right? You had alluded to, if we don't do anything different, then we don't do anything different. And we've already sort of laid out the trajectory of the parking fund and investment and maintenance into our infrastructure. If we don't do something. Now, with that being said, does that mean that an alternative plan couldn't be developed? Possibly, right? I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how long that takes. Again, kind of leaning into a little bit, right? There's been some commentary around, there was robust community engagement. We've kind of shared all of the community meetings, community surveys, community meetings that led up to adoption of the 2019 Parking and Mobility Management, or excuse me, the Parking and Multimodal Plan on March 21st of 2023. If those, in the course of a year and a half, if those goals and objectives have changed somehow, I think you're talking about sort of starting from scratch, right? I mean, or at least going back to revisit the plan. Maybe you're hiring a consultant to go back out and try to understand whether or not the plan is still the want and the desire of the community. Again, I don't know how long that takes. I don't know what that looks like. But to your point, I don't have an alternative here for you today. I've simply, and I think the city and staff have simply been following the guidance and the recommendations coming out of the plan.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, I don't know that it necessarily would require a wholesale change in the plan. I think the biggest issue, and several of you have talked about this, over the weekend and in the past, the biggest issue is how much of the system should be supported from property tax and how much should be supported from user fees. If you believe that public parking should be at least partially shared as an amenity downtown by all taxpayers, and then we could bring back a hybrid plan for you that covers a certain percentage of revenue of the revenue from user fee, and a certain percentage is underwritten by the general fund or by property tax. That would be another approach. Right now, and through all of our planning efforts, the council has said we don't want to do that. We know the pressures on the property tax, and so we're going to try to do it through user fees. Obviously, this weekend, you heard a lot of people say they're not necessarily comfortable with the results of that. So more than happy, I think the principles of the plan are accurate. We need to put money back into our parking infrastructure. We cannot defer maintenance to a point where we have to spend $10 million to save a garage, right? So I think we all agree with that. I know I have been approached, and Councilmember Glasscock and I have talked about this, I've been approached by people in Delano saying, I want some metered parking because I have people that are parking in front of my store all day. So I want some encouragement of people to only be there for an hour or two. So they like that approach. What that looks like in terms of parking fees and length of time and all that, that's up in the air. And I think, and then we also have the complications of an existing plan in Old Town. And maybe it's a hybrid approach. Maybe trying to get us with a baseline approach where one size pretty much fits all, maybe that's not the right approach. And that's one of the reasons why the staff has 10 meetings scheduled and more meetings coming. And if you look at them, there are several in Old Town, just recognizing that they've paid, many of them have paid into the fund, but there's an inequity because not every Old Town business is paying. And so how do we then treat all the Old Town businesses in a fair way that allows you to address their patron parking needs as well as their employee parking needs, which came up earlier. So to me, it's the principles are there, how we fund it, and the council's policy direction is really where I think we should focus.
Councilmember Glasscock.
These will be my final comments regarding this portion, but a couple of my colleagues said things that made me have a desire to respond. First off, thank you, Bob, for the clarification. I think that's my concerns, is I don't necessarily think we need to scrap the entire plan, but I think there needs to be substantial changes. My concern has always been exporting this to a third party. That has been my primary concern. And all respect, Councilman Tuttle and Councilman Johnson's, I wasn't elected to maintain the status quo. And if the city was doing something that, I'm not here to blindly accept staff's recommendations all the time. If there are changes that need to be made, I'm responsible for my vote and my vote only. And so just because something's always been done some particular way does not mean that I have to maintain that policy moving forward as well. So I look forward to a robust discussion about whether this is third-party management, whether this is in-house, how we adapt this as a city. But I really appreciate this good discussion, and I think it's a philosophical discussion from the bench as well.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've never claimed to be the smartest person in the room, and I probably never am. I always thought it was referred to as a downtown parking plan. That's what maybe that wasn't said, but there was a lot of discussion about the biomed center, about all this happening in downtown, and we need this downtown plan to take care of these downtown parking garages. So in my mind, I probably missed it, but that's what I thought it was. Second thing, I didn't know that there was an Old Town parking plan until just Friday. Didn't know that Old Town businesses, apartments, restaurants were paying for their parking, or to help maintain the parking. Never knew that. I will say that uncertainty is always worse than bad news. People can deal with bad news because they can get a plan to deal with it. And right now we have uncertainty among the Old Town, Delano, and I've talked to people in Old Town Delano too that are exactly what the city manager said. They're not opposed to it because sometimes an employee from a business parks there all day. They can't get customers in there to their business. That happens. So it's not all bad. Maybe I'd propose in just delaying it a little bit, getting some pricing structure, maybe getting some agreements with Delano and Old Town especially, what that might look like. So they know what it looks like. They can be for it or against it, but at least they know what it's going to be. If that's engaging car park, I know they've been investing more money, not know if they're going to get a finalized contract. I know they've already signed it, but they would have to do that, some more work there. I understand that, but maybe removing some of that uncertainty of what it cost in certain lots, show the whole plan, get things worked out a little bit more, a lot more discussion, robust discussion among businesses. I know a lot of council members here like to have more robust discussion, take it back to the people for discussion and comment. I think they need some numbers. They need some certainty of what it's going to be and if they can deal with it and how they can deal with it. I don't think they're all against it. I just think the uncertainty is worse than bad news. So maybe we just take a pause and for a couple months, get those questions answered, then bring it back to the council. So just my suggestion.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. To Councilmember Johnston's point, I do believe these public meetings are opportunities for folks to not only hear numbers, suggest numbers, and talk through what this could be. I don't know that a delay would be necessary for that, but I think, we've even talked about adding additional meetings for public engagement, so I think that would be beneficial. My other comment to my colleague, Councilmember Glasscock, I don't think anyone up here was elected to maintain status quo. And I'd argue that each of us in different ways have challenged government, staff, and the direction of the city in multiple ways. I think the point that I was making, and I will continue to make, is if we make an agreement and we vote on it and it is approved and it is signed, that we need to honor that. Now, some of us can oppose it. It may not be a 7-0 vote every time, but if a majority of the council has agreed to something, efforts have been made. And again, I've seen that a couple times over the years where council has made a commitment and then changed it or went back on it later. That becomes a problem for our government reputation going forward. So even when we want to do other things with other organizations, the question will remain, and there are people today in the city of Wichita who will say, will the city council honor this agreement? And I don't think that should ever be a question of the governing body, whether we like it or not. And there's been agreements we've made that I wasn't necessarily for. If we made that agreement, then I think we should honor it. And I don't think that's status quo. And again, I don't think any of us were elected to maintain the theoretical status quo out there.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a thought. I don't even know if it's a suggestion or not, but could we put together maybe an advisory committee of affected business people, residents of downtown, just some stakeholders to maybe give a little bit of advice and feedback outside of the public engagements that we have? Just again, just a thought, just wanting to make sure we get some input of people who are affected on an everyday basis with this. Thank you.
I see no further questions, but I will add just a couple comments before we open it up for public comment. Currently, the public engagement opportunities all seem to be during normal business hours, 9 to 5. I would suggest that a lot of our residents, just like you saw on Thursday, which was our third evening time meeting, it really engaged individuals who may be working 9 to 5 and cannot make daytime meetings like today. So I would suggest that there are more opportunities also for evening time so that individuals can speak up. I appreciate Councilmember Hoheisel's suggestion of having stakeholders, specifically business owners, but also frequent individuals who have a stake in downtown. I would say that Greater Wichita Partnership, I know, has been part of this conversation, and they would also be a stakeholder in this. WSU and KU Med, the Biomedical Center, they would have a stake in this. So there are multiple voices that still need to be heard. I would also include WSU Tech into that conversation as well. And I do appreciate Councilmember Johnson's comments regarding not wanting to break contracts with businesses. And I certainly don't want to do that, but my first commitment and agreement is to the people of Wichita. And if it was my error in not looking at the second readings, and with that error not having that specific Ordinance 237, where I could have pulled that item, just as you saw today in consent agenda, then it is my error, and I apologize. But I do believe that there needs to be more of a robust conversation, and I'm so appreciative that community members want to be engaged and want to be involved and care about the small business owners that they believe will be negatively affected. But I also want to hear from those small business owners on how it will or will not affect them. What are their questions, their concerns? And so I know that this is not the time, since it's council member agenda time, to do any of this, but I am wanting to know how City Manager Bob Layton mentioned, we're fundamentally all in agreement that we cannot defer maintenance. So I believe that all 7 of us know that maintenance is something that is a priority. We just talked about it in the library agenda item. But the real question is, can we have some sort of model moving forward on who should be paying for the maintenance of downtown/Old Town/Delano parking? And City Manager Layton proposed a hybrid model where it's not just users, not just user fees, but maybe some property taxes, which would then come from our general fund. And as you saw earlier in his presentation, the general fund already has multiple allocations already for multiple different departments. So where will you be cutting in order to get us to that position where we would use some property taxes and then some user fees? In addition to, I would like to mention that I do want to see more individuals in our downtown, and I really appreciated Vice Mayor Ballard's suggestions regarding some weekend, specifically Sundays, of free parking. And I think these are all opportunities, again, for our community to engage with us to see how we can get to a better solution. So, City Manager Layton.
Thank you, Mayor. My initial thought, and reserve the right to maybe alter this in the future, but if we were going to look at a hybrid model, I would look at one that had the capital improvement program paying for the maintenance, the significant maintenance of the garages and our parking infrastructure, and then the users paying for the operations. And so what we would do is identify the cost. The initial cost will be to do an assessment of all of our garages and infrastructure, and then use that to educate us on what our ongoing costs would be for maintenance and upgrades. That will mean shuffling the CIP in the future. And you're right, Mayor, that you just have to recognize you'll have to shift priorities if you go in that direction. But if you want a hybrid model, that's probably the one that makes the most sense, unless we find that the price tag is so steep that you've got to have user input or user money as well. But that would be a starting point in terms of a methodology.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Sorry to keep dragging this on. Thank you, Mayor. The Old Town Association has been involved in the parking conversation, which is a combination of businesses and residents that live in Old Town. So not to say that we can't do it to some type of steering committee. I just don't want to duplicate anything, or maybe we can invite some more residents or whoever you think maybe should attend, maybe specifically for the next couple months while we're going over the parking plan. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, what about the possibility, it's just an idea, what about possibility of a TIF district to maintain parking lots in the same region?
Well, a good portion of that area or of downtown is in a TIF district or multiple different TIF districts. We just closed the Old Town districts after, having a successful repayment of debt. I don't know if we have the ability to create a brand new TIF in that regard. We'd have to show that there's sufficient increment. A lot of the growth that has occurred is in valuation, that's behind us now, right, through a lot of redevelopment projects. We'd have to identify what potential there is for property tax growth in a district and what the boundaries would be, and not overlap. Right?
Even a quarter cent or something. I don't know how much that would generate. You'd have to run the numbers on that and see.
We'll look at that as an alternative.
Or add it to the present one.
Right.
I don't know.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Would a CID be more appropriate than a TIF?
Again, you'll need approval, right, from those that are impacted, but yes.
Thank you.
Another possibility.
Okay.
A procedural question then is this just a staff recommended, a direction to staff regarding looking at a hybrid model? What are some opportunities? Or does this need to come back in council member agenda?
No, I think direction on how to move forward, next steps in the parking plan, I think that can just be now during this item. I think it's only the reconsideration, asking for an ordinance to come back is what would have to go under council, under your policies.
Thank you, Troy. I see no further questions for staff, so now it's the opportunity. I'm so sorry for this delay, but it will now be time for public comment regarding the budget, operating budget, the CIP, and also the parking plan. So again, if you would like to speak, please say your name and your address so that our city clerk can have you on the record.
Hi there, Dan Norton with Norton's Brewing Company downtown. I'm really glad to be here today. I really love the banter up here and the discussion. Really appreciate all the ideas. I think Councilman Johnston kind of nailed it. It's kind of the uncertainty that's really scary for small business owners. I don't have a lot of time to pay attention to everything you guys are doing. So for a lot of people, this was the first real information we're getting about the parking plan. And I don't know if you've been reading comments, it's not going over very well. A lot of people saying, well, I guess we're not going downtown anymore. And as you can understand, we love being a part of downtown so much. We love the growth we've seen. We're trying to grow our business and help become a bigger part of it and help celebrate and kind of help raise Wichita to another level for tourism and just for the people that live here. And we're so proud to be a part of that, and it is scary. It's a scary thought when you have, seems like 99% of the comments online are, I guess we're not going downtown anymore. You can see where that would cause some concern for somebody that's worked very hard to build something for their family. You know, if even a percentage of the people don't come downtown, then we're going to have financial issues and struggle, and we're not looking forward to that. So I understand there needs to be something that needs to happen as far as the maintenance side of things. I already maintenance our lot. I weed whack it. I filled a pothole in myself because we couldn't get anybody down there. So I know you guys don't have it in the budget to maintain them all, but we'll take on some of that burden. I'll sweep the lot. I'll kick in on light bulbs if we need it, whatever. But the uncertainty is the scary part, and we're all pretty scared. So as far as the budget goes, I don't know how you're going to work that out, but we're willing to help, and we're really willing to be part of the discussion. I just think when it was dropped on us and they were like, by the way, it's in 5 months, this is launching, we all kind of freaked out. I know we were present at 2 of the meetings yesterday. I do apologize if they got a little heated and a little agitated, but we're all just kind of scared. So we're, you know, lots of questions, lots of concerns, and everything we're hearing is people don't want it. So it's like, how do we move forward from here? And you guys take care of what you need to take care of, and wherever we can help, we're here, and we want to be a part of it. So I really appreciate the discussion I heard today, and I love to see that you guys are working hard for us and thinking about small business owners downtown, and I thank you for your time.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tell you, I know this is probably really painful for you to sit here for this whole thing, to get up and speak for a couple minutes, but it's really what we need to hear. So thank you so much for being here and being patient. We really do need to hear from the people, not just the people that were wanting to come down and, you know, patronize the businesses and shop and do all the things, but really the people that it's affecting or could potentially affect, not even just as a city, but the small businesses. So that's why I mentioned earlier, you know, what about your employees, you know, so I just wanted to tell you, I really appreciate you being here, being patient, and giving us the feedback that we really, really need. So thank you.
My name is Josh Rathbun. I live at 325 Courtly Street, and I own and operate a restaurant in downtown Wichita called Lottie at the corner of Central and Market. We are very, very excited about the Biomed Center. We stand to really take advantage of that in the coming years, and we're so excited and so happy about the development of our downtown. Currently, we're located in a part of downtown known as a distressed area. In fact, we received a benefit in one of our loans because of that. And as we wait for the Biomed Center, we know that there's coming construction on our front street to make it a two-way street. Very excited about that as well. But as a business owner, my main concern is these next 3 years or so to hold on to make it to that end goal where the Biomed Center is complete and those folks are working downtown. So in the meantime, to find out that we have another obstacle coming in our way as far as the public response of this parking plan does bring that uncertainty that you guys have heard of already. Now, I'm new to downtown. It's been 10 months that I've been operating, and it's been a really pleasurable experience. And I really look forward to my future as a business owner downtown Wichita for many, many years. But I am definitely concerned about this to survive these next few years until we reach that Biomed Center goal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Connard. I live at 6100 North Fairfield Road, 67204. I'm a constituent of Maggie Ballard's Riverview District 6. As all of you decipher and decide the requirements of Wichita's upcoming city budgets, It sans doubt that civil servants and proactive infrastructure maintenance are mandatory for the well-being of any of our city. And I appreciate all the work that each one of you put in as a city council member to create our city. Although, for a town to flourish, it must also provide libraries and parks, along with arts and culture, for not only its citizens, but to draw in tourists. I stand before you this morning as the president of HWCI, Historic Wichita Cowtown Inc. Board of Trustees, the advisory board for the City of Wichita's Old Cowtown Museum. Quite the mouthful. We're getting ready to celebrate our 75th anniversary in 2025. I want to thank the council for the much-needed mid-year budget increase. This allowed Cowtown to return to pre-pandemic operations. We weren't able to do what we were doing before 2020. So thank you. Also, thank you for the new golf carts and the Wi-Fi and the maintenance. We'd been on deferred maintenance for a long time. We're seeing some great improvements. The museum and our visitors have been thrilled by the budget allowing the return of the historical interpreters. There's also much excitement around our new director, James Quint, and the work Lindsay Banaka has been accomplishing for the museum. My trustees and I feel it is an honor to preserve the history of our museum. Old Cowtown is a museum, and we all know museums are not the best at money makers. However, they are part of arts and culture, and without arts and culture, a city has a difficult time drawing tourists. It also has no feeling or heart. It has no quality of life. For it is through arts and culture that citizens show their hearts and how they connect with their community. Old Cowtown and HWCR are concerned over the current proposal for increasing the museum's cost recovery by an additional $150,000. For context, the city guarantees OCM's fundings with revenue from admissions and ground rentals and merchandising returning to the city. This results in Wichita receiving roughly 40 cents on the dollar return for every dollar budgeted to OCM. This is cost recovery. With only recently receiving our pre-pandemic funding levels, OCM's cost recovery has only recently begun to recover. See, it takes money to make money. If it is passed and vote for OCM's cost recovery to go up significantly in 2026, this will lead to future drastic budget cuts as a result of the difference between the actual versus proposed cost recovery demands. At a place like OCM, $150,000 goes a long way, and really it's a drop in a bucket. But for arts and culture institutions, losing $150,000 is disastrous. It will conceivably place OCM on a downward spiral, loss of staff, inability to put on events, loss of accreditation, physical deterioration, all of which lowers visitor experience. In reality, most of the remaining 60 cents on that dollar is being invested by OCM, does not come from Wichita's general budget. It's being made up and returned from the transient guest tax. This tax comes from Wichita visitors who stay in hotels. Without arts and culture, it is hard to draw these visitors in. And with Old Cowtown Museum, Wichita owns one of the largest living history museums in all of America, and the only one representing 1865 to 1880. Please do not restrict the budget here. Please give the arts and cultures, their events, their museums, their causes, and in my case, Old Cowtown Museum, the chance to improve our city by drawing in tourists, to assist our hotels, restaurants, and local businesses to earn money, and let each art and culture have the required money to spend to earn money, not just for themselves, but for the city of Wichita and its people. Thank you very much, Clay.
Morning, or I guess, wait. Oh, it's good afternoon now. My name is Faith Martin. I live at 608 South Drury, and I reside in District 2. And I was here to talk about the CIP, but I feel compelled to talk about parking just a teensy bit. Sitting on the DAB in District 2, this was presented to us last year. And unfortunately, not all of these details were presented. And I actually wasn't for it, but it passed through our DAB. The majority was for it. I agree with some of you that maybe third party isn't the way, but I don't know that canceling the contract is the way to do it. It could be making sure that the dynamic pricing and data privacy, since they're going to have access to our credit card information and our tags, we just need to ensure that that vendor is ensuring that for the citizens of Wichita. There are some best practices, because I don't want to just complain. I always try to bring options. I've traveled a lot around, and one of my favorite parking, not that I love to pay for parking, but was in Pensacola, Florida, and I would absolutely encourage you to look up their parking pay website. It lists the events that you'll have to pay for, when dynamic pricing will affect those events, when it doesn't, what average pricing is, what the zones are. The GPS of their app lets you know if a parking spot is open, where you want to park, and also lets you be able to say I'm at the Broadway in Wichita and I only have 5 minutes left on my parking. I could just re-up on my app and I don't have to run outside and do anything at a kiosk. So I would encourage us maybe not to backpedal and cancel everything, but maybe let's look for ways where we can inform the community better about what pricing will actually be, how we're like disabled community or the business community, what is the actual impact and how can we address those concerns? Because it sounds like that's where a lot of the fear is coming from. And the comment came up, if we do a hybrid model, where we'll be cutting, and that'll take me to my CIP comments, because I never want to talk about something without how we're going to pay for it, because we all know there's a budget shortfall coming. All of you have worked really, really hard to ask the right questions and to figure out where we're going to cut. When I look at core services in Wichita, Parks and Rec are core services. So what can we cut? When I was looking through the budget, I found a couple things that concerned me when the director talked about the 3 priorities in the CIP. What's not included in that is art. Those are not under the priorities. I saw $3.5 million to fix the Hyatt Promenade or do updates. I couldn't find anything on Google about why the city is responsible for the Hyatt Promenade or what that looks like. So I'd love to see that addressed. That's $3.5 million. There's $1.8 million a year for art, and I don't mean art at like Cowtown or any of those places. It's basically pedestal art, riverbank improvements, path. There's art inside police and fire stations. This is over $17 million of just physical art. As we're all tightening our belts, the city is having to do the same thing. I would say when we look at parks and libraries and roads and public safety, those are really priority things, and potentially we may have to look at, it's an ordinance, or it's a city code, section 2.12.1124 was amended in 2019 to add chapter 2.15. It says basically that they're going to be establishing a public art program. That's where design council comes from. That's where all that happens. So this isn't how we've always done it. This has just been since 2019. And maybe we look at amending that public code when we have a shortfall. Not that I am against the arts. I love the arts. I love supporting local artists. I love supporting our local art community. But when we look at what the core services are, we may have to walk that back until we can get ourselves to where we have a little more budget. If we're looking at a place to cut and we look at what's very high on that survey, streets, bridges, water supply, public safety, art's not really part of that. So I don't want the arts community to think that I don't love them and support them, but if we have to cut somewhere, not putting art in a fire station or a police station might be a great way to make that cut a little less painful. And then if somebody in the future could tell me what is about the Hyatt Promenade, I'd really appreciate that, because I don't understand that and I couldn't find any explanation. Thank you.
Actually would like City Manager Layton to address the promenade and also the 2%.
I'll start with the 2%. That was after a very robust discussion by the council on our policy and how much money should be designated. We went from a model that had a percentage of projects designated for public art to if I remember right, a smaller percentage, but then the design council had a pool of funds that it could then use for what they consider to be significant projects. And it was, again, very robust discussion by the council before they got to that policy. And it had been in question for a long period of time, I'd say since the recession in in 2009, 2010, 11, and it was, I think, right around 2019 when the council made that decision, or 18.
A follow-up question really
Sure.
quick. I think Lindsay Banaka might have this answer. The water treatment plant actually has art that was approved. Is all that artwork already purchased? And if so, or if not, are there any opportunities to scale that back?
I think contracts have been entered into, and some of the art has been installed, but I'll let Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Lindsay Banaka, Director of Arts and Cultural Services. Regarding the water treatment plant in particular, all of those works of art are on contract and are in installation phase. One of the three has already been installed. The other two are en route, and we have one of the pieces is actually in our hands already. We're just waiting for the bike path to be poured so we can install the sculptures. So there's not really a return option for those.
How much was the total for the three pieces?
For the three pieces, I want to say it was about $1.2 million altogether, allocated by the Design Council.
Moving forward, I know that we also have the sewer or the BNR. Will that also have art?
I don't remember. I don't recall that it does.
Any other major structures moving forward that have a consideration regarding arts?
We have art provisions in the library, the branch libraries, that was discussed earlier today. I'd have to go back. The Design Council has a list of projects that will have public art this year, and then we'll do the same for next year.
Are there opportunities, as the speaker asked the question, to scale back some of the 1.8 million designated to art per year?
I don't know if that would require an ordinance change. I'd have to go back and look. Or if it's a change in policy. Do you know, Lindsay? Yeah.
Both.
Yep. Yes, there would be a requirement for an ordinance change in order to do that.
Can we get an email regarding the process if that is something? Again, I want to get all the information on how this 2%, I've looked at the beautiful art that we do have, but I also know that we have to maintain that art as well. And again, back to the maintenance question, when we build anything new or we expand anything, I think we have to have a more conscious conversation regarding how we're going to maintain everything moving forward. And I want to make sure that maintenance is really the top priority after the creation of whatever it is.
If I may, just to that point, 10% of that 2% by ordinance can be allocated to maintenance. So this is the first year actually we've put that into place. So of the 1.7, 1.8 that's available each year, 10% is our max allotment that can be put towards maintenance, to which the Design Council has made that recommendation. So we've maxed out maintenance under that fund as well.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I also appreciate the comments of the speaker. I do want to highlight, I was the council member that made the motion for the 2%, and it's been very beneficial in engaging our community. While arts is something that I think many will see if they hated to cut anything, that might be the thing to cut. We have seen historically, not only at the state level, but also here, that's a mistake to make. Arts is a part of not only quality of life, but crime reduction. It gives opportunities for folks to engage in art in ways that are permanent. And if we are looking at cutting arts, we're making permanent decisions for a temporary issue, because then we'd be able to ask artists to go back on facilities that are already built and try to figure out how they can add art to it. And part of the ordinance change was involving artists at the beginning, working with architects and construction firms to ensure that art could be incorporated seamlessly in above ground facilities. So when you have your new city buildings, they will have beautiful artwork. Architecture is a part of that as well. But I think it would be a mistake for us to look at cutting that. Again, everyone's looking for something to cut. but art adds so much to our community, it adds so much to our local economy, and I challenge anyone, when you go to a city, if you go to a city full of simple brick buildings that don't have artwork or color, are you going to remember that? Is that some place that you want to stay? Is that some place you want to continue to visit? The places that you go today, is that what you look for, or do you see art? And when we go to various conferences, when I go on personal vacations and trips, I go look to see what the art looks like and how much of that community was involved, and especially when you go to places where the cultural art that you see and experience matches the community that surrounds it. It's one of those things that you want to go see. It's one of those things that adds to make a city great. And again, if we look at cutting that even for 1, 2, or 3 years, then we'll have permanent buildings that are constructed without this beautiful artwork that we're not going to go back and add to later. I can tell you that won't happen. It has to happen on the front end. And the opportunities that it provides all in our community. You think about the young people. You go look at the Jackie Robinson Pavilion. Those weren't all adults. Those were elementary school students that had an opportunity because the city saw value in art. The 2% for the arts was a really big deal because local artists had always wanted to do more in our community, and then we codified that in municipal code, and it's there. The money is there to beautify the things that we are building. When you look at the parks that we have built, the Chester I. Lewis Park, all of these things have beautiful art that tells a story of Wichita, that makes our city better. And as we look at potentially having an option to cut that out, I think we would be making a huge mistake, and especially with what we have going now. When we look at the water treatment plant, former council member Brian Fry and I served on that. One of the things we said was we didn't want like a plain white building out there. We at least wanted a splash of color, and you see it. You drive by, you see a blue building. And that may not seem like a lot to everyone else, but between the blue building and the art installations that are coming, even our water treatment plant has art. It has things that people can enjoy walking by on the bike and walk path. It has things that you can enjoy when you ride by, and if you happen to be one of those folks that likes to walk a few miles like I do a day, you can walk by there and enjoy that in person and really get to see what that art means to the community, how it ties in with the water and our aviation heritage when you walk through the clouds that are being installed. Art is just too important to our community to look at potentially cutting that. And while I appreciate the suggestion as we're looking for areas to cut, it continues to be important to fund arts as a form of crime prevention, as a form of quality of life, and it's important to our economy as well.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Well said. I would applaud if it would be appropriate. I am a huge supporter of the arts. I've mentioned that from this bench more times than I can count. I'm a proud member of the Arts Council Board of Directors and will continue to be a champion for the arts. We passed a cultural arts strategic plan, and I committed from this bench that I would not only vote to pass the plan, but I would be an avid supporter to make sure the plan came to fruition, and that will not change. I completely agree with everything my colleague said, but I would just like to add on that, even though public art doesn't generate revenue, public art inspires other artists. It inspires young people, young talent to want to stay in our community, hopefully to engage in the other arts industries that do generate revenue. We know that arts means business in Wichita. We did our economic and prosperity study, and it clearly showed the vibrancy that arts not only brings as a culture, but also the economic impact that has. Almost 3,000 full-time equivalent jobs in our community every year because of the arts industry. If we cut out public art, that may be the gateway for people to become an emerging artist or want to experience our other art activities in our community. So I certainly am going to continue to be a champion for arts in Wichita. Thank you.
Lindsay, I have a follow-up question. We see a lot of murals around Wichita. Who pays for those murals? Do we have a catalog of the murals? Because that's a lot of public art. People see that as they're driving by or even stop by.
Great question. The city does have a pretty significant collection of murals within our city property, but majority of maybe the murals you're referring to are in the private sector. So those are completely funded by the private sector on private property. The Present for Art program in discussion is really just infrastructure built on city property itself. So the city does not support or subsidize any murals or public art in the private sector, of which we have a robust public art collection, I would say, as a community between the other collections that exist. Like Ulrich has a great art collection at the university, but maybe what you're referring to, if I'm interpreting your question correctly, would be private sector.
So for instance, the grain elevator that we see in North Wichita, really beautiful by Armando Minjares. I did ask him, do we have opportunities to do major murals? So I understand that the water treatment plant is new, but maybe folks that are on the east side, south side, north side of town may never go to that water treatment plant, and it will only possibly be seen by those who are in northwest Wichita. Whereas if you had murals that more people would be able to see from as they drive by to work, to school, have we ever thought about how we could, instead of using that 2% for actual building type of artwork, but more community-wide art?
Kind of like a 10-part answer here, so I'll try to get through it. The Design Council makes the allocations or recommendations for funding for projects as they're based in the CIP. So they really are only entertaining the projects that are already listed. Not to say that there aren't other opportunities to apply that funding, but that's been our historical practice since the ordinance was adopted in 2019. So still relatively new. I want to say 2022 was the first time, and that was when I started with the city. It was the first time we were really applying it to the overall use of the CIP. So if there are projects coming up that we think have a great public gain, those are the ones that the Design Council typically looks at. The water treatment facility, which was allocated before my employment, so I can't really speak to its origin, but my interpretation is given its placement to the Sedgwick County Zoo, which is the largest attraction in the state, that was why the Design Council had particular interest in putting art on that project. Had it been in another location, it might not have been considered, but knowing that there's a major utility going next to the largest attraction in the state, there was special consideration at that time to allocate funding for that specifically. When it comes to private property, that's not something we typically entertain, not to say that we can't. The 2% is greatly appreciated and well utilized for the projects that do receive it, but just like every sector, the cost of installation continues to grow up. If we were to apply that funding for a grain elevator mural in particular, that would be one project that could potentially be funded in any given year. So could it be utilized? Yes. It's not something that the Design Council has entertained in my tenure necessarily.
Member Tuttle.
Thank you. Just a question, a comment, and then a question. The funds that we allocate is for, it's capital. It's not in the operating budget, correct? Yeah, okay. And then do other communities our size, peer cities that we always like to compare ourselves to, do they also have funds allocated for public art?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. City Manager Layton, I think you were going to address the second portion of that.
Yes, I hope some of the confusion comes from really the naming of this project. The property that is being renovated is city property. It's not owned by the Hyatt. It's the connection between the convention center and the Hyatt. It's extremely dated. It discourages potential tenants of the property from looking at us. In fact, I have received anecdotal information from Visit Wichita that many meeting planners have really stopped considering our facility just as they walk through the meeting space in the promenade. This would upgrade carpets, paint, and then also carry the upgrade to Bob Brown, so you'd have kind of this seamless renovated area. This is in lieu of us making substantial improvements and possibly expanding Bob Brown. We're just trying to keep us from losing more business, especially to Overland Park and other convention facilities in the state. At some point, we know we have to do something more for our conventions, but right now this is one way, a low-cost way for us to be able to at least hold on and maybe be a little more successful in getting business or conventions and meetings into our convention center.
Well, we're in the topic of that specific area. So we're talking about Century 2 and then Bob Brown Expo, the square building or rectangular. Can you also address in the CIP the money allocated for improvements or specifically deferred maintenance to, for instance, the old or former Central Library?
Mark, can you help me?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor, if I understand your question correctly, it's what allocations do we have in the CIP for the old library, for maintenance of the old library? I think that the plan is to fund that out of general maintenance funds that we allocate to the Public Works Department. I'm not sure exactly how much we have in without looking real quick, but we typically have an annual allocation for them for a variety of city buildings. And my understanding is that they will prioritize that money and allocate some to the library for any improvements needed there. Now, I know the library improvements that I've heard could be fairly substantial. I don't know that there's funding in that allocation for the entire amount of improvements that could be contemplated there, but that would probably be the funding source for anything that they did initially, at least.
I know that that is a priority in terms of, again, we have a leaking roof that started small, that continued to grow, deferred maintenance. So I just want to make sure that, again, that is something that is addressed.
I'm looking for my Public Works colleagues, but the roof is being addressed this fiscal year and is currently, I believe it's either been bid out or it's in the final stages as being contracted, but the roof is an already funded project and in the works for this fiscal year.
Thank you. We'll continue with public comment.
My name is Robert Gamper. I live at 1353 North Forest View Street, West Wichita. Looking at the issue that we have with budgets and so forth, I think not only affects the city of Wichita, but also each of us individually, especially with cost increase and so forth that we've seen over the last couple of years. I'd like to bring to attention what I think part of the problem is. In my community where I live, in 2022, 10 houses were sold in the entire subdivision. Of those 10 houses, all of them were assessed and appraised for 2023 property taxes below, substantially below what they sold for. In 2023, that resulted in a loss of revenue just to the city here of $1,030, okay, in property taxes for 10 houses. In 2024, those same 10 houses, 8 of them, were still appraised and assessed below what they sold for in 2022. That affected, again, lost revenue for the city from property taxes. In the same subdivision, in 2023, 7 houses were sold in my subdivision. 4 of those were sold or appraised and assessed at values below what they sold for. I purchased my property moving from out of state in 2019, and my appraisal the first year of 2020 was above what I paid for the house, okay, which is in violation of 2 statutes in the state of Kansas. I have fought this numerous times, okay? Not only that, but in each residential property, there's a condition rating, okay? My house, from the beginning, for 5 years, had a condition value, a CDU guideline condition value that didn't exist. I finally got that corrected going through the Board of Tax Approval and lowered my assessed value on my house by $16,800, okay, for this year, 2024. To give you an idea, in the same subdivision, there are 6 houses that have CDU conditions that are incorrect by the guidelines. Again, violation of 2 statutes. The total lost revenues for the state of Wichita from 14 houses sold in my subdivision in 2 years, and 6 houses that have condition ratings incorrect, has been over $4,900. To be exact, $4,930.66. So what I'm proposing is what the problem we've got in budgets relates to one department within this Sedgwick County, which happens to be the appraiser's office, okay? I think that this city council needs to get together with the Sedgwick County Commissioners and tell them they need to correct the situation. God knows how much revenue the city of Wichita has lost because of inaccurate, unfair, and unequitable property tax assessments by the appraiser's office in the county. Okay? It's absolutely ridiculous. I pointed out, just if you look at it, just a total of 14 houses over a period of 2 years lost revenue. How much is that total for the entire area of Sedgwick County and Wichita? I think that it's absolutely ridiculous that something isn't done statewide. The other thing I'll bring up is it seems that there's a law, a rule in this state which only affects 14 states in the entire United States. In the state of Kansas, any business who buys or leases equipment or brings it in from out of state is not charged property taxes on that. It's totally abated. There's only 14 other states, or 14 total states, including Kansas, that that's done in. I think we need to be talking to our congressional people at the state level, and more importantly, probably, to the Sedgwick County Appraiser's Office to correct the situations that exist. They're unfair and totally unequitable to the majority of people who live in this city and in this state. It's not gonna, if that got done, I think we wouldn't be talking about a problem with a deficit for 2026 for the city of Wichita, realistically. I've fought this issue for 5 years since I've been here, and I can tell you right now, the situation is unequitable, and the assessor's office is not willing to change anything, okay?
Thank you.
And it's, they break state or county or city, state statutes in 2 instances. Anyway, that's my comments and so forth.
Thank
like
you,
that.
Robert.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Robert, I just want to thank you for reminding us here that our budget does affect your family's budget.
It certainly does, okay? I mean,
Everything we do here is an extension of your budget at home. So thank you for that reminder, and I think that's good for anybody.
and it becomes more critical. I'm retired, okay? I'm on a fixed income, and I think that affects those people and low income earners in the state or within the city. That all affects that and so forth like that. But I wish somebody would take the initiative, you know, in an office where they're elected to do something about specifically property taxes in this county. I think it's absurd. It's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mark, I know that this is not obviously a city department. It is a Sedgwick County department, or Sedgwick County oversees it. Can you help community understand maybe the differences and how we can move forward in helping? Really, I think it's having a conversation about how to help our individuals who may not understand how to have a reappraisal of their property. Not that you did not, Robert, but I'm talking about for the public to know.
No, I'm not an expert on the county, of course, or the county statutes impacting the county, but I think I can explain how the property tax model works. The county appraiser is required by state statute to value property in Sedgwick County. That's his statutory duty. Now, how he does that, or whether he does that correctly or appropriately, is not for me to say, obviously, but he does have the statutory duty to do that. In fact, I think he has to review every property at least every 4 years. I would agree with what he said. Anecdotally, I am aware that there are properties that often seem to be valued by the county for tax purposes less than their market value. Again, some of that may be a function of the fact that they're not assessed every year and don't move as dynamically as the real estate market does. But like I said, all of that is done by the county. It's not really within the purview of the city of Wichita or the city council to get involved in that, I don't think. Obviously, that plays a role in what we do because the taxes that we levy are based on the valuation determined by the county appraiser. Did that answer the question, Mayor?
Thank you, Mark. We'll continue with public comment.
My name is Sharon O'Neill. I'm at 400 South Roosevelt. And I want to start just by thanking all of you for your time and attention. After attending this city council meeting, I realize you really have a tough job. I brought this active aging article just for kicks. It shows that a group of people have been meeting in Linwood Park for over 50 years to play soccer. This article speaks of the camaraderie, socializing, and friendships that have developed despite cultural and language barriers by playing soccer together in a pickup game at Linwood Park. This is an example of how parks make a city a nice place to live. I play pickleball at many different parks and recreation centers throughout Wichita. I play a lot of pickleball, and I'm still really glad that Wichita scrapped the large pickleball complex in South Wichita because it was projected to cost over $6 million. This money needs to be spent on green infrastructure within the city. I've observed how important the recreation centers are to the local neighborhoods, even providing all-day activity programs for kids during the summer. This seems to be a crucial community service when childcare is so scarce. Wichita does not need to spend $250,000 on a consultant to give them another parks plan. I would encourage everyone to read the 2016 Wichita Parks Recreation and Open Space Plan, which contains excellent research. There's nothing extravagant, and it doesn't say spend money on this or that. It's just good research. I would also encourage everyone to read the NASA 2022 plan. It's also excellent information that's done to protect Wichita's vulnerable populations in the city center and southwest Wichita. NASA reports that Wichita will see 4 times as many days of heat over 100 degrees by 2050. And extreme heat is the leading cause of weather-related deaths. Plus, heat mitigation projects are eligible for federal Justice 40 funding. Parks have not caused the $23 million shortfall that Wichita will experience over the next 3 years. What is the fee structure for developers putting in a subdivision to cover all the planning costs, to include things as zoning, traffic engineering, fire departments, etc.? When is the last time that fee structure was raised? Does Wichita send people to other cities to see how these cities maintain their parks and infrastructure? Wichita has made a lot of poor decisions to include closing Clapp Golf Course when it was bringing in a lot of revenue, then renting that building to a disc golf entrepreneur for $300 a month, rather than even renting that building for fair market value. Wichita does not need to spend $250,000 for consultants to give it another park plan. Please spend that money on the NASA heat mitigation efforts or reopening the closed Clapp Golf Course or making Clapp into a park. It is a charming space. I believe the cost of converting Clapp to a park would be minimal. Fix a few bridges over the streams and add a small area near the parking lot for playground equipment. I ride my bike on the Redbud Trail and the river trails, and I have ridden the trails in Clapp on my bike. Minor fixes to a few bridges in Clapp would make it another high asset to the city. It is shocking to hear Mayor Wu refer to closing poor quality parks when Wichita needs more green space. Has the City Council even visited all of the parks in Wichita? Many of the top tier cities spend $200 or more per capita on their parks. Wichita spends $70 per capita. Please spend the $250,000 consultant fee on the parks we have or providing shade trees to at-risk areas of Wichita. I would like a promise from the City Council and the City Manager that no park will be closed in Wichita without first putting it to a vote of the citizens. It seems too many decisions are made according to what developers want rather than what the citizens want, but we, the citizens, end up paying for it. Thank you for your time and attention.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of updates about Clapp Park. First, the person who is doing the rental there, he also helps maintain a lot of the area around Clapp Park. So he's up there organizing creek cleanups, taking care of dead limbs and whatnot throughout there as well. So he's doing a lot of good work. We also are implementing the Clap Park plan, which includes an all-access playground for up to and including children who have disabilities. So at the end of this year, we'll have a nice big playground going in just south of the clubhouse there. In addition, we've also done a number of repairs on the bridges there and trails. We're going to be having cross-country meets there from through Wichita State. Disc golf is going well there. It's almost twice as many people going through there playing disc golf as ever went through there and played golf. So we got a lot of great things going on at Clap Park here in the next year.
Thank you for that information. I had no idea.
Thank you, Shannon. I am going to make a few comments. First and foremost, I don't believe that fear-mongering or division help our community. Never have I said I was closing parks. I did say, direct quote, I asked at last meeting and the previous one that during the CIP process for a master plan that we need to look at quality over quantity. My question again to staff at the previous meeting was that the proposal only looked at enhancements and expansion of the park system, and I said we need to also consider all options, including elimination, if we can have better quality parks. There are 146 parks in our system, and not a single developer or a single individual has asked me to close a park. So again, that's misinformation. Number two, out of the 146 parks that we have, I would like to know anyone who's visited all 146, because there is one in particular that, as I was doing my research, doesn't even have a sign that says is a park, but is included in the 146. And that specific park is located in East Wichita. And if you look at our current website, it says District 2 land, 11608 East Central Avenue, Wichita, Kansas 67206. There's not a single parking spot for someone to utilize said park. There's no signage to designate that it's a park. Therefore, I would beg to differ that there is already 146 parks that are at high quality, and I appreciate your comments regarding CLAP. As I've mentioned, I do believe that we need to make greater emphasis on enhancements to make quality park systems, and specifically some of the parks that need more improvements. But I don't believe that quantity equates quality. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'd be happy to chat with you more about that property. I don't think it's actually designated as a park, but the Board of Park Trustees or the Park Board of Commissioners owns the land. I've been approached several times since I've been on council by folks who would like to acquire that land, and we're absolutely not interested in doing that. We haven't decided exactly how that land will be programmed, waiting to see on need, but I've had some meetings with key department heads to see if there could be some future use for that. Quite possibly some new mixed use, something maybe we haven't done in the past in Wichita. So that's not actually designated as a park. It's just owned by the Park Board of Commissioners.
Then we would like the website to reflect that, because it's still part of the map and it actually shows as one of the parks when you look at it in alphabetical order. We'll continue with public comment.
Hello, my name is Todd Glaze. My address is 11617 West 18th Street North. My district is JV's district. The reason I'm here is because I went to a parking meeting this morning, and there was no parking meeting. It got postponed or canceled or whatever. I'm wondering if any other of those parking meetings are going to be postponed and canceled. I have never heard of not one thing in anything last year, before last year, about hey, we're going to pay in the park in the downtown district. I went to Bicycle Exchange in Delano and talked to the owner there. He didn't know anything about the parking plan. And he was pissed because he knows for a fact, why would anybody drive to Delano and pay 2% more sales tax to fund a ballpark plus $2 to park in front of this business when I can go anywhere in this city? Go to any bicycle shop in the city, I have to pay to park at all. So my opinion is like this. This is the most business destroying thing I've ever heard of, personally. I mean, I've gone to cities and there's closed shops in downtown, and you wonder why that is? Probably because you got to pay to park in those cities. Probably like Lawrence, you got to pay to park. So, why would I go to Old Town and go to Old Chicago in Old Town? Pay to park. Why would I go to the salon? Why would my wife go to the salon in Old Town and pay to park when she'd go to any salon in the city of Wichita? We can go down to 21st and Tyler and go to that old town. Go to that old Chicago there. Any restaurant, barbecue restaurants. I spend $1,000 a year at least in downtown Wichita. I love downtown Wichita. I'm not gonna lie to you. But I refuse to pay to park for it because I don't need to pay to park to go to any other shop or any other business in this city. There is no other shopping center. There's no other mall. There's no other place in the city of Wichita. You got to pay to park except downtown Wichita is how you guys going to do it. And you don't even know how much it's going to be. Is it going to be $2? Is it going to be $10? Is it going to be $5? How much money is it going to be, guys? You guys got no clue. I have no clue. I don't think this fella has a clue, And how are we going to pay to park? Is it going to be coins, app, card? And like I said, how safe is it going to be? Because when you put your card in, you might get it stolen. Who knows? And it's just, to me, it's going to destroy businesses. It's going to destroy them, 100%. So that is my huge concern about downtown Wichita. We spent so much money in downtown Wichita. We have spent at least $100 million since 2000 in downtown Wichita. The Water Walk program, the Hyatt, everything, Century 2, all this money we have spent in downtown Wichita, all this money is going to go to waste if we can't get people to come downtown because who knows how much money is going to pay to park? Who knows? So you got to have transparency on this. You got to. I mean it. We got to have sites or something. We could actually see how much money it pays to park on a certain day at a certain time for a certain event. Not just, I'm going to have dynamic pricing and maybe down the road we might have it. Some information is what I'm saying. So we don't get surprised when we go downtown. Maybe I'm going to go to a Thunder game and I got to park in a lot and bam, I got to pay $10. So how did I know it was going to be $10? Maybe down the street it might be $5. Maybe down the street it might be $1. I don't know. We need to know this stuff. As a citizen of Wichita, this is something that should have been talked about. Like I said, last year when you guys were voting on it should have been talked about. Hey, how much money is this really going to be? How many businesses are really going to be affected? Negatively, probably, and include Delano of all places where you already got to pay 9.5% sales tax because of a ballpark to go shop at any of those stores and those restaurants already. And then you got to pay to park in them. And I'm going to tell you straight up, people are not going to park in Douglas. They're going to park in those residential areas down there. And those people are going to be mad because now they can't access in front of their house because all these people are going to be parked in front of it. That's what's going to affect. That's real right there. That is absolutely real stuff. So, that's all I got to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. The reason that today's parking meeting was rescheduled was that Troy could come and present before the council. And so, sorry if that was not communicated. That is the reason that was rescheduled. So, I did want to just add one comment. I have expressed concerns about the parking plan, but I will also stand by the statement that Troy's mentioned here is that no parking is free parking. Whether you're going to Walmart is still paying for that parking lot, and that's through fees when you're going there. They're hidden fees because they're associated in the pricing, but regardless of where you're going, you're paying for parking. It just may look different, may not be as direct in terms of that, and it may be a hidden fee as well. So I think when we're having this conversation, we can talk about how we're paying for it. I think that's a legitimate conversation of whether it's through property tax, whether it's through sales tax, whether it's through user fees. Someone is paying for parking, regardless of where you park in the city. whether that's downtown, whether that's at a shopping center out west, whether that's a Big Lot center. Somebody is paying for parking, whether that's you or the taxpayer. That is the question we're going to have up here.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also just like to apologize that that wasn't communicated very well, but I appreciate you taking the opportunity to come down here and share your thoughts and concerns. As I mentioned before, that is absolutely what we need to hear. So thank you so much.
We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Christopher Parashow. I am president of Delano United. I'm here to speak about the parking issue. In 2001, the city established the Delano Revitalization Plan and Delano Overlay. It was developed after extensive discussions and collaboration between the city and the stakeholders in Delano. One of the first projects executed at the direction of the plan was building the roundabout and clock tower at Douglas and Sycamore, narrowing Douglas between Seneca and McLean to one lane in each direction and adding angled parking along Douglas. One major aspect of that project was keeping the public street parking unpaid. For 23 years, that decision, combined with others in the plan, has helped make Delano a haven for locally owned small businesses that start, grow, and prosper in Delano. We have other projects pending, such as the linear park along the old railroad corridor, which is currently under construction and hopefully will be done in the very near future, just north of Douglas, and replicating the streetscaping on Douglas east of Seneca to the west of Seneca, all the way out to Meridian. Now this paid parking plan will change the goalposts established with the Delano community. It violates the agreement the city made with the Delano community. It will undermine the work we've done as a community to make Delano what it is today and will hinder current and future efforts to expand upon that success. Aren't the established agreements made with the community just as important as any new agreements made with the vendors? This parking plan looks to bring in about $3 million in revenue, but at what cost? With all the outrage and people refusing to come downtown, I'd suggest that the losses of the businesses in the central core and potential relocation or closure of businesses could more than offset the amount of revenue projected. Also, I think people behind the plan are underestimating the degree to which people will go to avoid paying for parking. When there's a game or event at Riverfront Stadium, the residential streets west of it see increased illegal parking issues, blocking sidewalks, fire hydrants, driveways, parking illegally on private lots, and numerous other issues, all so that people can avoid a $5 fee to park in one of the adjacent lots to the stadium. The numbers mentioned in the discussion previously suggest that maybe there's too much city-owned parking. Maybe the city should look at selling some of the parking lots so that their cost of maintaining what they keep is lower, rather than increasing parking throughout the entire core to cover the cost of what they have that maybe is only utilized a third of the time. Back to Delano. We have TIFs and CIDs which rely on sales tax revenue to pay for the stadium. How will we do that when the customers stop coming to Delano? Are we going to default on paying those bonds? And one additional thing, Delano is not downtown. Delano is Delano. Stop including Delano in downtown plans. Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager. Jeff Fleur, President of Great Wichita Partnership in downtown Wichita, 505 East Douglas Avenue. I just wanted to come forward to say a couple things. One is we're committed to work with you. We're a city that's growing. I remember when Intrust Bank Arena opened, probably a good 12, 16 months before it actually opened for the grand event. I think Brad Paisley was the concert that night. There was a lot of anxiety about parking. How is it going to work? Where are people going to park? is it walkable downtown? And I think what we've seen is that over time, people have figured out the ecosystem of downtown. Lots were identified. We even put together a system working with the city on where to park, where you could tell immediately where there were parking spaces and what it would cost for those parking spaces. So all that said is we have figured out difficult moments like this before. We're resilient as a people, and it's also evident that we're growing as a city and as a downtown. The thing that we liked about what was being proposed and is being proposed is that it creates an infrastructure where we can manage parking. Right now, we don't have that infrastructure, and we need it desperately. It's already been mentioned about biomed. As I've worked with the biomedical in Phoenix and in Houston, as we've been working on the biomed, not to single out that use, but just to give an example, parking management is key to the operations. Now, it's key to residential. It's key to the restaurants downtown and the service industries. It's key to all of it. So part of this is looking at how is it that we take steps forward, and I encourage us to continue to move forward, because this is really important as we work on not only existing projects, but ones that we have as prospects as well. So again, how is it we have that infrastructure? And then how do we learn from the infrastructure itself? So as Troy has said, if there's certain areas or evenings where we know there's high demand, how do we have that system respond to that? If there's not that high demand, how do we back off of it? And I think that's what an intelligent system allows us to do, which again, we can't today. So we're committed to work with you. One of the things I wanted to leave you with is that I got an email from a downtown board member this last week, and it simply stated, Jeff, everything is working. And what I mean by that is I called him and I said, well, Larry Weber was the individual. I said, Larry, what is it? He says, this morning I was out walking dogs at 7:30 on Douglas and Market. And he said there were students coming out of all these different residential units in scrubs with backpacks walking to the osteopathic school. So I'd say this, be encouraged by the things that we're doing. It's working. There have been moments like this where we've had challenges of how do you take all the input and then get to a plan. We can do that. And I think the fact that we're having the engagement is important, but we also have to move forward as well. So again, downtown's committed. We've been a part of the conversations, the board has, different aspects of the partnership as well. So again, we want to continue to be that partner, but also just really encourage that we take steps forward because the health of our downtown, but also the health of our community. We've heard a lot about growth. We need to enable the growth of not only downtown, but the surrounding neighborhoods as well. So that's our commitment to you, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here today just to be able to voice that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll continue public comment. I see nobody else from the public. Want to say thank you to the 9 individuals, again, who spoke during public comment. Parking, parks, taxes, CIP, Cowtown, parking, and parking. I just want to say thank you so very much for voicing your concerns. You're being heard. You're also heard when you email us, when you contact us, and we're trying to find better solutions and when we can talk about them, and we do that from this bench. Again, we get to a better solution. And so I'm grateful to my colleagues, the 6 individuals who are, again, trying to make the best decision moving forward. We ask a lot of questions of staff because, again, we want to know because community wants to know. And as I see a more engaged Wichita in giving us feedback and giving us comments, I always ask that you can always directly contact us. And we are here to listen to your concerns, while at the same time knowing that we have difficult conversations that we'll need to continue be having, whether it's here on the bench or as we continue talking with community, because we do have a budget deficit and priorities still need to be how we move forward. And we want to see more growth, Jeff. So I hope that Wichita continues growing, but the growth rate is not stellar. And so we need to have more growth. And the way we have more growth is if we have more job opportunities. It really comes down to that. And so our priorities from the community survey, again, showed that crime, streets, economic development, and while not in that survey, homelessness, were those 4 things that you really want us to focus on because we're not doing a great job on, but we can do better. Just like parks, libraries, rec centers, I appreciate that people love our system that helps with quality of life, and we will make intentional efforts and dedicated investments into those things that help all individuals in our community have a great quality of life living here in our community. So we appreciate that people spoke at last week's public hearing regarding the budget and also today during the second hearing. There will be one more opportunity, which will be next week on Tuesday at 9 a.m. as we adopt not just the budget, but also we'll have a conversation regarding capturing the increases in taxes from assessed valuation. So the revenue neutral is another thing that we will have to vote on. It's 2 separate votes. And again, I'm really mindful as one of the 9 individuals spoke about taxes because it is difficult as everything continues to rise in costs, including when we have projects like the library system that we're trying to improve, and even those costs have increased. And so we have to be mindful that the key thing here is that we have to maintain what we have, and maintenance has to be one of our guiding principles because we have invested in an asset, and we need to know how we're gonna move forward and continue investing in the maintenance of it so that it can continue to be that positive asset in our community. So thank you all for that. I will bring it back to the bench if there are further comments, but there will be no binding action regarding the budget until next week. Councilmember Glasscock.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the public engagement. I just want to make a few comments before the 20th, because I know that's when we're going to have to make tougher decisions from this bench as well. In terms of, first off, I want to thank Bob and staff for this proposed budget follow-up issues. Has been a very helpful document. I will be interested in moving forward with some of the acceleration of implementation of things we're looking at 26, 27, and 28. There's not a page number on here, so I can't really speak to the page number, but there's concepts included in the 2025 proposed budget, Tier 1 and Tier 2. I'd be interested in moving forward with all of those except the library materials, prioritizing spending. I think we should fully fund that, so that would remove $100,000 out of that 1.1 million, but I think that we should still make sure that we're prioritizing spending for our library system. There's also a few pages later, there's the concepts not currently included in the 2025 proposed budget, Tier 3B. I'd be interested even if we move forward on a few of these, and I think the 2025 proposed tiers that is listed by staff actually halves these already. So it looks that, maintaining existing service levels and park maintenance, it's only reducing that by $250,000. These are already open positions. These are already open positions in street maintenance, and my understanding, and Bob, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there would still be open positions remaining because we're not taking the full allocation 2026. So it's not eliminating positions. It's not even cutting off half the open positions. It's just freezing positions a little bit, but there's still, we're not hiring those already. So I'd be interested in moving some of those that could accelerate some of our savings by more than, and some estimates, if you add those together, between $1 million and $3 million. I think that shows a good faith effort that we're trying to make a lot of these challenging decisions early, but it's also not going to hurt service levels. We're just implementing these a little bit quicker than what we had already. So I'll be interested in having that discussion on the 20th, and I imagine that's when we're going to be actually making the substantial changes to the budget. The sales tax component was also very interesting. I would like to just maybe promote that to the city as well. It says that the city of Wichita has never had a city-only sales tax, is a quote from here. Of the first-class cities, 24 of the 26 have a city-only sales tax, and so we're one of the 2 that do not. Currently, I know that there's a listing of how much revenue that would bring into the city if we were to do Even 0.1% would, in 2025, bring $8.9 million in increased revenue to the city. 0.25% would be $22.3 million, and just 1% would be $89 million of an increased budget, which is pretty substantial and pretty sizable. So I'm very appreciative of this. Increasing property taxes, increasing the mill levy is off the table, but this would give voters the option to look at what size of government they want, what services they want fulfilled, and give voters a say in the process as well. So this, I think, is probably the most helpful document if we can make sure to promote this. And then one last thing that I have in terms of street maintenance options, which was also proposed on here, is it says staff estimates, and this has to do with the dirt street program, that staff estimates of this would pave approximately 40 lane miles during the 10-year period. So I flipped over to the next page. It's about 3 pages later, and I think this is a very interesting number to pull out for everybody here. Number 2, an increase in the remaining acceptable life of the city's existing paved network by 14,000 lane miles a year, or 28%, is expected by 2062 if the funding for the street maintenance program is increased. This would be a question for staff. That's if that money was reallocated from the Dirt Streets program towards the street maintenance program, we could increase by 14,000 miles over the course of this period.
I believe that's what it says.
Okay. So I think that's pretty sizable. I think this should consider is that we could better serve our community by 14,000 miles over the 40 miles that are presented. And there's also a difference between the lane miles versus the actual increase in existing paved network. But I think looking at 14,000 increase of maintenance is pretty sizable and should be something that we consider when we're looking at the 2025 budget as well. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank all of those publicly who have engaged around parking. As a council and as a government, there's always a lot of things that we do that folks don't always catch on or see in our agendas. One of those, we recently had the tree canopy program, and I received way more emails about that than I thought I would. Even given the NASA data and study, still think it's good, but it took a lot of explaining to catch folks up who may not have heard us talking about that over the last couple of years, or Vice Mayor Ballard talking about that and then us implementing it. Parking is one of those things as well that we have been talking about, and maybe some folks missed it, and I've appreciated all the engagement. I'm a little different, so I like a lot of engagement, even if that's opposition. I was an activist before being on council, so to me, it's a good sign. Those wins are good. We saw that during COVID. We had an uptick in engagement. But I do want to highlight when things come out, normally that's the first thing we want to see. We want to hear the engagement. And if there are some ideas that folks have to make improvements, I love the Pensacola example. I actually looked it up right after the speaker got done talking. Great stuff. That actually sounds like what we were talking about with the current parking plan. But step one was always making sure folks understood that come next year, there would be paid parking downtown. That has solicited a lot of engagement. I hope that everyone continues to stay engaged in that and go to those meetings. And when we have those evening meetings, show up there as well, not only to give your thoughts on how business can be impacted, but also to hear the remainder of that plan. Engagement is never a bad thing, and I'm grateful for that. So I wanted to thank everybody who has engaged, whether it's online, emailing us, or showing up today or to those meetings, and who will come to the future meetings. And then just going into next week on the 20th, I'm still in full support of the Dirt Roads program that previous council has approved because of the benefit it has, and the folks in District 1 and other districts as well who've complained that their roads aren't paved, and it would be unfair in those lower income areas for a special assessment. Those are pretty expensive, and former councils had the idea, thanks to the leadership of Councilmember Hoheisel, to look at paving those dirt roads and throughout the community. And District 1 doesn't even have the most dirt roads. I think District 6 or District 4 does. So those benefits to those community members are great. We spend staff time going and sprinkling those dirt roads and all of that, and we won't have to do that anymore. Kids around playgrounds at schools in lower income areas will be able to see those benefits of having a paved road. So I think that's good, and we should stick to that. And then also, as we talk about potential sales tax versus mill levy, sales tax is one of those things that I think can be good if we do it right, if we truly engage the community and see what those needs or wants are. But if we look at using sales tax for ongoing operations, that could be a real bad sign for us. If we're creating positions based upon what we think we'll get in revenues from sales tax, and then we actually go into a recession as a country, we'll see those revenues drop, and then we have some decisions to make on letting people go or not, rather than using the sales tax for infrastructure investment, which would be a one-time expense like Trust Bank Arena. I also would like to encourage the public to consider over the next year, we've already set the mill levy this year for what it is, but over the next year, a mill levy is a property tax. And if we were to look at increasing that over the next year, again, not next Tuesday, by 1 mil or 2, that means an additional $5 to $10 million coming into our budget to maintain service levels. So all the things that we talked about today that we really want to see, whether it's enforcement of things or investment in public safety, that would be funds that could help us out quite a bit. I know that it's not popular, but for the cost of, as I continue to say, 1 pizza a year, you could help out maintain service levels. Again, for every $100,000 of valuation, 1 meal increase is $11.50 annually. So if we did 1 meal, that's $11.50 for a house that's worth $100,000. If we did 2 meals, that would be $23 for a house that's worth $200,000, or about that amount there. As we talk about things not being off of the table, we need to have a discussion about all of that going forward. But for next Tuesday, I'm hoping that we get more engagement around our budget. I will be, I can tell you now, I'm supportive of taking in the full amount of the revenue neutral rate. Anything that we take less than that will put us in some really tough binds going forward. Previous councils have put money into the reserve to kind of help the decision making to be a little easier, so we wouldn't have to make drastic decisions. City manager has some great tiered options that we've been looking at, and that will go into implementation to help us as well. So again, I hope that the public will continue to engage around the budget. Hope to see folks by next Tuesday at this council meeting, and as well over the next year, talking about the type of government we want for our community and the services that we have. We are, as you've heard a few times from some staff members, catching up on maintenance. We're catching up on some of the things that the community has wanted from us for quite some time. And any cuts to that begin to set us back. And as we talk about, again, maintaining what we have, then we have to look at where what we have is. I look at places like Plainview, and we've been making some investments there, but if we stop trying to do additional investments or any expansions, what will that community say? There's parts of Northeast Wichita that would say the same. So some of this is, yes, we need to maintain what we have, but quality of life is also making those investments and making everyone's neighborhood a place worth living for them, and that they feel that the city cares about them. And we are making some progress, but if we start to look at cutting back too much, how long will it be before we're in a position to make those investments again?
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, I was just wondering if staff was able to review the funding plan for irrigation for the 2025 CIP. And then I have one more comment after that.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Ballard, I believe in your material there is some material about golf capital improvements. We expanded the scope a little bit to look at all improvements for the golf system, but obviously irrigation is by far the predominant source in there. And sorry, I forgot to put page numbers on these, as somebody pointed out, and I'm trying to find my page here. Excuse me just a second. Okay, sorry about that. I want to make sure I gave you accurate information. So the challenge in golf is that our irrigation systems are essential to protecting the revenue stream. Now, I don't operate the golf systems, but my interest is in the financial vitality of the golf system. And irrigation systems are essential to protecting that financial viability. Most irrigation systems are good for 20 to 30 years, And I think in the narrative, it points out that our systems are, I think we have one at Auburn Hills. That's our newest one. We put that in when we built Auburn Hills, which was in 1998. It was when we put the irrigation in. We didn't open it until 2001. Our irrigation systems are old. They're past their useful life. We've discovered that causes several other challenges. It makes them inefficient. We can't target irrigation in areas where we'd like to, which means we over-irrigate, which means we spend more on water. We use huge pumps in our irrigation system. Those require electricity, so we use more electricity than we're required to. And then we also spend a lot of money on repairs because they are old. So we believe that we can obviate a lot of those expenditures with new systems, which would produce a cash flow to fund some of the debt service. So the model that you see is all designed to try to generate some cash flow up front to reduce the amount of debt that we would need to have in order to replace the irrigation systems in a systematic manner, and also to produce a cash flow to retire that debt in the future. So again, it'd be a matter for the council to decide whether or not they wanted to allocate some of our reserves that we have from the permanent reserve or some of the potential surplus the general fund may have in this year to this project. That would be a policy decision. But any amounts there would reduce the capital cost for an irrigation system. Another thing we looked at is whether there was any capital improvement program projects that could be shifted to the Gulf system. So we looked primarily at park projects. I know we talked about that a little bit earlier today, but there's one park project that was identified, and that is a project that we put for park enhancements. That's been a long-standing project. It's funded every single year. But that was designed initially to provide support to some of our non-golf park facilities. Obviously, another policy decision, but if the council chose to, they could divert some of that funding in the future for that project into offsetting golf repairs to our irrigation systems. The golf system throws off a surplus each year. That surplus in the last 3 years has been about $700,000 a year. I think that's basically attributed to our golf manager that we hired several years ago, who's done a fantastic job. But those revenue streams have enabled us to do some capital improvement projects our last couple of years. We have projected that operating revenue very conservatively in the future at about $400,000 a year, which again is about half of what the system has generated in the past. That would be available to fund golf's debt service as well. And finally, we pointed out another option maybe for the golf board of directors or to consider would be fee increases in the golf system. Back when we replaced all the other golf systems, every single one of them, except for Consolver, was accompanied with a fee increase. Obviously, another policy decision for the golf advisory board to consider, but that would also provide a cash flow. So that's the long story. Let me get to the summary, which is probably where I should have started. We believe that we could fund the capital improvement needs identified by the golf system and irrigation systems at all 4 courses, and we could issue GO debt for that with the savings from irrigation, with the cash flows generated by the operating surplus, and potentially with a rate increase. The magnitude of those will depend on whether the council chooses to allocate any other park projects to this and or any reserves. But we believe there is a way forward for this that's feasible for the golf system. I should point out one more thing and I'm sorry for overcomplicating this. One of the challenges in the past has been the golf system owes the debt service fund $5.7 million. And that's been longstanding. There's been debate over the years about whether that receivable should be written off. Again, it's owed to the debt service fund. It might be time to consider from a policy standpoint whether that debt should be written off. From an accounting standpoint, I would tell you if it's not going to be collectible, it's probably something the city council should consider doing. I think if that happened, that would free up the debt service fund to be able to extend credit to the golf system in the future, which is kind of part and parcel with this plan. So sorry I took so long to answer your question, but.
Nope, I appreciate it. Bob, would it be appropriate at this time to make a motion to add the $1 million for irrigation for 2025 in the final CIP?
You could do that today, and that would give us direction, or some council members have indicated they want to handle these on the 20th. So really leave it up to you and I guess the mayor to determine how to handle these items that'll be changes to the budget.
What would be most efficient, but also help us as we move forward to next week on Tuesday.
The more you do today, the easier it is for us next week. However, I'm also mindful of the fact that it's 1:36 and you haven't had a break, and you have two big, important appeal hearings as well. So it's a matter of your timing.
With the motion to recess for 10 minutes, and then we could come back and have those conversations. Is that appropriate?
Councilmember Johnson?
I was just saying, we're still on this item. We're at the end of it, so after council discussion, we could vote to receive the public comment and then recess.
I do think if probably Councilman Ballard starts this, there'll probably be other motions today as well, would be my only consideration. But that's fine.
Okay, so let's do this. We'll continue having the remainder of, the board is still lit regarding more comments from staff, from the bench. After we're done with comments, we'll take a recess, and then we'll have staff recommended initiatives that will require votes. Is that correct? So we'll take a break after the two remaining council members.
And just a reminder, there's no motion needed to recess, so you can recess for any time without a motion.
So are we holding off on?
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I might point out a little bit of history before I go to my main thing. History on that golf debt. In 1998, there was a quote-unquote deal made that if the city would build that golf course and pay for it, then the increased property values of houses being on the golf course, the difference would pay back that debt. It was never done. That money was just put into the budget years and years ago. So there's a little bit of it didn't happen like it was supposed to happen, put it that way. So anyway, that's what I believe. And I'm very much obviously for the golf. I think the city has come up with city manager and the golf has come up with a very good plan to take care of that. So I appreciate that. Mayor, I would like to make a motion. After? Okay, fair enough.
We have one more council member on the board. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things real quick. Earlier, we had the violence interrupters that were here at the meeting. I was going to give them a shout out. They did head out about 3 hours ago when we started this item. So I am eager to hear some updates as far as what they've been able to do so far. In regards to a sales tax, I think one thing that we definitely need to make sure is that we're not, we're having exemptions for food and for necessities. We need to make sure that we're not going to hit people over the head where they need it the most. Make sure that we're not going to provide any barriers towards feeding and taking care of your family. So if we do pursue that, that is definitely something we need to square up. And the last thing is in regards to the Dirt Street program, it's a matter of equity to me. We have parts of our city that is 80% rentals, certain zip codes within our district that are, or our city that's 80% rentals, and it's tough to get landlords on those places to ever agree to do the specials to pave those streets. So it is a matter of equity to me. There's also additional savings, like Councilmember Johnson said, a couple of tens of thousands of dollars a year that we do now spray to keep essentially the dirt together, the dirt roads together. And we are, when we started this program, it was 5 years for us to take care of the dirt roads around schools. And that one is especially meaningful because that's a safety issue in regards to traffic around the schools. That's also an issue, a safety issue with children breathing in all the dirt and everything that gets kicked up in the air during the day. So I fully endorse continuing the Dirt Streets program as is. So I just figured I'd shoot out those. And again, I appreciate everybody who did show up to give some input in the budget. I keep saying it, it's not our budget, it's your budget. It's not our city, it's your city. So thank you guys for continuing to come out and making your voices heard.
Sorry, one more. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'm going to make very brief comments. For people who are new, I've said this a couple times before, but thank you to Bob for leading us through this process. Truly appreciate your time and expertise. Thank you to our finance team. You always do an outstanding job, answer all our questions. We get to see Mark and Elizabeth here, but thanks to all your staff and team behind you who are supporting this process. Thanks for all the department heads. I know they've had to make hard decisions. They've had to look internally and see where priorities lie, so that is not lost on me. Also, thank you to the community members, especially those who participated in the budget simulator, attended the many, many community engagement opportunities we had, and took the community survey. That's what's driving this budget, and so we appreciate your input. I always say, this will be the 6th year I've done the budget. Every year I say it, where you allocate your treasure is a reflection of your values. So I will anticipate next week and probably lots of robust discussion this week. And then finally, I just want to go on record for one thing. The last couple meetings, we've had lots of discussions about sales tax, and I've said it from the bench twice, but I'm just going to say it again. I would entertain a thought of a sunsetted sales tax, but only for capital improvement programs or capital programs. I do not believe it's in the best interest of the city to have any kind of sales tax for operational budget, because it's not a consistent stream of revenue. And there have been other communities across the nation that did sales tax for operation for police and fire. They were not able to sustain the sales tax revenue they anticipated, and they actually had to let police and fire go. So just to go on record, I do believe that sunsetted sales tax projects, similar to what they do in Oklahoma City, would be great for capital projects, but not for operational budget. Thank you.
You wanting to
Just
make a
really
motion?
fast.
Vice
no,
Mayor
no, no.
Ballard.
I just forgot to mention my comment. 40% of the dirt roads are in District 6, and I represent downtown Delano, North Wichita, and it just kills me that we still have dirt roads in the center of the city where, people pass through, often. So I really want to advocate hard for continuing to pave our dirt roads. Want to copycat the comments of my other colleagues that stress the importance of it. So I would be remiss to not mention that, because the most of them, 40% are in District 6. So I think it's incredibly important that we continue to invest in our paving our dirt roads. So thank you. Now I'm done, sorry.
Thank you. I see no further comments. Can we now take a 10-minute break and return in 10 minutes, where we can then move to actual voting on items to change the budget or the CIP?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to move $1 million into the final CIP for golf irrigation.
Second.
Councilmember Johnston.
Do we vote on that motion before another motion?
Yeah, we're sticking on this one first. So
Okay.
there's a motion and a second. It's
I
now
would
time for
like-
discussion.
I would like to endorse that, or the plan the city has come up with, four-year plan. Is that something we'd rather do, the four-year plan, or would we rather do $1 million too?
So Jennifer, can you explain what the process is? Because we have a motion and a second on an additional $1 million from the CIP to be directed to irrigation, which then there's a follow-up question, where will that 1 million come from?
Right. You have a motion, and I don't know if Councilmember, you'd like to offer a substitute motion, or you're just throwing this idea out for discussion at this time? Do
We're
you want
just-
to offer a substitute motion? Or
I could offer a substitute motion. Substitute motion that we follow the plan, city manager and the golf director and parks has come up with for a four-year plan to replace all the irrigation systems, one per year.
Motion, and I will second that substitute motion. So we have a motion and a second. Now more discussion. Councilmember Glasscock.
I'm confused with the difference between Councilman Ballard's and yours. What is the funding stream difference between both of them?
In order to get the $1 million, which would be just irrigation at one golf course with a $500,000 match from the golf system, we have multiple approaches you could take to get to the million. You could use probably a combination of budgeted park enhancements and transfers to the golf CIP fund, which will be coming from our reserves. Let me make sure I say this correctly. It would be a transfer from the general fund and the permanent reserve fund in the total amount of $500,000, and then $400,000, and then $600,000 from budgeted park enhancements. That would be one approach. Or you could adopt the plan to have irrigation installed on all four courses over a period of time, and there are many revenue sources that would finance that plan, including savings, operating savings that are generated from the installation of those irrigation systems.
Okay, so that's on page 3 of the document that was sent previously. So is that Councilmember Johnston's plan?
That's the motion.
That's the motion,
The
the
substitute
substitute.
motion that's in front of you now.
It's a comprehensive plan for all four courses over 4 years, using multiple sources of revenue, including fee increases in a couple of years.
So the fee increases would occur in 2026.
26, correct.
And we would understand that that would also be forgiving the past debt and then incurring new debt as part of total financing.
So there doesn't need to be another motion to clear the debt for the golf system currently if we're with the
That's
motion.
part of the plan, so we would assume that that's what you're talking about.
It is.
Okay.
I will withdraw that second then, because I think we should have a conversation about forgiving that debt. It is $5.7 million owed to the debt system. And I understand Councilmember Johnston's feedback regarding increased property taxes that have been accrued over time, but never just to pay off that loan. I would like to know more information about that specific system that went into effect in 2001 to now 2024. Property values around that area. Can you give us how much money has been collected, not directly to offset that debt, but rather to pay for just regular the general budget.
I think we had a general estimate at one time. Mark, do you remember? It's not it's not in a TIF district, so we don't have exact numbers.
Yes, ma'am. I'll give you a very short history. When we built Auburn Hills, we used $2 million of GO for the project, and the rest was supposed to be financed out of the Gulf system. In that agenda report, if you read it from 20-some years ago, it talks about, as Mr. Johnston indicated, the increased valuation that would be generated around that golf course. And that has in fact occurred. I actually have that upstairs in my office. I should have brought it with me, I guess. But to your point, that increment, as he indicated, is producing, I'm going to say in excess of $1 million a year. Obviously, it ramped up over the last 20 years. But I would also tell you that we've got increased costs of providing services in that area too. But there is no question that valuation at Auburn Hills, because of the construction of the golf course, is generating property tax revenue, marginal property tax revenue for the city of Wichita. There's no doubt of that at all.
I will second JV's motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Johnston and a second by Vice Mayor Ballard. One more time, I just wanted to be very clear as we're about to make a vote. City Manager Layton, the CIP has $3 billion in allocations over the 10-year period. Therefore, where are we adjusting so that it is not that plus, but it's just within that three?
Thank you, Mayor. Good question. I will let Mark correct me if I'm wrong, but you are moving $600,000 in 25 and 26 and $1.2 million in 27 from budgeted park enhancements that are in the capital improvement to the golf fund for the installation of the systems. You're also incurring debt that will be repaid by surplus revenues in the golf fund, and that's number 8 on that list.
And if I heard correctly, the Park Foundation also is going to pay for some of these improvements to the irrigation system?
Not the foundation, it'll be the park system itself. In 24, it'll pay $457,750. In 25, it'll pay $395,910. And then on an ongoing basis, its surplus revenues will go towards the payment of the debt.
And it will forgive the debt for Auburn Hills?
The only way this works is if you forgive that debt. You can't add this debt on top of that. And then there also, it is understood that there would be a fee increase in 20 to 26 and beyond, so that the golfers are also paying for a portion of the improvements.
Can that fee increase be accelerated?
Well, probably not until it's been upgraded, right? I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. I think the simple answer to your question is it could be anything that is done to accelerate that will just make the coverage of the GO debt even that much more comfortable for the golf system. Whether we need that level of comfort is another question, but that's how I would answer that.
I would direct that should be accelerated to 2025 rather than 2026, so that, again, we have that assurance that there's a discipline in giving back to this irrigation fund.
Sure. So that would be an amendment to the substitute motion that would have to be accepted by by Councilmember Johnston and Vice Mayor Ballard.
I would have a question on that before anybody would make that. When we're talking about a fee increase, and Jesse, this may be a question for you, what is the fee increase per round? That's budgeted, it's what, 200,000?
Yes.
So what would be the individual per round increase?
Hi, Jesse Kaufman. I'm the manager of the golf division. Last year, we did 189,000 rounds, I believe. So there's a lot of different ways. The year before last, we did an increase to our membership cost to our members. And then this past year, we did an increase to green fees. They were minimal increase, but there's variety of ways that you could do that. You could do an increase to both, an increase to one. You can increase driving range ball. There's a lot of areas where we could do that increase, and that's something that I would want to discuss with the golf board to see what they're comfortable with and have their input. But there's several different ways that we could come up with that increase.
So you're talking it's closer to $1 per round, not $10 per round.
Correct. Correct.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I was going to ask, and I'm sorry, this question is probably for Bob or maybe Troy. I was going to ask about the fee increases and how much they would be, so thank you for that. You mentioned that the money then would come from future park enhancements. Do we have any idea what those are? You know, how are we going to decide which parks and out of which district those will come from? Thank you.
Troy Hauptman, Director of Parks and Recreation. Those funds typically cover repairs and upgrades to irrigation systems, tennis courts, basketball courts. So anything that needs repairs within our park system, that's partly what we use that funding for, also for our recreation centers. So some of our buildings that need repairs, and so that's kind of what we use that funding for.
We've talked about deferred maintenance at this meeting more than we ever have probably since I've been here, and so that sounds a little bit problematic that we're just moving money from one deferred maintenance issue to another deferred maintenance issue. Is that correct?
To a certain point, yes. Yeah, without those funds, there would be a lot of things that we would not be able to address and repair within our park system.
But it also generates revenue.
It does.
Mr. Manager, can you help me here?
Yeah, Council, or Mayor, if you could. I just want to make sure there isn't confusion. We also have maintenance projects that go above and beyond the enhancements. The enhancements were maybe addressing some maintenance issues, but we've got in splash pad maintenance, you've got 80,000 every other year. In park facility maintenance, you've got 262,500 every year. There is also athletic field renovation, athletic court funding that we use, and then you've got the park facility enhancement money on top of that.
So it maybe not as impactful as I thought.
As Mark said, it was originally put in there so we could upgrade our rec centers, which were terribly neglected. And so it's meant to be that caliber of improvement.
Okay, thank you.
So are we deferring rec center major improvements or maintenance improvements to now just the irrigation improvements?
Good question. The projects I don't think have been identified yet for 25, 26, 27. That would be something that would be as part of the analysis of park projects. But you're right, you'd be narrowing what you'd be paying for. You would not be paying for enhancement to facilities. Instead, you would be moving that for enhancements for the irrigation system, actually replacement of the irrigation systems.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I'm keen to support this motion, but I have the same concerns that Councilmember Tuttle has in terms of as long as it's not deferred maintenance and pushing that down. Maybe expansion is more my question. I don't know if there's a way we can delineate or if you are comfortable that there's going to be a delineation between just deferred maintenance and actually capital enhancements.
The rationale that's in the report says that you're about ready to undertake a master planning process. So at this point, we're not sure what resources are going to be needed because we don't know what the improvements are going to be that are recommended in the master plan. So we thought we had a gap here for a few years until those projects are identified. Because I'm not sure how much you want to put into an enhancement of a facility that turns out to be maybe inconsistent with or not a priority in the master plan.
Okay, I feel comfortable with that assurance. I just want to make sure we're not taking stuff away from parks and recreation as a whole in terms of maintenance.
Councilmember Johnston.
I think what we're talking about here is deferred maintenance that has been way past overdue. A sprinkler system lasts 15, 20 years, and we're almost, at 25 to 28 range on a lot of them. So I think it's addressing that issue. And on rate increases, I haven't talked to a golfer yet. Wouldn't mind paying, especially for the annual membership. It's a great value, probably too good a value. So I mean, I think that could be increased and maybe a small increase on the green fees too. So another thing I'll point out is 18 under, 17 and under, play free. So there's a lot of kids. I take my grandkids out. There's a lot of kids getting exposed to golf that never been exposed to golf. And the first tee at McDonald Park is furthering that. And you know, you're going to have the grand opening here pretty quick, and it's going to expose a lot of kids that might be at risk to golf, give them an outlet for golf. So golf, and Jesse's done a wonderful job of inclusivity, having days for women, you know, having tournaments for women, having the kids program. I mean, that's why it's doing it really well. And I will say, as a compliment to Jesse and all the staff, the attitude at the golf courses is extremely welcoming, and that makes a big difference on where you play. It's how you get treated. They've done an absolutely wonderful job, and I think that's a big part of the turnaround. Credit to him and his staff. So I think this is money well invested. I say we kind of went through the history of why that debt was there, and it's been laying there for a long time. I think I looked at that plan, and it's several different funding sources, but all put together, it'll take care of 4 courses. It'll put some of the burden, a lot of the burden on golfers, and address the issues, and actually save water, save electricity. I think it's just an all-around, it's a well thought out, very good plan. I don't know who did it, but probably Troy and Jesse probably did it. But I think it's a well thought out plan. I think it's good for golf. It's good for the city.
My only concern with this is so the cost recovery or the increases in fees would not be until 2026. So the current motion, the current substitute motion says those would take effect in 2026 rather than 2025, which is an amendment. So how would we still need to vote on this first before an amendment?
No, if you could ask Councilmember Johnston to amend his motion to have the fees take effect in 2025. I will caution you, though, I believe that the Golf Board of Governors is given the authority to do that. So what you'll be doing is requesting them to implement a fee. I don't believe you have the authority to do that under our current ordinance. Also, if you're going to go in this direction, I think Mark needs 4 actions that are implied in all of this. Mark, if you want to make sure that it's understood what those actions would be.
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnston, if the direction is to implement the plan that is included in the material, we need authorization to forgive the loan. We need authorization to shift the park geo projects to irrigation or golf CIP. We need authorization for whatever amounts you choose to transfer from the general fund or the permanent reserve or whatever. We need those amounts identified. And we need authorization to increase the capital improvement program by the amounts included in here, the $9 million over 5 years, so we can get that included in the CIP.
What amount was included on that plan? I gave my plan.
Total, it's just a shade under 9 million. 8 million of it is irrigation. 1 million is a few amounts here and there for equipment over the years and minor stuff. It's basically $9 million.
Councilmember Glasscock.
In terms of the fee increase, if it's up to the Board of Golf or Governor, whatever, if it's up to the golf board, then what happens if we do this and they say no fee increase? Then what happens? Because we would have a gap in funding at that point.
You can indicate that this is subject to revenue increases by the golf board amounting to $200,000 a year starting in 2025.
Okay.
And then you wouldn't go forward with it if they didn't come up with those revenue increases.
Do I need to add that, or would that just be implied?
I can do that.
Okay.
Member Johnston.
Thank you. Jesse, when do you do the annual increases? What month do you do those?
There really isn't a dedicated time for that. Typically, we have tried to do them in March, just because you don't want to raise increases when it's winter and the grass is dormant. So we try to do it in March, but we could certainly do it at any time that we need.
You'll have less people drop if you do it in March as opposed to
That's it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I'd like to reframe my motion. I'm going to need Mark's help. I would like to move that or substitute motion, I guess it is, substitute motion to follow the 4-year plan for the golf course irrigation systems. And Mark, can you go over those 4 things again? And I'll include those as you speak.
Actually, if you could direct us to include the golf CIP plan, which includes a little bit more than the irrigation included
Okay.
in the report.
CIP
If you could
plan.
authorize us to forgive the golf debt, if you could authorize us to shift the park projects identified in the report, and if you could authorize us to transfer whatever amount, and I'm sorry, I was a little late getting back, so I missed the beginning.
Okay.
Whatever amount it is that you think is appropriate from the general fund or the permanent reserve.
How much is in the general fund now in this plan?
I think this identified $500,000 from both sources. Again, that was just a,
It would be, under, I think, the amendment that's offered by the mayor, you would need a transfer of $500,000 in 2024 and $300,000 in 2025.
Instead of the 500,000 in 2025.
Instead, right, because you'd have 200,000 more from the fees.
From the fees?
Yes.
Okay.
And finally, for the motion to direct or request the Golf Board of Governors to consider the fee increase.
Yes, and
JB, you
I
got all that?
I don't think I can repeat that. Do I need to repeat that, or can you get it from Mark? Okay, thank you. And then I would like to request the Golf Board of Governors increase the fees, and I'm going to say in March, increase the fees in March to equate for basically $200,000, so we can take less from the CIP fund by $200,000 starting in March of 2025. Whatever mix they want to do, annual fees, green fees, cart fees, whatever that is.
Councilmember Glasscock.
And not just requests, but
This is subject to
Subject
the
to,
approval
not just
of the
request.
Board of Governors.
Okay, subject to the Board of Governors increasing fees in March that would equate to $200,000 during that year.
We have a motion and a second, and before I cast my vote, I will explain my reasoning. We have a total of 7 recreational centers I mentioned earlier today, and it bothers me again to wait until a master plan that we might have to do some deferred maintenance, and that, to me, will be the reason why I will vote no, because I am very concerned that we have 7 rec centers that may have some maintenance issues that we need to address, but now we're really just focusing on golf, and I appreciate that the golf system is well utilized, and Jesse, you're doing a great job in getting more people there, but I am concerned, again, on those 7 rec centers. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could adjust that too. As I understand it, that money has just been sitting there for years. It's not like it's imminently needed. It's been sitting there for years. And so it's a way to use those funds now until we get a comprehensive plan for the parks and rec centers. So.
There's no further discussion. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1.
We're going to have a lot of happy golfers.
Councilmember Glasscock.
yeah, Madam Mayor, with a motion as well. to redirect the Dirt Street program with the exception of the allocation around our schools to be redirected into the street maintenance program as a whole. If I need to clarify that, I know we had discussion about it.
Motion, and we have multiple people on the board, so Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I wish I would have known this was going to come up today, so I could have had some time to do some discovery and have some conversations with folks. I am interested in the concept. My hope, and I had talked to Bob about this briefly, is that the money could be used could be put into reserves to help us address the 2026 budget shortfall that we're anticipating. But the funding is local sales tax, so it has to remain in roads and streets, and Mark is shaking his head. So that's my concern. This has been an issue of much discussion, and I've had different thoughts on this. So I'll be curious to see where the conversation goes. But I had hoped that it would be able to go towards reserves. Since it can't, I'm going to make sure that I'm listening to the conversation carefully before I can make a decision. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate my earlier comments. This is something that can help a lot of poor people in a lot of areas. The first dirt road that we were paving, Councilmember Johnson and I were out there talking to some of the neighbors, and one of the neighbors indicated a car that had come off the dirt road that we paved and crashed into a tree in his yard because of skidding around and whatnot, stuff that doesn't happen necessarily with paved roads. So this is a safety issue, this is an equity issue, and again, it's a couple of years before we're even done around the schools. So this is something that I just will not be for. So I appreciate that, and thanks for the conversation, I guess.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo Councilmember Hoheisel's comments. Like I mentioned before, 40% of the dirt roads are in District 6, and I feel like I would be doing a disservice to my constituents by voting to not focus on paving those roads, so I will not be supporting this.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Concrete roads are extremely important. It's something that I've heard about since I got elected and wanted to see some movement on, but it's extremely expensive to fix those. And we are already putting money into a fund to address those in a way that will make an impact. The other thing, I won't be supporting this motion, although I do support concrete streets, because a lot of the folks who've resided around dirt roads, and I can think of several in District 1 who have complained to me over the years, who are on fixed income, who are just saying that they feel that folks don't care about them because they have those dirt roads. One of them will be paved next year if everything goes through. But the other one probably won't be for a while because it's not around a school. But the area definitely does need it. We've made a commitment to those in the community who have dirt roads that we were going to take care of those, and they've seen it. They saw it in the last couple budgets from previous councils that this was important, and they were looking forward to that. And if we just abruptly say, nope, we're going to go do something else, then again, the folks who are stuck with the dirt roads don't see any real improvement. While we could improve those dirt roads like we had talked about, as well as put money away for concrete street improvements, which needs to happen as well. But I don't think we should abandon the dirt roads just to take care of the concrete. I think we can and should do both. So I won't be supporting this motion as I support the dirt roads program.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I'll just make a few more comments. We have wealthy Wichitans and middle-class Wichitans that live on dirt roads, and we have poor Wichitans that also live on roads that have been developed. And so, well, yes, I have the second most amount of dirt roads in the entire city as well. To me, individuals that are currently on roads, I think there's a delineation for me between the school district and then also not the school district. And we're looking at an increase in 14,590 lane miles a year. That's nearly a 30% increase that we'd be able to maintain by moving from this dirt streets program and reallocating funds. Now, obviously, keeping some schools in there, it may decrease that amount a little bit from 14,000, but around that amount, I mean, that's a pretty sizable difference. And that's, if we were to pave every single dirt street, I think one of the points in here says it's through 2052. The graph's through 2062. So I don't know which one's accurate, if it's 2052 or 62, but that's a substantial period. And so this isn't a cut. This is a redirect towards taking care of our current assets instead of expanding our assets. And we're able to better maintain 14,590 lane miles over this course of this period. So that's why I've offered this motion.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Councilmember Glasscock, can you please repeat your motion?
The motion, and I'm open to a substitute motion as well, is to redirect, with the exception of dirt streets around schools, redirect the dirt streets program towards our just street maintenance program as a whole.
So I guess my question is for Councilmember Johnson, if that's okay. You just talked about concrete streets, but I didn't hear him say it was only going to be for concrete streets.
Yeah, my concrete street support is neighborhood concrete streets, not just the overall program. I think we're making a lot of progress on the overall program. When I got elected, I think we were spending $4 million a year on streets, and now we're almost at 13. So I think we're doing good in the overall program. But I do hear a lot from folks in neighborhoods about their concrete streets.
Because I assume, and Mark, Bob, Gary, whoever is the best person, but if we said, we're going to still make sure all the dirt roads around schools are taken care of, but then the funds then would be redirected, I assumed it'd go to OP3 and somehow equally distributed among all 6 districts. Is that correct?
Well, we haven't talked about methodology, but that's what's been done so far.
And that would be my intention, is it be redirected.
Okay, because I just heard conversation about just concrete streets, and then, that is very specific to certain districts and not across overall. One thing that is weighing on my mind as I'm going to be making this decision is that I've said consistently during all of these budget hearings and community meetings that I was grateful for community members for telling us what they thought their priorities were in the community survey. And we know that street maintenance is one of the top 3. And so I think that, we've done a great job with the dirt streets, getting them around schools. I know it's a long process, it's an expensive process, but this would help provide some additional relief across the entire city if we were able to have additional funding for OP3. So just my thought.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm probably going to get this number wrong, so Gary or Mark can correct me, but I believe when we first started talking about the dirt roads program, to pave every dirt road in the city of Wichita was over $120 million. And when we looked at cutting that down to schools and lower income neighborhoods, that's where this program came from, which was the $39 million. So this really is taking care of the immediate need. It's not just saying we're going to pave every dirt road in the city of Wichita. It's actually a focused effort on the areas that need it most. Again, lower income communities and schools. So any redirection from that, again, says to those folks in those areas that their streets and their needs and that subject around roads is not important. We're going to put this towards the rest of the city's infrastructure, whereas we could and should keep our word to those folks in those areas and make sure we address those issues and spend that $39 million on the things that we focused on. And then once that's done, I think a future council, because this is going to take a while, could then look at, is there a way to allocate additional funding to more of our city infrastructure? I also want to highlight funding continues to increase on roads anyway. Again, when I got elected, we were around $4 million a year. Now we're looking at 13. Every year it continues to go up. We continue to do more work. Public Works does an amazing job of figuring out the best ways to squeeze every penny out of what we have to improve lane miles in the city of Wichita. So again, I hope that we would maintain our current program that has been approved and that people are looking forward to. And my support will not be for this motion and will continue to be to continue the Dirt Roads program as it's been presented.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit of background too. What we're talking about when we say dirt roads, we're not doing the full Cadillac version of road paving. These are simply asphalt overlays. We don't do curb and gutter. They already have the gutters right there, so it's considerably less expensive than actually doing a road like we do in the majority of the neighborhoods that we do them. So.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Last comment, people that lived on pay roads have also paid special assessments live on the roads, and they paid into the system. In addition to that, this doesn't negate that we can spend money on dirt roads. That's some other point. My motion does not prohibit that we can take on a case-by-case basis from this council and look at OP3. So it doesn't prevent us from paving dirt roads in the future, but it gives us more flexibility in how we can properly spend our resources and also enhance our current infrastructure.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the life of a pavement over a dirt road? What's the life of that road?
And one of the reasons why it won't last quite as long is because it doesn't have any enhanced drainage improvements. So we are putting down an improved road bed, if you will, new asphalt pavement. We will see some degradation of the pavement depending on where it's at, depending on the situation, a little sooner than we would in other situations because of the lack of formal drainage.
Again, what'd you say the life was?
Well, I think we're still going to get 20 years out of it before we need to really start doing substantial maintenance. That doesn't mean it's gone at that point, but probably get to that point and somewhere in between, like the rest of our roads, with our strategy for preservation versus mitigation, we're not just going to let them sit for that whole time either. We'll be doing things along the way to try to extend that life. My estimation of 20 years is getting to a point of having to do some more substantial, significant rehabilitation at that point.
Okay. 'Cause I noticed on that type of road, usually the edges chip off after a couple of years, pavement.
Sure,
Do you see
it's
that?
possible. It depends on the soil type. It depends on which part of the city it's at. It depends on traffic patterns. But that's, and again, whether there's ditches or not, there's a lot of factors involved, but it's possible without having that edge containment with the curb and gutter, right?
Thank you.
I motion to second, or I will second this motion. Due to this motion having taken into consideration that schools will become a priority, we'll still continue to pave dirt roads, but it will be those that are around schools. So more children, parents, grandparents driving kiddos near those schools. And again, the number that still keeps me focused on looking at the overall system is, I know that this would eliminate all of them versus the schools only. So 15,590 lane miles per year is what reminds me that it helps all of the community or more people in the community. And it's back to being fair to all. And so I will be seconding. So I have a motion and a second. Further discussion, beginning with Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a bit confused because I think Councilman Glasscock's motion was to, correct me if I'm wrong, to take that $19 million and move it to pave streets and not pave any dirt roads.
It was to move the dirt streets program into, with the exception of schools, into just street maintenance as a whole. So I didn't offer any specifications of where to spend that exactly, just street maintenance as a whole.
Just for clarification, we estimated that would be about 5 years worth of work. So for the next 5 years, we would be completing the work around the schools.
Okay.
So at my time on the District Advisory Board, I remember that the dirt street program was just going to focus on around schools at first. Is that not correct?
I think that was an initial discussion, but that's not what the council's final policy was.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. Just a clarification, it was schools in lower income areas. That was the final council policy. I would provide a little pushback. Fair to all is not putting money into something that goes throughout the whole city. One thing, as I've always said when I was a coach, is we're only as strong as our weakest link. And right now, I would consider weak links folks who live around the dirt roads. And if we don't do what we can to fix those dirt roads, we're actually not helping everybody. We're just paving streets in different parts of town. Yes, that there is a scoring matrix which Public Works uses, but this was an intentional pot of money for dirt roads to ensure that the folks that lived around those dirt roads that were by schools in lower income areas actually would have a level playing field with the people who had concrete or asphalt. This approach, while it would still maintain some of the work around schools, then abandons the lower income areas, and those are the folks who also need that. Councilmember Glasscock made a really good point that we do have people who can pay special assessments, and we've already seen a couple streets in District 1 in the Spring Acres neighborhood where they chose to pay for it themselves and they got it paved. But the areas that are low income, they would be pretty much dismissed out of this as we're looking at allocating that money equally throughout other districts. And I would maintain that, again, you're only as strong as your weakest link. We need to make the investments in those dirt roads to ensure that those folks have the same type of driving experience, the same type of cleaner air experience that everyone else would have. And I think our focus needs to be that. In government, if we are not intentional about addressing the issues we face, then we don't make progress. And we're not going to make progress on dirt roads if we don't make an intentional investment that is only for dirt roads and only in those areas, because those folks would see these other roads getting paved. And I hear it. There's a lady on the Estelle who says it all the time. Wichita is paving all these other roads, but they're not paving this dirt road. We can't afford it. Most of the folks there are renting. We can't get a hold of the property owners anyway. So her street gets abandoned out of this when it was a part of an intentional package to address that. Again, as government, we need to be very intentional about addressing the issues we have, or else we'll never make progress, and those folks will be the ones that say that Wichita doesn't care about them.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I didn't pay a special on my road. The special was paid 50, 100 years ago, or whenever it came about, but my tax dollars goes to help rehab my road. So these people are paying taxes to help rehab roads, and they are not getting anything for their dirt road that they have in front of their house. So to me, that's an issue of equity right there, because they are currently paying into a system that they are not seeing a return on. So yeah, just a little pushback on that one as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
So I'm still confused, which is maybe normal. So Councilman Glasscock, is there a certain amount that would go towards paving roads around schools and the rest of it go to the general road fund?
I imagine that we have that exact number of what it would be around schools, but it would be anything, it would be redirecting anything on top of what would go around school districts right now. I don't have that exact amount in front of me currently, but we would take care of schools, and then anything after that would be redirected to normal street maintenance operations.
Well, I would make a substitute motion that we get more information on this and talk about it next week.
Gary, would you have the information about how many miles around schools that are still needed? It's over the next 5 years, but is there? I won't accept the substitute motion right now.
We have a motion and a second. Do you still have more comments here on the board? Councilmember Glasscock. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none.
Excuse me, Mayor. I think from a procedural standpoint, and I'll ask the city attorney to correct me, if someone offers a substitute motion, I think it then has to stand for a second and then a vote, or if he doesn't get a second, then we can go, because it wasn't offered as an amendment.
That is correct. I did not hear a second, so I just let it go on.
Member Tuttle.
Thank you. I was going to ask for clarification. So we have a motion and a second to stop paving dirt roads except to finish what we're doing around schools, which we anticipate will take 5 years. There seems to be a little bit of confusion, or maybe it's just Councilmember Johnston and I, but I'm not exactly sure how much money and what the whatever. So I understand Councilmember Johnston made a motion to delay it just so that we can get more information from Public Works before next week. Is that correct?
That's correct. Substitute motion.
I would second the substitute motion to delay because I think this needs some more discussion, and I would like to know a little bit more about the process. So I would second that.
And to clarify, is that motion to delay until next week?
Yes, till the 20th.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to delay this specific topic on dirt roads until next week.
Yes, this is the substitute motion that has been made and seconded.
Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3.
No, it fails.
Oh, sorry.
It fails.
Nay, sorry. Motion does not pass 4-3.
Now we're back on Councilmember Glasscock's original motion.
That one had a motion and a second. So now we are back to the motion from Councilmember Glasscock regarding moving dirt road paving budgeted to only schools. Is that correct? And so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion does not carry 4-3. Do we have more motions for today? We do, okay. Councilmember Johnston.
I think we need to have dinner here too, so do this. I would like to make a motion to move $5,000 from the CIP budget 2025 ES 010, which is 21st Street, 119th to St. Teresa. Right now, it's $1,275,000. I'd like to decrease that by $5,000, $1,270,000, and put that $5,000 towards the acquisition of land for the Northwest Freeway, and the state fund for the Northwest Freeway. Give a little background on that in my thinking. I've been here a long time, and I remember when Rock Road was actually a two-lane road past 13th. There was nothing past Wichita Country Club when I was a kid, and it just exploded through Bradley Fair when George put Bradley Fair in, and the development just continued and exploded. It got to where Rock Road was not really drivable in a timely manner at all. It would take 3 stoplights to get through a light. It was to the point where people avoided Rock Road completely. That all changed when George Ablaw and Charles Koch donated some of the land and put a timeline on building K-96. And I can guarantee you, nobody at that time thought K-96 would be 6 lanes, as it is going to be. But when that went in, that took a tremendous amount of traffic off of Rock Road. I see the same thing happening on Mays Road. Mays used to be busy just in the morning, just at night when people came home, and on weekends. Now, Mays Road is busy all the time. More developments coming down Central, down 13th, down 21st, and it's only going to get worse. It's almost to the point where Rock Road was back then. So that's my reasoning. In 1997, 98, there was a study that designed the Northwest Freeway, bypass, whatever you want to call it. 40% of the land has already been acquired for that. I realize it is not on KDOT's radar at all, not for the next 10 years. So this is probably going to be a 20-year play, maybe longer. And honestly, I'll probably be dead by then. So not being dramatic, but I am 64 and my dad only made it to 79. So I just think this is a future thinking of acquiring land while we can. Once it's for sure thing that land prices are going to go up. And I know they can get eminent domain and things like that, but I just think it's prudent to do it now as land becomes available. We can acquire it. The county's been putting in $1 million a year to acquire land matched by the state. And I would just like us to put a meager $5,000 in to say, yes, we are interested. We are interested in helping residents in that area get around. And really, 135 and 235 are almost to the middle of the city anymore. There really is no way to get around Northwest Wichita. So I would like to make that motion. If anybody would like to second it, I would appreciate it.
Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Glasscock.
I'll second the motion, but my comment was for after Councilmember Johnston.
Johnson's still on here. So Councilmember Tuttle now.
Thank you. Okay, so here's my question. And then I have a comment. If we put 5,000, we reserve $5,000, is this your intention for annually or just for next year?
Just for next year.
Okay, so $5,000, I'm assuming isn't going to purchase any parcel of land. I mean, I would not think so. So then what happens to the $5,000 after, because I don't think you can buy anything for $5,000 out there for right of way.
Well, there's a fund now.
So
it goes into that fund.
But is that what we're saying? I mean, I've never had a right of way acquisition since I've been here. So Bob, can you, or Mark, or Gary, someone help me out here? Because, I mean, I don't know what that fund is, and are we writing a check to KDOT? Are we writing a check to a non-for-profit? I mean, I would want some details of where the money would be going. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yes, I'm just not sure I know the mechanism that the county has used with the state, and whether
Because
it's
it's
a single fund or on a per parcel basis. Do you know?
From what I know, the funding between the state and the county is all going into one place. KDOT is responsible for the acquisition of right-of-way. There is some funding still there right now that I don't know how active it is, but they've built up some funds. But I think if the city chose to add funding, it would just go into that same bank. KDOT would still be responsible for all the, I don't know if that even comes close to answering your question, but.
So may I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
So from what I hear you saying is we would be writing a check to KDOT, is that correct?
I think that makes
And
the
is
most
there a
sense, yes.
specific Northwest bypass pot, or is it just going into a land acquisition pot that KDOT has?
I'm sure there's a specific fund for property acquisition for the Northwest bypass, yes. Because we have seen numbers relative to that, to Councilmember Johnston's comment. They've acquired somewhere between 30 and 40% of the right-of-way needed for the project. There is a positive balance in that bank account now. I saw a recent presentation from Sedgwick County Public Works that showed that number.
Okay, and do we know, is KDOT and Sedgwick County, are they still contributing to the right-of-way fund? I know they were doing some kind of matching initiative. Is that still happening? I have heard, but anecdotally, I haven't heard from KDOT or the county that it isn't happening, but I'm just curious.
They had been as of last year.
Okay.
The last I heard was it could be up for debate for both of them, but I hadn't heard a confirmation yet in 2024.
Okay. So if they, I'm sorry, I'm peppering you with questions, I'm sorry, but so let's say that they stop contributing to that, are they still in the process then of acquiring land, or are they just, it's sitting there waiting for something? Does that make sense?
No, it does. That's part part of the equation too that I don't know that we have a real clear answer on. I know there's a fairly sizable positive balance right now in that account for acquisition of right-of-way for the Northwest Bypass. It's my understanding, and I am more than happy to follow up on this and get clarification, is that KDOT is still looking for, when there are opportunity purchases, that's the funding that they would use. It doesn't, I can't, from my perspective, what I've seen and heard, I'm not sure that it's really active, but they do have a fund balance there, and if the opportunity arises, that's what that's for.
Okay.
But I can get more clarification on all of that.
And maybe I'm the only one who has concerns, but I mean, and it's such a small amount, I know, but I just want to make sure that we know where the money's going and how it's going to be spent. So that's why I'm asking the questions.
It would, I can tell you that part, regardless of what the amount would be, whether it's from the city or the county, it's all going towards that same purpose.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. And then just my comment, I've remained neutral on this with the topic for the Northwest Bypass expansion, or Northwest Bypass. I am super glad that Councilmember Johnston mentioned that for K96, when it was developed, that there was a study that showed that there would be the economic feasibility of it and what the return on investment would be. And so I have said regarding the Northwest Bypass very publicly, I'm not opposing it or fighting against it. I'm not supporting it until I see an economic study that shows what the return on investment would be. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion. I will give my response to also what Councilmember Tuttle has said. I think throughout this entire day, what we've been asking for is more data and more information. And I've had this conversation with Councilmember Tuttle regarding the feasibility study that has not been updated since regarding this specific area in Northwest Wichita. So I will not be voting in favor because I want to see more information and I want a feasibility study to be done before we make further decisions. Because again, our partners at KDOT have been gracious in letting us advocate for further improvements along West Kellogg. And then just recently, I wrote a letter in support of improvements to the canal route on I-135. So that's already two projects that directly impact a lot of Wichitans. And I really would like to see, again, a feasibility study, as Councilmember Tuttle has mentioned, before I would move forward with anything regarding Northwest. Again, staying focused with KDOT, which we're very appreciative of, continuing investments on West Kellogg or Kellogg in general, and then investments onto I-135 as that infrastructure continues to age, are very critical for our community. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm probably the only one here that remembers I-35 when there was no I-35. You had to go up Broadway when we went to Abilene, Kansas to visit my grandparents, so a long time ago. So when the I-35 came in about, it saved us 15 minutes getting to Abilene. So long time. I think what this 5,000 does, it encourages a study to be done. It encourages, says, okay, Wichita's a little bit interested, and maybe we should do a study. So it's a token amount. I realize that. Doesn't mean much, but I think it encourages that study to be done, to see where we are and if we're needed. So that's why it's so little.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Do I have any more council members that want to make motions? I see another. Councilmember Glasscock.
I do think Councilman Johnson might have had one prior, though, or were you just saving comments later? Okay. So in the proposed follow-up issues packet that Bob had presented us, or Manager Layton, sorry, had presented us, the concepts included in the 2025 proposed budget Tier 1 and Tier 2. I'm interested in initiating those cost savings items 1 through 11. I'm not interested in item number 12. So it'd be reinitiating items number 1 through 12, or sorry, 1 through 11. There's no page numbers on there. 1 through 11, in addition, that would be a cost savings, an initial cost savings of about $1,050,000 in 2025 instead of waiting until 2026. And then I would also be interested in implementing the concepts not currently included in the 2025 proposed budget, Tier 3B, which would come out to about $2 million. Between both of those, it would be a cost savings in the 2025 budget of $3,050,000. Both of these have said, both of these will not have impact to services that the city currently offers. The process improvements, they're maintaining half open existing levels. We will still have open positions in these areas. It flattens the organization's equitable management model and just improves our processes and how we do business in the city.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Where are you at? I don't think.
It was the packet that was sent out yesterday.
Okay. And then I would request, if you don't mind, that anything the community doesn't have items.
I could do item by item and read them.
I think that's really important, because otherwise the community who doesn't have the document in front of them doesn't know what we're discussing.
Very fair. I am happy to read through all of them. Items number 1 would be Cowtown cost recovery is still at $0, so that does not affect Cowtown. Item number 2 is naming rights at parks and cultural facilities at $500,000 implementation. Number 3, planning cost recovery at $25,000. Police animal control dog licensing at $80,000. Finance accounts payable centralize and automate process at $70,000. Public works and utilities fleet evaluate vehicles and maintenance approach at $150,000 cost savings. Century 2 reduce the subsidy by $100,000. Finance accounts receivable improvements at $25,000. Ice rink reduce the subsidy by $100,000. And so those would be the items that I propose implementing in 2025 that have been proposed implementing in 2026. In addition to that, the items included in Tier 3B would be municipal court process improvement at $125,000. Facilities maintain existing staffing level at $350,000. And again, per the manager's clarification, that isn't a full elimination of all open positions. Number 20, maintain existing service levels, park maintenance at $250,000. Again, same thing. Street maintenance, maintain existing staffing levels at $650,000. Again, not eliminating all open positions. Finance, health insurance plan redesign at $275,000. And item number 34 would be the flattened organization of the equitable management model at $250,000. So it comes out collectively to $3,050,000 savings that we would begin to implement in 2025 and not wait till 2026. Sorry, that was a very long motion.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
So you're proposing all of these things that you just mentioned to cut today?
Correct. They're what is looking at being implemented in 26, 27, and 28. And when we've had these discussions with Bob previously, this would just be moving them a year earlier and a year advance, opposed to when the budget allocation was in 2026, 7, and 28.
Follow-up question. So you're going into 3B?
3B, but not full 3B. So the 3B ones were improvements, maintain existing staff levels in 3 of the departments, but that isn't, I think maintaining existing levels is not fully accurate. So Bob, how would we maybe rephrase that? Would it be?
The 3B items, we continue to recommend that those be studied. And these are interim steps during that study process. We intend, after this budget process is over, give the staff a week or 2 to catch their breath, and then we're going to implement the studies for all of those 3B items. We believe that what's shown in yellow could be implemented in 25 as first steps. And some of them recognize that we have vacancy rates that are probably not going to change substantially. But at the same time, we didn't want to hamstring ourselves and to position us where we didn't know the long-range implications. For instance, on facilities maintenance, originally we were thinking that that could result in $925,000 of savings if we accept today's staffing level and service level. Well, we're not sure what the long-term implications of that will be, but we know from a practical standpoint, it'll be difficult for us to fill a number of the vacant positions. So that's where the 350, for instance, comes into play there. I could go into more detail on all of these, but this is what we think is realistic that would move us down the road. Now, the one thing that we haven't talked about, or Councilmember Glasscock hasn't mentioned, is where those dollars would go. And one recommendation we have made is that if the council were to approve this, we need funding, Mark, of how much for the paperless? We would need we would recommend $675,000 of this amount go for us to buy the equipment or the software that's necessary to implement the paperless timekeeping, which would then go into effect in 26, right? But we'd be able to make the capital purchase in 25. And that will result in ongoing savings in the future. So you're investing now for ongoing organizational savings.
And in support of that, the language from the report provided by staff is if the city council wished to implement Tier 3B concepts and incorporate them into the proposed budget, it would be possible to implement them and accelerate cost savings into 2025. And from my understanding of conversations and Bob's comments there, that it doesn't affect current service levels. It's working to mitigate and proactively handle some of these things as well. I know that the manager and I have talked about perhaps, since we're not able to change the amount we're offering to the debt service fund, which is what I originally was interested in, that this could go towards either debt servicing and offering cash for projects. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, that would be one option, is to direct staff to allocate cash from the general fund into specific CIP projects, which would in effect reduce our future borrowing needs.
So reducing future borrow needs, providing some projects via cash savings now, again, not hurting service levels, and then, so out of that $3,050,000, $675,000 could go towards investing in paperless timekeeping, and the rest could go towards debt service and offering cash for projects.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. So we don't fill these positions that we have open employment for right now. Next year, the money's still there. We can do something a little different with it if we need to, put it in reserves, put it in.
Correct.
So, okay. I'm not necessarily against this. I just, personally, I'd like to take another week to kind of look through a lot of this. We did get the update, the additional reports yesterday morning, actually about midday. So I was able to scan it, not necessarily take it all in the way I wanted to. So just my 2 cents there about some of these adjustments that you're looking.
To that end, it hasn't been seconded yet, and so I'm happy to change my motion to defer it to August 20th. I wasn't planning on offering this to August 20th until the manager said it might be easier to talk about motions today, so I was planning on doing the 20th. So I'm fine deferring this and having more conversations with my colleagues about it if there was a second.
I will add one more thing to City Manager Layton. Can you please update these on our website so that the community can see not just yesterday's update, but also last week? These were answers to questions we asked during the very first budget presentation, and a lot of those answers came out again end of last week and early this week. So if you could put that on the website.
We're prepared to do that. We just wanted direction from council. So,
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought it up this week and not next week, because that would have been really unfair for us to have to make the decision on that day. So thank you for doing that. I also agree it's not a topic for today. And I'm also going to, put a bug maybe in people's ear that when we do this next week, we take these line item by line item. Because, for example, if I understand what I hear you're wanting, is that we would take $275,000 from the health insurance plan redesign. or we would take 250,000 out of park maintenance. Well, we just moved money out of park maintenance for the irrigation system. And so I'm not going to be interested in learning, anything that impacts our employees, our police, our fire, public works, library, HR staff. I mean, our 3,100 employees who are the backbone of this organization. Anything with health insurance plan design, I'm going to need to know more of what that means. And again, for example, we just took money out of park, and so I'm going to need to digest this a little bit more. But I hope next week we're probably going to have another marathon meeting, because I'm pretty sure we're going to want to go by these one by one. So thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I also appreciate knowing about it today and the willingness to defer until next week. Just wanted to say that, and I haven't fully, just like Councilmember Hoheisel, I glanced at this. I haven't had a chance to fully digest it. But item number 24, the health insurance plan redesign, is that money to redesign it, or are we looking at what was proposed?
No, there's no, at this point, there's nothing proposed. What I've committed from the very beginning is that we would sit down with our employee committee and indicate that we need to work. We know long-term we have to make changes in our health plan, and so we would work collectively with that committee to bring back recommendations. And we think realistically, we can make some plan changes that are not, would not be harmful to our employees and get that kind of savings. But we won't know until we get, this is an estimate, and we won't know until we finish that work.
Okay. I guess we don't have to make a decision until next week, but I would just say I wouldn't be supportive if it's not led by the group you mentioned, and if it results in insurance that is not as good as what we have now, I wouldn't be supportive of it.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. I just want to echo my colleagues' comments. Councilmember Glasscock, appreciate you bringing this up, but I wouldn't feel comfortable voting on it today.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Yeah, final comments about this. Thankful for the discussion. I know that these have been in our packets previously, so we're not springing this on the public. We've at least talked about these in a public setting. Very comfortable talking about it next week. Again, that was my original intention, was to talk about this next week, but I'm glad we're having this discussion now. I'm looking forward to it. I believe these aren't harmful to service levels, and I also believe it offers innovative cost recovery models as well that I think are very hopeful for the budget moving forward. That it's not just looking at service cuts, or not even service cuts, but a reprocessing and reorganization of our model, but also how to recoup some of that investment. And I'm very comfortable going line item by line item next week, because I know that we may all disagree on line item by line item, so I'm comfortable with moving forward on that next week as well.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one correction to Councilmember Tuttle. Next week will not be a marathon meeting. It's actually probably going to be a continuation of this meeting. I think we'll still be in session, so.
So we will defer this item. Oh, sorry.
Procedural matter, Mayor, I have not heard a second to this motion yet.
There wasn't.
There was no second to that motion.
Not yet.
So we will defer.
I'll just bring up a discussion point next week. I don't need a second, so I can withdraw my motion.
Withdrawing the motion. Council members, any more motions for today? I see none, which means, Councilmember Hoheisel.
I have one more motion on this topic, and it is a motion to receive public comment on the 2025-2026 proposed budget and the 2025-2034 proposed capital improvement program.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the third item.
I'm sorry, Mayor. There needs to be a motion to defer this until the 20th. Our presenter was not able to stay.
Do you believe that that should be maybe even deferred one more week, just because I feel like the budget will be another?
We have just a consent only that following week. I don't think this is time sensitive. We could put it on for the first meeting of September. That's what you prefer.
I will propose a motion to defer this item as new business for our first meeting in September. which is September 3rd.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the fourth item.
Municipal Court Judge Evaluations and Retention.
Good afternoon. Nathan Emery, Court Administrator. It's my pleasure to present the 2023 Municipal Court Judicial Evaluations. This one's a little different than some of the past years, so I will get into that in this first slide. But per Charter Ordinance number 191, municipal court judges are appointed to 4-year terms and evaluated annually according to the procedures established by the council. In accordance with Council Policy 36, a judicial evaluation committee consisting of city council members reviewed the performance of municipal judges for 2023. And that's for all 5 of our judges, Judge Abbott, Jones, Green, Kerr, and Zarchin. Now, this year, we have 2 retirements. One judge has already retired, and that was Judge Abbott on April 26, 2024. And Judge Kerr is retiring September 13th, 2024. So I bring that up because the way the appointments work for those judges is that the newly appointed judges fulfill the remaining portion of the 4-year term. And so the reason you're evaluating all 5 of the judges is to create continuity in the term. So even though Judge Abbott is already gone, there was a piece of his time fell into this year's term, and Judge Kerr is still serving. So I just wanted to make that clear because it's a little different than our normal annual reviews. We continued the changes with the process that we started last year. So we had, actually that's the next slide. As required by council policy, we did stakeholder surveys regarding the performance of judges. Stakeholders included attorneys practicing in municipal court, as well as city staff, defendants, victims, and all others serving in court. The surveys were summarized and provided to the evaluation committee, and they were also provided performance measures detailing key outcomes for the court. Additionally, each judge submits a self-evaluation to discuss their approaches to adjudicating cases and professional development. So here are some key performance outcomes. Our case clearance rate is at 115%. We are disposing of cases at a rate of about 70% of cases within 180 days of filing, which means we're keeping cases moving through the system, not letting them linger. And we have very few cases that get overturned on appeal. As I started to say before, we continued the processes that we started last year. We actively engaged court participants, tried to make sure that we had no fewer than 100 surveys per judge, which actually, when you look at the court on the whole, ends up being about nearly 500 surveys, which is a pretty large survey sample relative to other surveys that the city does. We emailed surveys to past court participants to allow their participations. We continued to not have the bar number on the surveys distributed to the bars to create, make sure they felt comfortable that there wouldn't be retaliation if any information got shared. And all identified attorneys that participated in municipal court through that calendar year were provided an opportunity. Those who we had email addresses for, we emailed. Those we didn't have them, we sent them actual letters to give them an opportunity. So provided the council elects to retain all the judges Jones, Green, and Zarchin would be retained and continue to serve as municipal judges. Judge Kerr would be retained and will retire on September 13th, 2024. Judge Abbott will be retained and retired on April 26th, and the remaining terms of Judge Abbott and Kerr will be completed by judges appointed by this council pursuant to municipal ordinance. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. The adopted budget includes the funding for recommended judges' salaries, and the recommended action is to retain, this is missing Judge Abbott and Kerr, it's to retain all judges for the fourth year of their 4-year appointment and authorize a 2.5% merit increase. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. How many surveys did we have returned?
It was nearly 500.
Okay, how does that compare to the past couple of years?
So it's significantly more than 2 years ago. It's on par with last year.
Okay, so taking off the bar number there, is that one of the main reasons that we've seen an increase in surveys returned?
No, we didn't see an increase in the attorney surveys. Those hung right at about last year's level, which was lower than the previous year. We've been much more active in ensuring that we get a good survey sample from the citizens, and so people moving through our court, we're actively engaging them and asking them to fill out surveys. We're also doing emails, which we didn't do before. Part of why we had so few in, not last year, but the previous 2 years was COVID, and it became, I guess, more dangerous for my staff to go and interact with people directly to request those surveys. So post-COVID, now that we're more able to engage the public safely, we do that. But what we've seen is, even though we've provided a greater opportunity for the attorneys to participate, thus far, they haven't taken that opportunity.
Okay, are the survey results segregated by the docket that they went through?
So the survey results are per the judge. And so each individual could complete, if they had multiple judges or multiple interactions, you could get one person who surveyed multiple judges, but the surveys are directed at a specific judge. So if we pulled people off of, for a specific judge that served on multiple dockets, those will be absorbed just by that judge. So it's not necessarily broken down, but if you look at the packet, I identify which dockets each judge did, and so that's kind of, you see the corresponding judge scores that would be related to the people on those dockets.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of one of my questions is people's satisfaction going through, for example, environmental court as opposed to drug court or any of the other courts that we have. So, all right. Well,
so if you wanted to see, that specific docket, if you just look to that judge, it's going to be the judge that does the environmental docket.
Okay, yeah, and sometimes there's crossovers or substitutions and.
For that survey period, there probably wouldn't be. So it's going to be probably like 95, 90 to 99% just the judge that did that environmental.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hoheisel stole every single one of my questions. Happy to hear about the bar number removal. I think that's important. Kind of disappointed to hear that more attorneys didn't participate, but also happy to see that we're on par for the number of evaluations that we received. And thank you for going the extra mile and really trying to track people down to get the best feedback that we possibly can. So obviously it shows it's working, so thank you for that.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just to comment to Councilmember Hoheisel on that, when I was on the committee, the folks who had been in front of that judge would respond. So you could see in some of the comments, they would actually name what docket they were on. So if it was environmental court, you would see that they had whatever experience in that actual court. So a lot of that is included in there if they get really detailed. If not, it's just this person's great or they're not.
And I'll say, I believe in the packets that I submitted to you all, I pulled the comments out of the surveys and put those comments in that second page. So it's the second page for each judge has all of the comments from all of the surveys.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I know Councilwoman Vice Mayor Ballard and I had the chance to look at the performance appraisal review. So we saw each one of these line item by line item every single survey, and I was very impressed. Normally, sometimes when people complete surveys, they complete it when they're unsatisfied, not when they're satisfied. And even the unsatisfied individuals in the surveys offer pretty overwhelming support for the judges. Even if they weren't satisfied with the decision, they thought they were treated fairly and equitably. And I think it was a pretty impressive review of all of our judges, and I think it spoke highly to all of them when I reviewed the entire packet. So well done for our court system, and well done for all of our judges. And I'll be supporting the retaining and merit increase.
I see no further questions for staff. Thank you, Nathan. We will now open it up for public comment. Are there any? Oh.
George Theo Harris, 2115 South Chautauqua. I don't know if any of you actually went down to the courthouse. One time I took Levanta and James Clendenin down there, and the judge just, I guess because you guys can reaffirm them or reappoint them or whatever, and you guys really need to do that. I mean, or do we need to get John Kennedy from Louisiana, because he'll grill them. But I'm not so thinking that the judges, I think sometimes they're too lenient. We can give some cases, but I don't want to do that. So I really think you should put this off until you've looked at the judges, and I guess he's read some stuff, some of their, from the people, but some of their replies, but, or what's happened to them in the court. But yeah, I think, I just wouldn't willy-nilly just reappoint them all. I think you should ask some questions, because I'm starting to wonder. We got this one person that had 3 dogs killed, and the judge is so lenient, they let him get more dogs. No, come on, we got to do something about that. So I just wouldn't just check a box and send it on. I think you should do some research. Thank you.
Any further public comment? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I see a motion from Councilmember Glasscock.
With a motion to retain all judges and that they seek and authorize a merit increase. Do I need to be more specific than that? Okay, thank you.
Second.
Thank you to both of you for serving on that committee. We appreciate that you took the time. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Mayor, before we do that, I'm sorry, keeping with the craziness of today, if you could reconsider item number 3, our presenter will be out of town on the 3rd, and ask that you schedule that for the 10th.
I motion
I'm sorry.
I motion to move item number
Reconsider.
to defer that item to September 10th.
Is that fine?
Defer.
Motion and a second by Vice Mayor Ballard.
Second, yes.
Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Ordinance amending Chapter 6.04 pertaining to animal services.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I'm Jan Jarman, and I'm with the Law Department. I'm actually presenting on behalf of the Wichita Police Department Animal Services, but I lost my Animal Services fellow a couple hours ago, but I'm here on behalf of them. I'm here to talk to you about a few amendments we are requesting to Title VI. One moment. do it that way. Just to remind, we went to workshop on this item. So to remind you, in 2023, Animal Service Advisory Board convened a subcommittee to recommend some changes to some animal ordinances, especially pertaining to licensing. After multiple meetings, the subcommittee took their recommendations back to the full Animal Service Advisory Board, who voted in favor of the recommendations made. We then took those recommendations to the Wichita Police Department and to Finance with the licensing and talked about which ones could we actually do now, which ones do we need an ordinance to complete, and which ones can we do without an ordinance. So that's where we are on this. And that's what this slide talks about. So we have made a few recommendations for ordinance changes to animal services. First, I'll tell you that we are recommending a couple changes to our dangerous dog ordinance. That is a civil ordinance, not a criminal ordinance, and it's one where we deem a dog dangerous and you have to put a sign up and give public notice that your dog is dangerous. Right now, if you have a dog deemed level 2 dangerous, you have to put it in and level 1, sorry. You have to put it in you have to keep it at home, or if you take it outside of your home, it has to be muzzled. Or if you have to leave town and have it boarded, you can't just leave it with a family member or a kid down the street. You have to take it to a boarding facility if you have a dog that's been deemed dangerous. We want to open that up a little bit and say that that dog may also go to an animal behaviorist because maybe you want to have it evaluated to see if it's a good pet for your home. Maybe you have some work that you need done with the dog. So we want to expand where a dog can go once it's been deemed dangerous. We also are recommending a change. Right now, if you have a dog deemed dangerous level 1, you are required to have a pen that goes into cement into your yard. And the problem is if you have a Chihuahua deemed dangerous, not that that happens very often, but if you have a small dog deemed dangerous and you live in an apartment, you can't put a pen in your apartment, so that dog can't be released. That dog will be euthanized, frankly, because you'll have to move and get a house where you can have a pen, or you'll have to let the dog go. So at this point, we are requesting that we give some discretion to the animal service, the person who makes the determination, and let that person determine whether there needs to be a pen or not. Some cases there will be a pen. If you have a large dog, that one year, a few years ago, we had one that busted through the plate glass window after the mailman or mail carrier, letter carrier. That dog needs a pen. So it'll be based on the facts of the case instead of every single dog requires a pen. We're also requesting that all dogs and cats over 5 months be required to get a microchip. Lieutenant Nienstedt, who was with me here earlier today, said they have over 200 animals in the shelter right now, and only 15 have been found to have microchips. We know it will be hard to enforce this ordinance, but we need to send a message to the community: get your animals microchipped, your dogs and your cats. Because if that cat sneaks out, even an inside cat, we want to have the ability to find the owner and get it back to the owner. We'd also, and we're going to have a community, some outreach on this. We're going to do a lot of education on this because it's also very important that they keep the information updated on that microchip. We're also requesting just to change the run-at-large penalty and increase it to a misdemeanor. It's a fine only right now. This doesn't change anything in terms of mandatory fines or any kind of no mandatory jail time. But if you had a dog that continuously was at large, with this we could put them on probation with a requirement that they keep their dog inside. So it just gives a little bit more ability for a judge to make orders that the judge doesn't have the ability to currently make. Second set of requests that we're making to you, this did not really come from your committee, from your Animal Service Advisory Board. They weren't against this, but this wasn't part of the committee work. This came from the Animal Services. And we would request to increase the mandatory fine on animal bites from $200 to $500, a second offense from $500 to $1,000, and a third offense from $1,000 to $2,500. We have an epidemic in this city. We have too many animal bites. And we think it's important to send a message to the community that we will not tolerate animal bites. And this is the only way, frankly, we know how to do it. It does also give the ability to put a person on probation, but that's always been there. That's not a change. The only requested change here is to increase the mandatory fines. The fine, people always ask me this, the only way you can track fines in court, it's per defendant, not per dog. So there are ways people can get out of it, I suppose. If the wife is an owner one time and the husband's an owner another time, I can see how that could happen. But most of the time, there's usually one person who claims ownership of the animals. But there's no way to track a dog. We have to track an owner. Finally, we have a batch of licensing amendments we request. First, I want to tell you the good news, and that is finance is already, the licensing department is already making changes, and they didn't need an ordinance to do it. They're already meeting with their computer vendor to make getting a license easier. Now, there are a few ordinance changes that would help them. First of all, we're requesting that dogs may be licensed for up to 36 months, depending on their type of vaccine. So if you have a 3-year vaccine, you can get a 3-year license. You won't get a price break just because we're trying to make this easier, not more difficult for figuring out what people owe. But we think it would be easier for someone to get the 36-month if they want to. They don't have to. You can get a 1 year if you only want to pay for 1 year at a time. We are also asking that we are removing, you'll see a lot of strike-throughs on that ordinance in the licensing section, and it's not that we're changing everything, but this ordinance is unique in that it says so specifically everything a vet has to give to licensing. Instead, we want licensing to make that determination. So as technology progresses and we have easier ways to get that information, licensing can just request it in a different manner. So they will still be requesting vaccination information from vets, but we're just not going to tell licensing exactly how they have to get that or how often. It doesn't have to be every day. It could be once a week. It could be once a month. It's whatever licensing needs to get that information. We're also asking to change, just to simplify the licensing costs for dogs. There was some discussion, by the way, the committee did recommend licensing cats, and that went to the board. But the Wichita Police Department, we spoke with licensing, and while we're not necessarily against licensing cats, you have two things you're looking at. First of all, that's much more controversial than licensing dogs. That will need to go to DABS, and that's going to be a longer process. But more important is number two, licensing isn't ready for that. We are not very good right now at licensing dogs. We need to get a lot better, and that's why licensing is talking to the vendor to figure out how can we get notices out to people to license their dogs. We are not ready for cats. So hopefully someday in the future, if the council wants to see us do cats, we can do that. But for now, we're only ready for dogs. We are requesting to change the fee on dogs to $15 flat if it's spayed or neutered, and you add $35, making it $50 if you have a dog that's not spayed, not neutered. So that's our recommendation. So that leaves us with a few licensing recommendations and some increased penalties, and with that, I will stand open for questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jan. I appreciate your work and the work of everybody who had a hand in this. With the 3 dogs, raising the limit to 3 dogs, does that include pits?
No, you can't have more than 2 pits.
Okay, so the 2 pits.
I'm sorry, was that not on my, I want to make sure everybody knows that I was recommending, part of this ordinance is recommending you can have 3 dogs without an animal maintenance permit or 3 cats without an animal maintenance permit. So it just raises that number. There'll be fewer animal maintenance permits, but it wouldn't apply to pit bulls.
Okay, thank you. Now, in regards to the dog pen requirement and the fence requirement, that's also to give leeway to our supervisors, and that way in case people aren't using the pens or the fences aren't necessarily in the shape that we want it to be, the supervisor can come in and say, no, that's not secure, right?
Yes, and I think it will allow us to focus on the cases where we need more oversight. So if we build fewer pens, we'll get out there quicker to look at those pens, and we still have the same ability to do something about it if they're not quality pens.
Okay, I appreciate that. For Bob, I know we have a bunch of changes going on right now with animal services, animal control, or animal shelter. When do we plan on promoting that and kind of enacting some of those changes and letting the public know what we have going on there?
The staffing changes have already started. Job descriptions have been prepared, and I think they're working through the recruitment process right now. I need to visit with staff, but I would think that we could discuss those changes or outline those changes for the public in the near future.
Okay, yep, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, that's all I have right now. I'll have some more during comment section.
I see no further questions for staff. I do have just a couple, though. Do you know how many, you said there have been too many animal bites. How many animal bite complaints have we had? And can you give us more data?
I actually don't have that. Lieutenant Ninestep probably had that. As a prosecutor, I can tell you, when I was prosecuting the docket, it was one of the more common charges you'd see, but I don't have a number.
Thank you. I will now open it up for public comment. Thank you very much.
George Theo Harris, I have to leave and go do some stuff for the neighbor night out thing. But I wanted to tell you that we compared 6 other cities. I was on the committee, it's actually the chairman. We looked at 6 other cities our size: Aurora, Colorado, Arlington, Texas, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Omaha, Nebraska, Tampa, Florida, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. 3 were above us and 3 were below us in population. And all 6 of those, all 6, not 5 out of 6, not 4 out of 6, all 6 licensed cats and dogs. So if you guys don't want to do cats right now because of whatever, can you give me some letterhead so I could send it to those 6 cities and tell them how much smarter we are here, because we don't license cats, because it's just ridiculous. So thank you.
I will ask a question for staff really quick. I understand that obviously we're trying to be creative on how we can gain some revenue. We're not trying to over-police people, whether they have cats or dogs, but as you mentioned, we're not good at licensing dogs right now. Are there any improvements to that system? Specifically, what are those improvements so that we can get better with dogs, and then possibly, if that is something that community wants, how cats would be a license, possibly?
I think one of the biggest problems is that people don't get notice that their license is expired, and we are working with the vendor to see if we can send out email notifications. We also don't make it very easy to get your first-time license. You can't just get online and order up your first-time license. You have to come down to City Hall. So we are working with the vendor also that anybody could do an online license immediately. You can already renew online, but we think it's important for first-time applications to be online as well. We think that education is going to be a big part. My daughter's friend has this dog, this cute little dog she got in Carthage. He's full breed, so she didn't get him here, and she didn't know that you have to have a license. She has him vaccinated and takes him to the vet regularly and loves him to death and takes him down to the farm and art market and doesn't have a license. And I think it's because people don't know. So we need, and that's where our advisory board can get in there with us and help us get some education component. We need to get out to Woofstock. Well, I mean, you're already an animal lover if you're at Woofstock, but we need to get out into the community and make sure people know that they need to have licenses.
Mayor, also, we have a vacant position in animal control. We're converting that to administrative support in animal services. That person will be responsible not only for telephone traffic and website traffic, which is substantial at times, but also finding some additional strategies for increasing our dog licensing. And we believe that with what Jan just outlined, as well as new person putting time into it, that we'll see a significant increase in licensing.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Just one quick question. Thank you, Mayor. You had said that currently we have no ability to take licenses online. the
Not
first
first
time?
time.
Would you recommend we wait till implementation until those could be taken online, or is it not that large of a burden
Would I wait for what?
for us to implement these until it could be taken online?
Actually, the licensing section, we're not asking, in the ordinance, we're asking that that go into effect January 1st.
And we should be able to have that online by then?
Yes.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
I had one more question about a number from previous. You had mentioned that currently we have 200 animals in animal services, but only 15 are microchipped. Are those microchip data, the data from those microchips, are they out of date? Is that the reason why we can't get a hold of dog owners or cat owners?
He wasn't specific. I know just from speaking with them on a regular basis that it is, people don't keep them up to date enough. So of those 15, I did not ask him today's numbers, but it is very common that they will call, they will try to reach, and there's no good number anymore, which is why part of our education component is going to have to be people need to keep up with their information on the microchip.
Thank you. We'll continue with public comment.
Name is Harlan Bascom. I live at 5514 South Santa Fe. It's District 3. Actually, I used to work for animal control. And the first time licenses were handled by the vets at that point. Whenever you went in and got your shots, most people would get their distemper shots and their rabies shots, and you'd fill out the paperwork, and the vet would submit that to the city, and that's how your first license was received. And just a quick comment on the microchipping. Some animals, due to their age or health, that could be a problem. I know, at least, again, back in the 80s, sometimes rabies shots could be harmful to your animals, so there was an exception made to whether or not they had to get a rabies shot to get your license. And I would suggest the same thing if the vet believes that it would be harmful to the pet to be microchipped, that there be an exception written into the ordinance. That's all the comments I have.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Harlan. I appreciate you coming up and speaking. I do believe there is an exemption for if the vet feels like the microchip would be harmful to it. But in regards to your experience, were there issues with getting the vets to turn the paperwork in? Because that's one thing I've heard is that there's a lot of vets out there who don't.
There were a couple of vets during the time that I worked that didn't turn them in. They actually kept the money. They collected the fees. They kept the money, and we wound up going to court over it. And actually, the IRS got involved with it as well because he didn't report that additional income. So certainly, vets are going to be like anyone else. You're going to have a lot of good ones. You're going to have some bad ones. And some of them are going to follow the rules, and some of them aren't.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you providing some insight with your experience.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Ellen Corner. I serve on the District Advisory Board for District 1, and I also served on the subcommittee that developed these ordinances. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the mandatory microchipping. There are many reasons why we would ask for mandatory microchipping. One is to prove ownership. The second one is to return the pet back to the owner. The most important one is to prove that the animals are up to date on their rabies vaccination, what the status of their rabies vaccination is. And I think that, especially on cats are sometimes very hard to tell apart. You may have a lot of tabbies that look alike, and so one tabby bites someone, and they grab that cat up, and they say, oh, it's had its rabies vaccination. There's no proof that that animal has had its rabies vaccinations unless it's microchipped. And I run Spay Neuter Kansas, and this has been on the news, and we've had people call in. And I've actually had someone say, well, you know, if mandatory microchipping goes through, then add microchipping to my animal. He's getting 2 dogs spayed next Monday. So I think that making it mandatory will increase that happening. The other thing is, I sometimes get calls from people who have moved out of state, and they say, we need to show proof that this animal has been vaccinated for rabies. And so they say, can you send me proof? And I tell them, I don't know what animal you're presenting them. Did you get a microchip for that animal? Because that's the only way I feel comfortable telling someone that their animal has been vaccinated for rabies, because I would not want to be responsible for doing that. So it's important to have this microchipping. I know some people are against it, and it will take time to build up, and yes, it'll take education, but I think it's very important for you to pass that part of that. Okay.
Any further public comment? I see none. Thank you for the 3 speakers. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I would encourage us, I think I brought it up before, but with the attendance at the dog parks, how that's picking up, I think maybe getting some signage out there just to let people know about the new rules and encourage them to go get their animals chipped and licensed. That would be helpful. This is, and Ellen talked about it too, we have such an issue right now with overcrowding at the animal shelter. That's leading to, in part, the increased number of euthanasia rates that we have. So getting your pet chipped, that is definitely something that will help with the burden there. And Jan, again, I appreciate all your work on this. There is one issue I do feel like we should take a look at too, and that's what our current policy is in regards to owners who have had their dogs seized or are in court, but their dogs still keep getting out. There's no accountability there. And also, you kind of hinted at it earlier too. There might be an animal that belongs to the household, but one person there will continue to get fined as opposed to the entire household. I don't know if there's anything we can do to address that, so that way it's not a husband one day and the wife one day, and so they're jumping back and forth and avoiding accountability there. So if we could get just some information on that and some possible changes to help kind of corner that loop there. And that's all I have right now.
Any further comments from the bench? I see none, so I move to approve and place the ordinance on first reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial and 2023 Popular Annual Financial Report.
Good morning, Mayor. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. I know you've had a long day, but I would tell you that the next item is one of the more important things that you'll do each year, in my opinion at least, and that is the presentation of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or what we call the ACFR. The ACFR is very comprehensive. We start on it in about November, and I think we finish in about June. It's also very complex. There's a number of GASB regulations that go into it. Very complicated, something that we always have to keep on top of. And it's also very time-consuming. It takes a lot of staff resources to develop, but we do all that because it is very, very important. It's used by people like bond rating agencies. It's used by bond holders. It's used by citizens. So it's a very, very important document. We could not prepare this without at least 2 people. One of those is Nikki Babcock in my office, who takes care of this process from the city side, and she does a fantastic job. The other is our strategic partner, Ide Bailey, and today we have Jamie with us today. They are not only our external auditor, but I would tell you they are our strategic partner, and they are very helpful in the process. So I'll just present one more slide, and then I'll invite Jamie up. Sorry, there's the first slide. We also prepare what we call a PAFR. The bottom line is the PAFR is a very reader-friendly, short, condensed version of the ACFR. I think it's 20 pages. You can find both of them at these QR codes, and we don't print very many copies, but we hand out what we call these little bookmarks that I have pictures of. So that's what we use to communicate with people. But with that, I'd like to invite Jamie to come up. Jamie Fay is with our external auditor, which is Ide Bailey, and she's going to conduct the rest of the presentation.
Right, thank you, Mark. All right, Madam Mayor and council members, good afternoon. I was expecting to say good morning, but we're good afternoon today. So as Mark said, I am Jamie Fay. I am the audit partner for the city's annual audit. I am not going to have us go through this big book because as much as I really like numbers, not everyone likes them as much as I do. I'll give another plug for what Mark was talking about. The popular annual financial report is a great place to look if you want to see some of that in a little bit more reader-friendly format. So I would suggest going there. So today we're going to talk about a little bit more audit focus, kind of what we do. We're going to stay out of the details of the numbers. Your finance department does a great job of telling you about all of that. So we'll step through. When we're talking today, we are talking about the 2023 audit. So the year ended December 31st, 2023. So a little bit about my firm. So I am with Eide Bailey. We are a top 25 CPA and consulting firm. We are founded in 1917. We have over 250 dedicated professionals to the government industry. Government is one of our largest industries. What that means is we have a number of professionals across the firm that do a number of different things. So I primarily work in the audit department. So I work on the annual audits, but I work very closely with people who do different advisory services. We do technology consulting. So if one of the things that's been fun working with the city is if there is a question about, hey, we've got this weird one-off thing going on, I typically can find someone in my firm that has dealt with it, whether when they were at a government or when they're working with a government, so we can really strategically partner with the city and get some more resources to the city outside of the annual audit, because everybody loves their auditors, but they also like it when we get done. So that's a little bit more about what we do. So the service team, similar to how it's been in the past, Brian Stavanger is a partner with over 23 years of audit experience similar to mine. I am Jamie Fay. I've been with the firm over 15 years. So we partner the audit. There's a couple different pieces of it. So we kind of co-partner it, piece it off. That way we have more resources available to the city. We kind of work back and forth on who's here. So last year, Brian was here, and now I'm here this year. John Hagan is our senior manager. He has over 8 years working with governments, and he really is in the nuts and bolts of the audit. And then we have a number of other professionals that we augment the team with. We also have a pension team that works on the pension audit. That's led by Lee Miller, who has over 30 years of experience. And then also we utilize IT professionals and different advisory professionals within our firm to make sure we are putting together the best package possible for the city. So when we talk about an audit, there's a lot of different ways that term is thrown around. So what we're talking about in terms of an audit of the annual comprehensive financial report is it is performed in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. So GAS, KMEG, government auditing standards, which is also termed GAS, single audit, so uniform guidance, and then also the passenger facility charge audit guide for public agencies. Basically what that means is there's a number of different regulations that we need to follow when we do our audit procedures. So we follow those and then we come up with the audit results. So for the objectives, the audit really is designed to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement. So I'll explain a little bit what that means. What that means is we have a materiality threshold, so we do not look at every single transaction. We do not recalculate things to the penny typically. If we're doing detail testing, we absolutely will get into the details of single transactions, but we don't look at everything. So we look at things as a reasonable assurance for those financial statements. So if there are things that come up, we always report them and we talk to the city, and if there's questions, we look through them. And there always is things that come up. We say, hey, this doesn't necessarily look right. We work with the client, so we work the city and the finance staff and say, hey, let's work through these items. We get to a conclusion, and then we come to the end with our results. So as far as timeline, so we did planning work in November and December. What that means is we're kind of in the background doing some different forms. We're maybe having some phone calls with the city, just kind of getting ready, making a plan for what we're going to do in the audit. Then we did some interim testing in January, February. This was a mix of an on-site visit with remote work. Most of that focused around the single audit, so the federal audit that we did. And then our year-end testing is March through May, with our on-site week typically being in May. This year, the city had a cyber incident that was the week before we were supposed to come out. So we did a complete remote audit this year, which was brand new. I got the call from Nikki and the staff saying, here's what's going on. You know, we don't really know where we're at. So we pivoted. We were able to get the team rallied around. We were able to kind of work some things in our schedule so that we could kind of move things a little bit later for Wichita because we knew that you needed a little time to get through things. And I am happy to report that we did issue the audit opinion on June 27th, which is right in line with the normal deadline. And so really big kudos to the finance team, to Mark, Nikki, their team, Luke, for accomplishing that. We were able to do that because we were able to completely work remote. We had check-ins regularly with the team, whether that be a Teams meeting or a phone call. And then we also used an online file sharing portal to make sure we stayed organized and make sure everything that we were passing back and forth was secure and was safe for us to exchange, especially in the midst of everything that was going on here at the city. So then at the end of the audit, we come up with audit results. So the financial statement audit has a couple different pieces to it. So the management's responsibility, so the city's finance department and the city's responsibility is to prepare the financial statements in accordance with all those standards we were talking about, and then to design, implement, and maintain internal controls relevant to that preparation. And what that means is you make sure you have somebody reviewing things, you have the right sign-offs, you have more than one person looking at things, and just making sure the checks and balances are there. So that is the management's responsibilities in what we do with the city. Now the auditor's responsibilities, that's ours. We need to obtain, as I said, reasonable assurance about whether those financial statements are materially misstated or not. So we look at things like we are exercising professional skepticism. We are making sure we are using professional judgment when we are looking at things. There's a lot of times when questions will come up and we have to kind of use our experience and say, yep, that seems reasonable. That percentage seems reasonable, and ask questions that way. We identify and assess the risk of material misstatement. So what that means is every audit we do, we go into and we say, where is the risk here? Where should we be spending our time? A lot of times we'll say, if we only had 8 hours, what would we want to look at? So we make sure that we are focusing our audit procedures on the things that have the most risk associated with them. It doesn't necessarily mean we've seen issues in the past, but something like revenue recognition in general in basically every entity is something that you want to take a second look at because you make sure there's a lot of rules around it and that those rules are being followed. We need to make sure that we understand what the city's internal controls are and that we are testing those to a reasonable level. So, hey, let's sit down with the finance staff and figure out what are the procedures that they follow, and then let's make sure that they follow those procedures. We use a number of different procedures to look at accounting estimates. So accounting estimates are basically numbers that are determined based on a number of different factors. So when you pay an invoice, you know exactly what that invoice is going to be. But when you're talking about something that's more like a pension or an OPEB liability, that's a little bit more fluid. You got to get some different actuaries involved and some different estimates involved in that. So we look at those accounting estimates and make sure that those seem reasonable. And then we make sure that the overall presentation of the financial statements is good and make sure that it is in accordance with all of those standards. So this year, the audit results came up as an unmodified opinion. What that means is that is a clean opinion. That's what a lot of people call it. That's what you want. That's what you've received in the past. So that's your financial statement audit opinion. I'm going to talk about this in two different buckets. So the financial statement audit is kind of the regular operations of the city. The other piece is going to be the single audit, and that's the federal money. So right now we're talking about financial statement audit. So received an unmodified opinion, which means your financial statements are free of material misstatement. We didn't find anything that was materially misstated in there. A couple things to note. The adoption of this new standard, we call it GASB 96. It's basically leases for software type standard. That was implemented this year. So if you're in the details of the ACFR, you might see a restatement of about 1.7 million and about 1 million for the governmental and proprietary funds. That has to do with adopting this new standard. When there is a new standard like this, the rules a lot of times will say, hey, you have to restate that as of the beginning of the year. So that is what we did. And then there was one finding that we identified. So through our procedures, if there are certain things that come up, we need to put them in our report. One of the things is if there's a material journal entry that comes up that we say, hey, this number doesn't look like what we expect it to. We work the city, determine, nope, there's an adjustment that needs to be made. That's where this finding comes into play. There was one material journal entry that had to do with investments. There was something with the evaluation software. It was after the cyber incident, so something didn't work quite right. When we ran the investments through our software, we got a different number than the city did, took a look more closely, determined that, yep, the number we were using was more accurate, so made an adjustment there. Subsequent to that conversation, in talking with Nikki and Mark, there's been procedures put in place to check that quarterly and just make sure that tool is working, so that can kind of rectify that in the future. So next, talking about the federal audit. So the federal audit is over the city's federal expenditures. So about $371 million was spent in federal money last year, so for 23. And what we have to do is we have to test a certain amount of that depending on certain risk factors and coverage and dollars. So we ended up testing 3 programs: the Aquas Beds Division Aquifer Storage Recharge, some COVID-19 money, so coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, and then the WIFIA program. So the WIFIA program we had tested last year. So what we do in that part of the audit is it's more compliance-based. We make sure, did this money get spent the way it should have? Were there controls over those spends? Were the proper reports filed? Did the city request the money in the right way? Those types of things. We did not have any findings over this federal audit, this sometimes called a single audit, and an unmodified opinion was received. So that's what you want and what you got in the past as well. Passenger facility charge is the other piece of our opinion. So there's an unmodified opinion there with no findings. We follow the passenger facility charge audit guide for that. That has to do with the airport and some of those charges that come through. So that's great news as well. Next up is the letter to governance. So part of what we issue and part of our deliverables is a letter to governance, so to the council, with a few things in there that I just want to kind of point out if you're reading them. So significant accounting estimates is the first one. That really just tells you what are the things that we consider to be significant accounting estimates. Those are typically in here, there are the pension asset or liability, and then the OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits. Those are really the big things as far as accounting estimates. There are outside parties that are used for some of that work, and then we do some recalculations and making sure some of that looks reasonable. Sensitive disclosures. So this has to do with what are some of those disclosures that seem a little more important for us to take a second look at. Revenue recognitions in there, measurement of fair value of investments, some conversations on star bonds, pledged revenue, and then contingencies and commitments are a couple of the things we noted. An emphasis of matter is in there as well about there was an immaterial, very small amount of fraud that was discovered by the city during the year. It was brought to our attention. We did not find it. It was immediately rectified by internal audit. They found it. They worked through it. It's just something that when we do see that happens throughout the year, we have to put it in our communication. So any kind of things like that come up like that. It was related to a specific cash receipt process. Again, that was dealt with, and there have been steps to rectify it. Next item would be past adjustments. So if there was anything that we noticed that was wrong, but the city did not adjust it, but it was below an amount we had to say was material, that would be reported here. We didn't have any of those past adjustments, which is great news. And then an emphasis of matter was just included for the implementation of that new standard GASB 96 that we were talking about. So if you read that letter, those are a couple of things that might stand out and hopefully give you a little bit more background on what those mean. One item I did want to point out, in FY23, the city had a fund balance policy change. This isn't anything that we tested or recommended or anything. It was just mostly for your information. So the general fund reserve policy changed to 15% of the projected general fund expenditures. The permanent reserve is 3% of projected general fund expenditures, and then the pension reserve, 2.5% of projected general fund expenditures. Now, it's important to maintain some fund balance in funds and make sure you just kind of have a thumb on what that looks like. You want to have that for financial stability, especially when you're talking about what do the budgets look like, how do we spend this money, really looking at that fund balance as part of or the fund balance policy as part of that conversation is a great tool because it'll help you kind of maintain that financial stability. So if something like a global pandemic happens, you've got some understanding there of how the city is going to be able to continue to operate. Then outside of the audit, we also do a few other engagements with the city. These have kind of come up through initial RFP, so there are some of these that we have done since day one with the city, and then a couple that have come up kind of through conversations. So agreed upon procedures are not quite an audit. They're more, hey, the city has these things or other entities have these certain checklist items they want us to look at. We do look at those items and then issue a report based on that. So the ones that are completed have to do with the landfill, sales tax bonds, and the STAR bonds. We did those agreed upon procedures. Those are completed. No big items to note in any of those. And then we have 3 more that are in process. So anytime there is HUD electronic submission, there's something called a REAC filing that goes along with that. That is due in September. We are working on that. And then ICE Century and Century 2 are 2 agreed upon procedures that came out of some conversations just saying, hey, we kind of want to get a better handle on a few things. Can you help us with this? We did those procedures last year, and we are also doing them again this year. So those are in process. Those items do not have any kind of deadline externally imposed for those ICE Center and Century 2. So it's just working with the city and making sure we get through those reasonably. And then the last item on here is the Wichita Retirement System Audit. So that is having to do with the pension audit. We completed that audit right alongside of the financial statement audit team and got that done as well. We also have assisted the city with some technology consulting, and when that fraud was discovered, we talked to them with our forensics department just to make sure everything looked good. But these were really the engagements with kind of a deliverable and a report that came out of it. So what's next? I know everyone's favorite topic is accounting standards. So these are the GASBs that are coming up if you want to read them. GASB number 100 and 101 are the 2 that will be in effect for next year. 100 is accounting changes and error corrections. And for a lot of my smaller governments, they really don't have a lot of changes they'll have to make here. For the city of Wichita, it'll mean there are some things in the report that just need to look a little different. And Nikki and her team and Mark are going to be on top of that. And then the other one is GASB number 101. This has to do with compensated absences. So think sick leave, vacation time, that kind of concept. There's a standard coming out that's going to be a little bit more robust than what we have now. That one's going to take some work. So kudos to Mark and his team because they have been on top of every GASB implementation so far. And next year will be no exception with the standards coming out. The other thing that we offer up to the city is kind of our ongoing communication throughout the year. So we have quarterly calls with them to just check in, make sure everything's going well. In a lot of cases, honestly, we talk more than quarterly, but we have something on the books every quarter. We also have online publications and webinars. And then if there is something that comes up and they say, hey, I need a specialist on XYZ, typically we can get somebody on the phone pretty quickly, even if it's just to ask a random question about, hey, the city of Wichita is thinking about doing this. Do we have anybody that does that? And maybe we connect you with another city. So with that, I will field any questions you may have.
Questions for our external auditor, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. You did talk about one finding that you had early on in your presentation, and it was after the cyber attack. Was that finding due to the cyber attack or
Nope.
was complications?
Nope, so it did not have to do with the cyber attack. What happened was there was a valuation tool for the investments that got used, and it was something with the login to that and getting out to that tool, and that tool just wasn't updating the balance properly. So it sounds like that has been rectified at this point.
Okay, I appreciate that. Were there any lingering effects from the cyber attack that you guys were able to identify?
So the only thing that happened with the cyber attack is it was just a little more challenging to get audit documentation remote. And we tried to balance that with, well, do we come on site? But if we came on site, we really can't access anything here anyways. So it was really just helping the team balance, Wichita has a lot going on. Let's make sure we let them get their stuff done, but we also want to try to meet the deadline. So the lingering effects really were just the workload of making sure Nikki and her team were able to get everything done and uploaded to us. So just a lot more communication. I would venture to guess that Nikki probably said she has had a lot more conversations with us this year than she has in the past. But it all ended up where we were able to get it all submitted on time, which a lot of us were a little skeptical that was going to happen, but I'm really thankful that it was.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Jamie, you mentioned the fraud that we as a city disclose as soon as possible. Can you go a little bit further into that and the final steps that we made?
You want to take that one? I don't have any other notations noted other than it was brought to me by the Internal Audit Department. She called me and said, hey, I found this. We're going to take some steps. They worked through with it. I'll let Mark speak a little further.
Yeah, we had an incident last year that I think received a little bit of publicity. We had a municipal employee in the police department that was involved in some things they probably shouldn't have been involved in regarding city funds and some subsidiary accounts that we discovered. And internal audit worked a lot on that, and we disclosed that to our external auditor.
Thank you. I had one more question. This is probably for City Manager Layton. Obviously, you've brought up cyber incident multiple times, so community wants to know when they can get a response regarding what the city has done, and will now be doing moving forward after this cyber incident.
Right, Mayor, you and I have visited about this previously, and we're targeting before the end of the month in terms of being able to give a summary of what we went through and what its impact was.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you to Mark and the team for doing this, and Jamie and your team for conducting this audit. We will now stop questions from the bench and start with public comment. Are there any individuals here to speak about the audit and the financial report? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Are there any further comments from council members? If there are none, I will move to approve by receiving and filing these reports.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Applicant appeal of HPC 2024-62.
Hello, good afternoon. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. So for this one, as you heard, this is an appeal. This item is being heard today because the applicant is appealing for the City Council to approve a sign permit for the Union Station building at 701 to 703 East Douglas Avenue. Earlier this year, the applicant applied for 3 different types of signage for Union Station. The Wichita Historic Preservation Board approved 2 of them and found that the third, a sign permit for an 8x3 illuminated sign on the front face of Union Station, would damage or destroy the building. This is effectively a denial unless appealed. The applicant has appealed and is here today. They have a presentation with more details about their appeal, and I'll provide a presentation now just about the context and the process. So in terms of the process, this item is coming to you because of a 2022 agreement between the City of Wichita and the Kansas Historic Preservation Officer. This agreement allows for local review of projects instead of sending them to Topeka, and as part of that process, there is an appeal that is available to applicants. In terms of the property, Union Station is listed as a key contributing structure in the East Douglas Avenue Historical District. It is not individually listed on any historic registry. The East Douglas Avenue District was added to the Register of Historic Kansas Places and the National Register of Historic Places in 2004. Union Station is listed under 2 criterion. Criterion A for its association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of Wichita's history, and Criterion C for its notable architectural design and construction. With that, here's a few photos of the face of it. In terms of the proposed sign, the applicant has applied for a sign permit for an 8x3 illuminated sign on the front face of Union Station. It is important to note that the sign would be mounted into the mortar of the building and not into the block face. Mortar is not permanent and often needs to be replaced, reinstalled on a regular basis. The sign is for a bank headquarters, I would also note. Here's an illustration that shows the front facade currently and then the front facade with the proposed sign. In terms of the background, just a brief overview. On May 25th, the applicant submitted their application for the HPB to review the 3 items. On July 8th, the Historic Preservation Board made their initial determination. At the request of the applicant, the HPB formed a design review committee for 3 Historic Preservation Board members to work with the applicant to come up with possible solutions to the requested signage. On July 12th, the Historic Preservation Board Design Review Committee met with the applicant to discuss the project and review options. No alternative options were determined to be feasible for the applicant. And again, I'll defer to them to provide some more overview on those. On July 17th, the Historic Preservation Board held a special meeting to review the signage again. The board determined that the illuminated sign would damage or destroy the historic property and recommended denial for the sign permit. On July 19th, the applicant submitted an email to the city clerk to appeal the decision of the Historic Preservation Board. In terms of the review that the Historic Preservation Board does, I would just note that it reviews projects using the Secretary of Interior standards. Those are included in the packet of materials that you received. And ultimately, they found the sign would damage or destroy a historic place. General comments made during the deliberations were that the sign was not compatible with the spatial relationships or symmetry of the building's main facade. In terms of council action, as part of the appeal process, staff recommends that the City Council hear from the applicant and then also from any member of the public who wishes to speak on this item. And then in general, following that, the council has the following options. You can deny the permit or you can approve the permit. In terms of, here are some photos real quick to show the site again. This is looking to the north, more of Union Station from the side, and then looking across the street. So again, in terms of the process, we encourage you to hear from the applicant, hear from the public, and again, the 2 options. The first one is to deny the sign permit. Again, just requires a simple majority, and this is with the findings of the Historic Preservation Board. The second would be to approve the sign permit, and again, just a simple majority on this one also. As part of this, you would determine there's no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal. We recommend then that you would approve the sign permit and then also authorize the mayor to sign a letter to the Kansas State Historic Preservation Officer. And all of that is noted in the potential motion language in the staff report. So with that, I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Before we continue, I have a question for law.
Yes.
Is public comment allowed?
Yes, it is. It is. This is not a quasi-judicial proceeding. This is just a simple hearing, and I believe it is appropriate for public comment if you wish. I would consider it after the applicant's processes.
Council, Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Is it true if this passes that it may jeopardize historic tax credit use for this building?
That's an interesting question. As it's not individually listed, I think the owner, that would be up to the owner to discuss that with the Kansas SHPO, Historic Preservation Officer, to ensure that it doesn't. I don't know for sure whether it would or not.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is strictly to do with the sign. So the
That's
panels and the other stuff that's going to get passed through, that's been okayed by the Historic Preservation, correct?
That's correct. There were three items as part of really 3 applications. 2 of them were approved. This is just solely about the sign that you saw on the front facade.
Okay, thank you.
We will now hear from the applicant. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Tuttle, one more question.
That's okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jennifer, I just was going to say, first of all, thank you for the document that you sent us earlier. I have it pulled up so I can use it as a guide. The one thing that I was going to ask is, I know this is just a little bit different than a normal council agenda item. So when the applicant comes up, do they have time limits, or is it? Can you just make sure we're following the rules? I haven't done this one in a long time.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. These don't come up very often. Under our city ordinance, there is no time limit for the applicant in this procedure, in this process.
And so the applicant, and so then it says we can ask questions of them afterwards.
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We will have the applicant come forward.
Yes. Is it on here? Let's see. Excellent. Okay. So am I controlling that or are you controlling that? I can with this? Okay. Okay, great. Arrow keys. Okay, great. Thank you. Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Mike Drury. I'm with Chandler Signs from Dallas, Texas, and I represent the customer here, my customer, who is the future tenant in this building at Simmons Bank. And Simmons Bank has signed a lease for this building to take 15,000 square feet. They will have a retail branch as well as a regional office in this property. Obviously, you've heard the whole story from the standpoint that we applied for a standard set of channel letters on this building, and the Historic Review Board. We've had two meetings, actually two actual scheduled meetings, and then a subcommittee meeting. In the initial meeting, we were denied based on, as Scott mentioned, the spatial determinations, colors, size, placement. They didn't like anything. They tore us apart on it. One of the things I'd like to point out is the very first page on this drawing, and we've got some more examples of actual historic properties in Wichita, but putting signs on historic buildings is a common thing. I've been with Chandler Signs for 28 years. This particular photo here is of a 120-year-old Arrett building in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This building is listed on the National Historic Register of Historic Buildings. And we, as you can see on the far left of that, we put a great big blade sign on this building with complete respect to the property. Everything went through the mortar. There was no damage to the building. Everything is done. Part of the problem is that these historic buildings, if they don't have businesses in them, it's not just preserving the structure, it's preserving the building, and they have to have some sort of viable business in order for them to make sense. So Simmons Bank coming into this property, I will move on here. As you can see, this is the front elevation of the building with the proposed sign. We made clear note on here that we're going to go through the mortar joints. We're not going to touch the stone. In fact, we even limit the mortar joints penetrations. There probably would not be a total of about 10 penetrations on the entire building with this sign. In the sign industry, this particular building, when we do a property for any of our customers, the first thing we do is a code search to get the latest sign ordinance. This particular building, according to Wichita code, not the historic overlay, but according to Wichita code, if this was just in the standard commercial district, this building would allow a 400 square foot sign on the building. That's by your Wichita code. We understand it's a historic building, but as you can see by our notes underneath the existing elevation notification over there, the elevation is 4,800 square feet. We're proposing an 84.5 square foot sign. That is 1.76% of the elevation. The concern that the committee had, that the Historic Preservation Committee had, was materials, historic materials. Well, believe it or not, illuminated channel letters are historic materials. The only thing that has changed in those letters in the last 100 years has been we use aluminum instead of sheet metal, we use LEDs instead of neon, and we use modified acrylic instead of plain plastic for the faces. So these particular letters, we've intentionally, luckily but intentionally, the black letters are standard for Simmons Bank. So these letters are black, which matches with the colors of the mullions and the trim and everything else here. So when we were denied by the Historic Preservation Committee, they quoted let's see, I get this wrong, so I have to read it. They quoted the, oh goodness. Oh goodness, I've got it marked. Anyway, they've quoted what the, I'm brain dead right now. I'm sorry, it's been a long day, obviously. But the historic rules that they go by, okay, the guidelines. And just to put that in perspective, they are exceedingly vague. I appreciate the reference of honoring historic buildings, but from the document you guys currently have, where this applies, it says new additions, exterior alterations, and related new construction will not destroy historic materials, features, or spatial relationships that characterize the property. We're not destroying anything. We're limiting to a very small size. So when we had the first committee meeting and we were denied, we made a few modifications, submitted another application, and came back again. At that point, with good discussion with the committee, we realized we weren't getting anywhere. And instead of saying, hey, let's just get denied, the Historic Preservation Board agreed to put a subcommittee together to have a one-on-one meeting with us and with the ownership group to talk about what would you accept. And if I can, I've got a document I'd like to show you guys. I've got a copy for each one of you. The goal was, Historic Preservation Board wanted to help us put a sign on the building, but they wanted to come up with a way that they felt like did not go, was not contradictory to what they felt like needed to happen to the building. So as you can see in that document, what we basically did, and those highlighted pages, that's all done by, this was all done by Emily Taylor with the Historic Planning Board, or Historic Preservation Board. Everywhere you see something highlighted on there was an idea of how can we do a sign? Where can we put it? What are the pros and cons? And in every case, including being on the leading edge of the canopy, I have a hotel customer where they have big canopies and we put letters on the leading edge of the canopy directly above. Great idea, looks great, but with the way these canopies are built and with the snow loads and the things that come into factor here, you can't do that. We looked at the top of the building where you have the purple horizontal going across. The problem there is that is all cast stone that has decorative coffers in it, so we can't go there. The idea of symmetry, we even thought, believe it or not, they were looking at it going, we want symmetry. We even threw out the idea of going, okay, well, you want symmetry, we'll put 2 signs on the building, and then you're symmetrical. and if you get another tenant, we'll take one of them down. I wasn't being a smart aleck, being serious from the standpoint of symmetry. So through this discussion, where we landed with the 3 members of the board that were on that call with Emily, Bruce, and Stephen, they agreed that the bottom line is the location of the sign, the size of the sign, and the type of the sign, the way the sign is mounted, is the best possible scenario. What they did not agree with, and what is not documented in this write-up, what they did not agree with was the red in the logo. They felt like the red color, which is Simmons' logo. I've done 250 locations for Simmons Bank. They all have the red logo. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 that don't, but they felt like the red logo was an issue. So we went back to the board for the second hearing, and that's when, even with Emily and Bruce and Stephen speaking for us for this, we were denied again. So our appeal here is simply to come back and say that we are trying to put a sign. There's the specifications on it. You can see that we point out on the right that we're going through the mortar joints, so we're going to maintain the integrity of the structure. This shows the actual property. There was also a comment in the write-up that I want to point out. They said that we had discussed, they had recommended a pole sign as an alternative. We did discuss the alternative of a pole sign, but here's the problem there, twofold. Number one, the actual Wichita City Code will not allow us a pole sign there. So even if the Preservation Board says, yes, you can have it, the code won't let us have it. Secondly, and I don't think I can zoom in on this, but obviously you guys are aware of the brickwork on the courtyard out front of that building. We would have to destroy a big portion of that to try to do any sort of pole sign out there. So that was not an alternative that would work. So it was explored, but it was not the best possible alternative. This drawing simply shows the visibility distances from the sign for ongoing traffic. You can see it's 175 feet for traffic moving, that would be west, and 125 from the east. That's simply to show that the size of the sign is not overly large. From that distance, it's actually smaller than industry norm. Other than the logo, obviously, the letters themselves, the Simmons Bank letters. Other historic district signage, these are signs within historic buildings and historic districts within Wichita that do have signs attached to the building. This particular one here is not one that's installed yet, but it was approved while we were at one of our historic preservation board meetings. They approved this one right before they denied ours. These are other signs within that district. So what we're asking for is very simple. There is, yes, I'll go ahead and address it. There is a small monument sign out front, which you saw in the pictures, I think, that Scott showed. That is more, although Simmons will have a panel on that, that sign is, I think, I've got it in my other package, I think it's like 10 inches by 4.5 feet is what the panels are. Those are more designed for the other tenants within this building. This building, as you can see in this drawing, goes back nearly 800 feet. So Simmons Bank is getting the sign on the front of the building because they are the main tenant, taking 15,000 square feet and pretty much the bulk of the first floor at the front of the building. They're the only tenant that will have their own entrance from the direct exterior of the building. And I believe that covers everything that I have for you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I know this was not in the presentation that you gave up there, but it's in the packet that you gave us. You had said the pole sign, is that the green sign on page 7? You had mentioned the yellow, you had mentioned the pink, you had mentioned the blue, but you hadn't mentioned the green. Is that the pole sign?
Let me see the green here on this one. Well, yes, that was one where the thought was to literally set a small monument in the landscaping right in front of the building. So we weren't attaching to the building, but we were still having a sign in front of the building.
And what was the opposition to that?
The opposition for that is the foundation that would require, we'd have to tear out all of that. You can't just go set the sign there. The landscaping width, when you engineer that sign for wind loads and everything that would be required, you would have to go in there with a hole that's much larger than what you can get to. So you'd have to break out all of that landscape, border concrete, and some of the brick.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you know about the tax credit question that I asked you?
You know, Tiffany's going to speak to that. I don't know that from the legal standpoint, but what I can tell you is this. I have put signs on at least 20 historic buildings, and no one's ever been worried about a tax credit. Not that it's been a discussion, put it that way.
Yeah.
It's never been a discussion. So that's why I won't say that I know the answer, but I'd be shocked if it hadn't come up before if it was an issue.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can Tiffany come forward?
I'm Tiffany Stokes with Occidental Management. The remodel was done back in 2018, and that's when we filed for historic tax credits. We've passed that 5-year, so it will not affect any historic tax credits.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? I see none.
That's it.
Thank you.
All right.
Also, no questions
Thank you all.
for staff? I see none. So we will now open it up for public comment. Are there individuals who would like to speak regarding this specific topic?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Mr. Manager, Jeff Fleur.
president of Downtown Wichita, 505 East Douglas Avenue. I'm here today to provide support for the favorable consideration of the appeal. Union Station, in my memory, was sitting dormant not too long ago. Actually, I went back and asked Gary when they bought it. It's been 12 years ago that they bought it, but it seems like yesterday in some regards. It was a dark campus. Nothing was actually in the building that we're talking about. Nothing was in the depot. Nothing was in what was a hotel. Now it's a multi-use building. All of that was dormant. And so it's been incredible to see this firm take on a project that literally, I think I was here 6 years before someone actually touched it because it was such a massive project to undertake. Today, though, as you visit the site, it's a very vibrant setting of activity. We have worked with the team in a number of ways to bring this whole complex back to vibrancy. I think this project led to a very favorable decision by Cargill to be next door to it because, again, Cargill invested and built their regional headquarters in Protein adjacent to this property. So in just these two have really complemented each other. Part of the work in working with Occidental Management, we actually took the company's CEO, Gary O'Borney, and several of the city council members at the time. So Levanta Williams and Janet Miller were two that actually traveled with us to Portland State University. And that was a project where literally the Union Station was sought out by Portland State University. They were working on historic preservation across the country. And part of the conversation as we were there was how is it that you work with these historic buildings? In fact, you want to bring them back to a vital commercial use in your district. We do have guidelines. So how do you work with the guidelines, but then also work within the community to apply those guidelines so that you can have a vibrant a building back in the portfolio of your assets, if you will. So again, we worked through that, and we're really excited for the fact that Simmons Bank wants to locate here as a regional headquarters. If you think about Union Station as itself, it's an institutional building. Financial banking is an institutional use. So we think these two really complement each other in that way. And we do also understand that the company needs signage. Again, I think that there's been an exhaustive search here to figure out how can that signage be incorporated. I love the fact that they actually are going into the mortar joints because in time, if that needed to be repaired or removed, it could be done. I remember working on the Drury Plaza project, and they wanted a sky bridge. As an urban planner, I like people on the street, but I also understood their fiscal model, and that is they needed the sky bridge. So we then discussed how is it you construct that sky bridge where it's not an impediment in the skyline. It's in glass. And so all that said is that these projects, we try to work with them, understanding that historic preservation is very critical. I wish we had more historic buildings to bring back into active commerce, but we also need vital uses within the buildings. And so we do believe that the developer has really exhausted what those opportunities are in signage. We support the recommendation that's coming before you today. And again, be glad to answer any questions you may have of us as well. So thank you.
We will continue with public comment.
So good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Again, I'm Tiffany Stokes with Occidental Management. Occidental has over 25 years of experience in development with historic properties. We recognize the importance of preserving these buildings, and we believe the best way to do that is to have viable businesses in the buildings. We've kind of proven, we've talked with the committee. I was on the part of the committee and went through those meetings and discussed all of the options in the planter bed, 2 signs, all of the different options, and we all came up as this is the only viable option for the signage. Simmons Bank has to have signage in order to flourish in their business, and the only way that they can do that is to put it in the spot that we're proposing. So we hope that you will recognize that as a council and approve it.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just for the previous speaker, I did have a quick question for Occidental. It has been indicated there's not a, I guess, known impact on historic tax credit, but if it were to negatively impact that and make you lose whatever the next piece of that is, how would that impact you?
I'm going to ask Steve Lebeda to come up here.
Okay.
Steve Lebeda, also with Occidental, 165 South Rock Island. Brandon, we have already closed out our state tax credits. We actually, like Tiffany said, we started that in 2018. We did do the 5-year kind of peel back program to where we have to go for the 5 years. We closed that out last year with the state and collected our final tax certificate. So obviously, we still don't want to damage the building. We still have to comply with SHPO and PS. We understand that, but the tax credits, that's kind of all had a bow put on it and done. So,
Thank you.
Staff.
If I could, what I would offer is that with the tax credits, if the appeal is granted and you approve the sign permit, it does not commit them to installing the sign. They will still have the opportunity to consult with the SHPO and just verify that they would be able to do that without jeopardizing any future tax credit should they choose. So any action by the council does not commit them to a specific course of action that would jeopardize those. They still have an opportunity for conversation. The other thing I would emphasize, and I'd emphasize that to the SHPO too, is that it's the way that they're proposing to install it would be through the mortar, so it can be easily reversed and does not have a permanent effect on the structure.
One question for you, Scott. Are there any other feasible alternatives?
That's been the thing that everyone's been working on. And, I salute the applicant and also the Historic Preservation Board for getting together and going through the options, especially in the packet that you received. They went through a variety of different scenarios. So at this point, I do believe that they've looked at all of the options that came to my mind and have gone through whether or not they'll work and have determined that they really won't work for the situation that they're in.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. If they wanted to go for a pole sign, is that something we could get a waiver for?
If they wanted to explore that, it might take something like a variance to the sign code in order to do it. But just right off the cuff, I'm not exactly sure, but that would be at least the first option that I would look to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any further public comment?
I know a lot of, and I was very much involved in the whole original remodel 5 years ago. And I know a lot of people have talked about the mortar joints that they can be repaired. And I know this is kind of a technicality, but those mortar joints are actually only 5 years old because we actually had to retuck point the whole building. So for what it's worth, it's not even historic mortar we're going into. So there was something else that, as far as the pole sign, there was a little more to that as well. In that whole plaza, there's tons of underground electrical that runs to the kiosks, all the light poles. We've actually put in a bunch of empty conduits for sight and sound, and there's 4 water lines that ran over. And so the other thing is it would almost become just not feasible on the economic side because you'd be spending probably 10 times more than the sign itself to relocate all of some of that underground infrastructure too. So for what it's worth there. Thanks.
Steve, I think there's more questions for you. Councilmember Johnston.
Actually, I just have a comment. Is that time for that or not? Okay. I struggled with this. Happen to know all the parties involved. And so I reached out to Chad Glenn, who at that time was on the Historic Preservation Board, voted for it the first time and voted against it the second time. And I said, give me your thoughts, and I won't read the whole paragraph, but one sentence really struck me, and I'll read that. Chad says, the front facade of the structure is the most historically significant element of the building and an icon for the community. They proposed a sign in a location that was never intended to have signage, setting a dangerous precedent for the rest of those elements to be covered in signage. That really, really struck me, and so usually I am pro signs, pro business, but in this case I will not be. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just wanted to go on record that I have had ex parte communication with the applicant regarding this case. I want to thank Occidental Management and Simmons Bank for your tenacity throughout this process. Also want to thank staff. I know, Scott, you and I have talked about this many times over the last couple of weeks, maybe months. And thank you to the Historic Preservation Board. I know that they worked really hard to come up with solutions. I'm quite impressed with the process that they were willing to engage in. And thank you to Jeff with the Greater Wichita Partnership for kind of renting a place here today with us. We appreciate your comments and spending so much of your time. I believe the best way to save historic buildings is to use them. And if we don't use historic buildings, they will remain shuttered and vacant, and then they will not be able to be occupied. And so I think that this is a good compromise. I think that everybody worked to try and get to yes, which is the Wichita spirit. One of the 4 pillars of our mission within the city of Wichita to be an exceptionally well-run city is to grow our economy. And by bringing in new business and industry, that will certainly do it. So for me, this is a blending of the new and the old, and I will be incredibly supportive. Thank you.
Any further public comment? I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench as we will close public comment, and now it will stay at the bench. Is that correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be transparent and let the public know I ran into one member of the applicant team at an event, and they gave me a brief synopsis of this coming toward us, and another member of the applicant team gave me a phone call about this as well. Not as detailed as this, but just a heads up that there was some disagreement at the Historic Preservation Board about a sign, locations, colors, and all of that, and it would come to council.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I too want to echo Councilwoman Tuttle's comments. One of the best ways to use our historic buildings are to preserve them, is to use them. In addition to that, I think Scott's comments, I was conflicted until probably entering this meeting, and I think Scott's comments about the seems that all feasible alternatives to the request were at least considered in this process. Also had ex parte communication with the applicant as well, but I will be supportive based on staff's presentation and also some of my colleagues' thoughts.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I also spoke with one of the applicants and played phone tag with another. I'm very, very torn on this. Nobody loves old historic buildings more than I do. But like my colleague said, I also appreciate someone that appreciates the old building and is utilizing it. So I'm undecided so far, but I know, feel free to ask some more questions so I can. No, I'm just kidding. I am really torn on it. I appreciate showing some of the other spaces in Wichita that have done the same thing. Immediately, I was thinking of the National, but it must not be on the historical register because we didn't see it. But yeah, so I appreciate showing some other spaces in Wichita that did the same thing. And that's all my thoughts.
I will add comments as well. I also was approached by the applicant, and I said, my apologies, but I was advised that the appeals process is going on. Unfortunately, due to the nature of an appeals process, I cannot get briefings from staff nor the appellant. Please note that the council will be hearing the facts of the case from both sides, hearing public comment, and making a judicious decision at the meeting. So I again want to echo that I appreciate both staff working on this, Scott and his team. I also appreciate the applicant and the team. My biggest question was to law department, and I wanted to make sure that, again, we have exhausted all opportunities to have any type of signage other than the one that is being proposed at the moment. And per the response from Scott, all feasible alternatives have already been exhausted, and this is the final one that we can really move forward with. So I really appreciate both sides giving their responses. So I will motion to I will motion that there are no prudent or feasible alternatives to the request, override the decision of the Wichita Historic Preservation Board, and authorize that I, the mayor, will sign a letter to the Kansas State Historic Preservation Officer and approve the sign permit in accordance with the applicant's submitted sign specifications.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 5-2. Madam Clerk, can we take a quick 5-minute break? Before we hear one more. Yes, we're going to take another 5-minute break. Yes, okay, we're going to take another 5. I apologize. right, we will return from break. I apologize for the lengthy and continuing city council meeting. Appreciate all those who continue to be with us to this very moment. We can all return. Madam Clerk, can you please call the 9th item on the agenda?
Controlled substance and alcohol testing program request for proposal, vendor protest.
Mayor, on this hearing, it's actually the protester who does present first.
To give a perspective on this proposed award. I'm going to read a short statement. I hope that we could enter into a briefing package that you were all provided, and that would save a lot of time. I would ask for an opinion on that. Otherwise, I will be here much longer than you want me to read this into the record.
I will have legal address that first.
Thank you.
The briefing packet was due before noon on Thursday. Is it your position that you turned it in by noon on Thursday?
I believe it is.
I don't believe council received it before that time. I would advise that the presenter should proceed as if the packet is not in review. And I would encourage him to present his case at this time to you.
Do you know what time we submitted? I believe that we were aware of that deadline, and I believe we presented to staff at the council meeting office at that appropriate time. So if you will not stipulate to that, then please allow me a few moments to get that packet. What do you have, Aaron? Okay, I'm prepared. Sorry for any delay. I was hoping that we wouldn't take the time of the council
Sorry,
to do this.
Councilmember Johnson, before you begin.
Thanks, Mayor. There was a packet that was delivered to the council office. I don't know if that was the proper location to deliver it.
It was to be delivered to the city clerk, and I'm told it was delivered at noon or afternoon on the 8th. Maybe the clerk can clarify.
Mayor, thank you. Yes, I got a phone call on the 8th and an email from Mr. Burke at 2:06 on Thursday, August 8th, asking where to drop off the documents for the city council meeting. And I asked them, I said, if you could take them to the mayor council office, they'll let me know that they are there and I can come down and get them. I believe the Jenny or Norma may be distributed anyways because it had everybody's name on each packet.
Can you read the time of that email again?
The email was from Kelly Compliance, Thursday, August 8th at 2:06 p.m. asking where do we drop off documents for city council meeting for the 13th for review.
And legal, can you tell us one more time, when were those documents due?
We're due at or before noon on Thursday.
with all due respect, we sought counsel from various different members of the city and were never informed of that deadline. And we spoke not only with the compliance officer, the audit officer, the legal department in 3 different calls to the legal department. We certainly thought we were doing the right thing.
We have the written documentation regarding proper notice to the the protester regarding the noon deadline.
Any communication? I don't know of any, the applicant is responsible for understanding the finance purchasing policy, and law did not advise the applicant on a deadline.
Does that mean that the protester did not know that noon was the deadline?
I can't speak to what he knew or didn't know.
We were actually told verbally that we needed to have it before Friday. So that was our instructions. We were never indicated, and please bear in mind, I've done business with the city for 35 years. I've never had an opportunity or a need to stand in front of the city council and protest an award. We've received contracts, we've lost contracts with the city. That's really not why I'm here. Okay, I'm here to point out the wisdom of what some of the choices are. This was a very complex
Excuse me.
contract.
It might interrupt. Just to stay consistent with policy, I would recommend if council wants to start the 20-minute clock at this time, that's when the presenter's time would begin. So we're fair and consistent with the policy. There's a 20-minute presentation.
So that we are aware, everything before this very moment does not count as your 20 minutes. I know that you were still trying to prepare. And again, we were advised not to consider the packet because I was told by legal that it came after the deadline. So I have not looked at your documents per legal's advice. So therefore, you do have the full 20 minutes to go over that packet.
I will do my best to read this in. I have read through it. It takes a little more than 20 minutes. I was hoping that we wouldn't need to do this on the record, but I will start. My name is Alan Burke. I'm CEO and chairman of Kelly Compliance, the oldest and most experienced drug and alcohol collection, testing, and administrative provider throughout the state of Kansas. I am a member of NDASA, the leading national drug and alcohol certifying organization, and the IFDA, the International Association of Drug and Alcohol Professionals. I maintain a personal relationship directly with DOT liaisons officers in Washington, D.C. and at multiple DOT divisions in Washington, D.C., along with the nationally recognized toxicologists and laboratory medical directors, SAPs, MROs, and EAPs. I consult in all these areas. I'm recognized as a best practices administrator. I hold a BA degree, a BS degree, an MBA degree, and the memberships in the above listed associations. I'm here today. A little history on Kelly Compliance. Kelly Compliance has been in operation since 1993, 2 years before the federally mandated DOT testing program began in 1995. Our company has provided federally regulated, non-federally regulated drug and alcohol services to a broad range of companies across Kansas and the Midwest. During the time as your city contract administrator, we've had the pleasure of working with many departments, many staff, including human resources, park and recreations, road maintenance crews, transit authority, fire, and police, which includes over 600 supervisors. Our knowledge of the workings of the city includes a detailed understanding of how all of these departments respond differently and with different hours of operations in regard to workplace safety and, more specifically, keeping our city secure from intrusions of drug and alcohol in the workforce. We take this work very seriously. I'm here today to call the council's attention to some very striking irregularities in the preparation and submission of RFP 24-045. Kelly Compliance has done business with the city for over 10 years, has an established multiple contacts, multiple channels through which we communicate with city personnel. Near the end of our contract period in early 2024, the city requested and we agreed to a 3-month extension of our current contract. Yet for some reason, when the RFP was posted and emailed approximately early February, we did not receive notice of this RFP through any of our email channels known to the city, including our official point of contact email address, which had been in effect for over 10 years. Even though we knew the extension was drawing to a close and we had all of our eyes on all forms of notification from the city, we were aware of including the newly registration in the city vendor portal. We received nothing in regard to RFP 240045. The original due date for RFP 240045 was March 8th, 2024. On the morning of March 5th, 2024, DSI Medical and a second company both called us for pricing for undescribed work within the city of Wichita. Kelly did supply some general pricing framework to DSI Medical, and when the second bidder's call came within 20 minutes, we realized that something was happening and that we did not provide any pricing to the second caller. The actual City of Wichita contract, RFP 24045, was not mentioned by either company in those telephone conversations. Due to the nature of these calls and the ending of our 3-month extension with the city contract, we suspected that, in fact, there may have been people interested in bidding on what was later known to be RFP 240045. We immediately began a search of all of our channels of communication with the city on our email service. We found nothing. We reached out to our contact in the HR department regarding whether or not we missed an invitation for bid. By late afternoon that same day, we did get an email response back on our of-record email that, in fact, RFP 240045 was released and was emailed on February 9th, 2024, and had a submission date 2 days from the date of our notice, our verbal notice. We requested a resend of this RFP and related addendums, and these documents were sent to our email address of record on that same day. It was at this point that we realized that not only did we miss the original release of the date information, but we also had missed the open question and answer and the addendums, which included answers to open questions sessions, which numbered 2 addendums, resulted in 3 key emails not finding their way over all the many channels we have to communicate with the city to us as a vendor who had served the city for over 10 years. By not receiving these emails, Kelly may have committed a false impression that we were not interested in bidding the proposal. This not knowing the bidders, it was not within our powers to correct any possible misunderstandings at that time. The addendums that were issued were answers to questions submitted by potential bidders. Several of the responses resulted in communicating incorrect information to the bidder pool. Had we received these addendums, we would have immediately contacted the procurement officer with the corrected information. This information related to the number of tests and the location of those tests. That may have resulted in bidders submitting their proposals based upon numbers that I believe might have been off by as much as 200% or more. We were later able to prove that. I believe that this information may have a substantial impact on the pricing and the balancing of the tests on site and in the office. On March 22nd, 2024, we submitted RFP 240045 to the city for its review and evaluation. On June 7th, 2024, we were notified of the intent of the city to award the contract for RFP 240045 to DSI Medical located in Horsham, Pennsylvania. Oddly, this email was sent directly to our general manager's email, which is not one of our recorded email addresses with the city. We had immediate concerns that as an out-of-state proposer, DSI Medical may have, in fact, intended to use Kelly Compliance, Inc. as their local collection site. We notified the city that it is possible that the selected company, DSI Medical, may have incorrectly listed Kelly Compliance as a subcontractor for RFP 240045 in several of its mandatory requirements to submit responsive bids to the City of Wichita. We asked if the City of Wichita would verify that, in fact, if we were listed in the proposal, and to make clear that we had no contract with DSI Medical, we would not be providing DSI Medical with a physical address to meet the mandatory requirements of the RFP, and that Kelly Compliance, Inc. as a primary bid submitter, if in fact they had listed us, we felt that this was inappropriate. We asked for a debriefing session to clarify this information, and we were granted a debriefing date, one day outside of the final day for us to file an official protest. I stand here before you today not as of choice, but instead as a communicator of an unusual set of circumstances that may, in fact, have created a non-responsive bidder to appear as a valid and recognized submitter. We reached out to the HR and Purchasing Department in an attempt to communicate this information, and we requested a meeting. In the meeting the meeting did not get scheduled, and with the timing of the chain of events and with no response to our basic question of being listed by the potential awarded DSI Medical without our permission, without our agreement, and without a contract in hand, left us no other opportunity at that time to communicate this unusual set of circumstances other than to file a protest, which we did on June 11, 2024. Please reference Exhibit C. That was in all of your packets. This similar issue became a focus for our company. This singular issue then became a focus for our company. Did DSI Medical list Kelly Compliance as a local subcontractor without Kelly Compliance consent to meet a mandatory requirement of the RFP, and why could we not get a simple answer to a basic question? This was the basis of our protest and is clearly evidenced by another exhibit in your packets, Exhibit A. On June 25th, 24, we were issued a reply to our protest, Exhibit B, that our protest, in fact, had been denied, but our outstanding question still had not been addressed, which resulted in my call to the compliance officer for guidance. In that call, I inquired as to whether the proper protocols and procedures, so as to not by accident violate any of the City of Wichita's protocols, and at that time ask again whether or not we had been listed. The response from the compliance officer was that he could not provide that information and suggested strongly that I contact DSI directly to confirm if, in fact, they had listed us. On June 1st, 2024, I directed Aaron Cook, our president, to call Roger Hornby, Vice President of Business Development of DSI, to inquire as to whether or not he had listed us or intended to use us as a subcontractor on the city's RFP 240025. Mr. Hornby's answer to this direct question was yes. DSI did intend to use Kelly Compliance for any mobile and after-hours collections, and if we would agree to lower our in-office pricing, he may use Kelly for part of the contract as well. I contacted Pam Pennington with the City of Wichita and requested a debriefing with the intent of communicating our findings of DSI's intent and that this was an unauthorized use and a significant breach of a mandatory requirement of the RFP, and that we had not granted permission to be included in RFP 240025. I was informed that a debriefing session would be scheduled and that I would be contacted. At this point, we had 3 days to communicate this information to the city or file the next step in our protest, which is to request an audit. I received a return phone call from Pam Pennington advising me that a debriefing session was not possible due to the fact that we had filed a protest. My next action was to contact the compliance officer, Chris Haslett, again for guidance and direction, and to attempt to communicate our findings. I was informed that our findings were of no consequence and was instructed that we had 3 days, if we found merit, to request the next stage of the protest, which was an audit. We had 3 days to consider this option. We paused at this moment to contemplate whether we were doing more harm than good in attempting to disclose what we felt was an unauthorized use of our name and location by DSI to fulfill a mandatory requirement of the RFP. We conducted a series of meetings to determine whether this was substantial information that DSI had used Kelly Compliance Inc. in their RFP submission without our authorization, and whether or not we had an obligation to provide to the city with what we now knew was the intent of DSI. We also knew DSI did not have a physical office in Wichita, which is a mandatory requirement of the RFP. We look back to our experience of more than 10 years ago when a very similar situation existed that led the city of Wichita to unknowingly commit multiple DOT omissions and violations in records keeping that resulted in substantial DOT financial penalties and regulatory compliance issues caused by the dependence on another East Coast remote administrator. We decided in all good faith that we would do everything in our power to at least remind the city of this history of events that led to these problems and the possibility for this same situation to be repeated. It was at this time that the city first reached out to Kelly Compliance, Inc. as an experienced local expert to evaluate and determine what would be required to restore the city's drug and alcohol testing program and to bring it back into federal DOT compliance. This was approximately 2013. Now, all the city staffers that were available at that time are no longer with the city of Wichita, barring 2 individuals, and one is in the legal department. I contacted her, I consulted her, and she did not recall the event. It was over 10 years ago. That event led the city of Wichita to penalties in excess of 6 figures, and it was a direct cause of lack of communication to a remote digital operator, okay? With the city's assistance and Kelly's expert staff, it still required over 16 months to uncover all of the underlying deficiencies and the long work and the hours that it took our staff to bring the city back into compliance at that time. None of the initial hours and the meeting time, research and process and procedure development was billable from our part. From that time to the present, the city of Wichita, under the guidance of Kelly Compliance, has not had any infractions that resulted in federal DOT fines that we're aware of. This decision to review the events of more than 10 years ago and an attempt to explain the pitfalls of a decade ago brought Kelly Compliance, Inc. to the conclusion that we must expose what we thought could be a manipulative scheme on the part of DSI to submit an apparently valid RFP by using a locally well-known company without their consent and with the now known intent to ensure their profits by negotiating prices and services with the leverage of an after the contract had been secured. To qualify their proposal through a less than transparent and misrepresented disclosure to the city and Kelly Compliance, it is, in my opinion, that this is not a trusted partner in the federal compliance program where the federal regulations, the employer, i.e. the city of Wichita, will bear the full responsibility of the data and the regulatory compliance produced from this contract. Per procedure, we filed a request for an audit. In that request, I spoke directly with the auditor. I asked if there was a possibility within the protocols to have a direct meeting to lay out all of our concerns. She indicated that this was within her power to grant a meeting and that she would take it under advisement. With no further communication, we were issued a denial letter before the deadline, which reflected the denial letter issued by the compliance officer. We received that 3 days before her official deadline, with no meeting and another 3 days to decide whether or not to escalate our findings and concerns to the final end with a public hearing in front of the mayor, the city council. The choice was not an easy decision. Having done business with the city for over 35 years and successfully providing services through multiple contracts, I have never found myself in a position to warrant or file a protest on the award of a successful bidder. I would not be standing in front of you today if anyone in the process of the protest would have answered my one and only question: did DSI Medical list Kelly Compliance, Inc. as required under the RFP, Section F, Mandatory Elements, Item 2, a profile of the firm included in the official including the official contact person, telephone number, mailing address. If the firm is a joint venture consortium, the qualification of each firm compromising the joint venture or consortium shall be separately identified. We expected that if they intended to use us, they would have been required to list us by name with the following information. With respect to the city of Wichita, we've provided these services since October of 2014. We were approached by the city in the middle of 2019 to assist in reestablishing compliance after an audit by the Federal Department of Transportation discovered many discrepancies in meeting the federal DOT requirements. This is our job. This is our expertise. This resulted in a substantial fine to the city at that time. I personally was called to a meeting with senior staff and a representative from the legal department to discuss and assist in resolving the regulatory issues that were raised by this audit. At that time, the current administrator of the program was a company from the East Coast that had been administrating the city's program remotely. This company had no employees within the city of Wichita, no direct contact with the department heads, supervisors, and did not fully understand the city's procedures and where and how the city's compliance program could and did develop substantial regulatory deficits. At this time, all but 2 of the individuals involved in that meeting have retired or are no longer with the city. I state this only as a point of reference because the situation that existed at the time had grave impact on the city, and that legacy experience has been lost to today's decision makers regarding this contract. I'm relating this account of events to you because I see the same situational possibilities that led to this disastrous outcome back in 2013 developing again with the potential award of RFP 240045 to DSI Medical Services. DSI Medical Services is a company about the same size as Kelly, but located 1,400 miles away from Wichita. DSI Medical does not have an office in Wichita. They employ no direct staff in Wichita and have no experience or relationship with city staff, department heads, and over 600 city supervisors. This is a direct requirement of RFP 240045 as referenced in Exhibit A, Addendum 1, question and answer number 1. How do I know this? Well, since the notice of the proposed award, my office staff and I have been contacted by DSI Medical on 5 separate occasions. I will not be able to finish this in 26 seconds. So, what would you like for me to do at this point? I can go to the summary. In closing, our consideration before you stem from a very unfortunate anomaly regarding the timing of RFP 2024 receipt by different parties, creating an unanticipated chain of events. Because of this, some bidders may have seen the opportunity to submit proposals that otherwise would have been disqualified or non-responsive. I have never seen this happen before. Nevertheless, bids were submitted, and although only 10% of the awarded consideration was to be based on cost, the balance based on ability to meet proposal terms and conditions, project understanding and presentation, technical qualifications, resources, references, past performance, and an EDRBE participation. All of these above award conditions have been stress tested for over 10 years by Kelly Compliance, Inc. and undeniable. A notice of intent to award was issued to DSI Medical. Kelly Compliance is now in front of the council asking for your reconsideration based upon DSI Medical Services submission that contained participants and or subcontractors that included Kelly Compliance as a major contributor to both proposal compliance and successful completion of the service over the term of contract. This, in fact, is a deception. Kelly Compliance did not and does not intend to enter into any agreements for services with DSI Medical. We sincerely regret if Kelly Compliance, Inc. was responsible for any part of the chain of events that may have led to this process, that may have set this process in motion. It is in no way the misuse of our company, Kelly Compliance, Inc., in a bidding scheme without our permission and a very critical component of fulfilling this contract if we were to go forward. Kelly's 10 years of experience, intimate knowledge of the inner workings of the city, understanding of the department and supervisor, and above all, the technical qualifications and collectors resource of over 17 certified collectors, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, was not enough to sway our bid. A savings of a few $100s a month is quickly offset by a single DOT violation with a potential penalty of $11,000 to $16,000, which was the penalty assessed back in 2013 that resulted in a 6-figure fine to the city. I respectfully ask the council not to award this contract to DSI Medical. I'm sorry that were substantial parts of the presentation that we did not have time to submit. And I will close by saying we have received an exhibit that is in the record now, and I would like to have that, it's in your record, but I'd like to have a copy distributed to all of you, because this has to do with how the contract is evaluated. And
Mr. Burke, I'll let legal speak.
Mayor, the policy specifically states that no documents or other evidence must be accepted at the hearing.
we don't need to submit it in the record. It's already in your record as noted in the notice of your agenda. This
Thank
has
you,
to
Mr.
do with
Burke.
an email that was sent by DSI to the city of Wichita.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. It is now time for staff to present.
Well, hello again. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. You've had a long day. I've had a long day. I will not take the entire 20 minutes. I'll be a little bit more brief, hopefully. Oops. Our discussion today really boils around two issues. You heard Mr. Burke bring up a lot of stuff. I'll address a little bit of it, but fundamentally his appeal comes down to two issues. And this is what he included in his appeal to the contract compliance officer and to internal audit. And that is that he was not notified of the RFP, and that is that he was identified as a subcontractor or contributor, or he mentioned joint venture, that he was identified as a participant by one of the other proposers. I will tell you that the second one is completely irrelevant from the city standpoint. We don't worry about the subcontractor relationships in proposals. That's far beyond our purview to manage or control. And I will tell you that he was, in fact, at least based on our records, notified of the RFP. But even if he wasn't, he submitted an RFP, so he suffered no harm if he wasn't notified, but I would contend that he was. So a little background, I'll go through this briefly because he covered a lot of this. HR administers our city drug testing program. We actually have two drug testing programs. I use drug testing program just generically here. We actually have two. We have the pre-employment drug testing program, and we have what we call the DOT drug testing program. This RFP is for the DOT, Department of Transportation Drug Testing Program. It is much, much, much more highly regulated, as he indicated. I would tell you, Mr. Burke is our vendor for the pre-employment drug testing program, and he is in fact under contract for another year, so we do continue to have a relationship with him. He was our contractor, Kelly Compliance was our contractor for the DOT drug testing program from 2019 to 2024, and actually I think he had the contract 5 years prior to that. His contract expired in April, but we asked him to extend to June, which he did. So HR knew that their contract was expiring, so they asked purchasing to issue an RFP, and they did that on at February 13th. We issued the RFP at the request of HR. We posted it on our website on February 9th. The VSS website, by the way, is the same one that you hear Josh tell you about every week when he presents the Board of Bids. That's our vendor self-service. That's protocol. We present it on the VSS website. We also publish it in the Wichita Eagle. We want vendors to know about our RFPs. We want as many responses as possible. It is in our best interest to broadcast our RFPs as widely as possible. We send emails to all our vendors in our VSS system with the email address that they have provided us, which we did in his case. We have, based on our records, we sent that email on February 9th, which would have been our normal protocol. We also sent emails to 11 other vendors that HR had identified for us. So we sent that to what we're going to call his email of record, which I think is the same term that he used. We set a deadline in RFP of March 8th, as he correctly indicated. We were notified by him, as he indicated, on March 5th that he was not aware of our RFP. Now, that may be true. Computers are funny things. All I'm telling you is our records indicate that we sent the email to him on February 9th. So on March 11th, we issued addendum number 3, which extended the deadline to the RFP to March 22nd. Why did we do that? We did that largely because he told us that he was not aware of the RFP. And again, we want to make it as easy as possible for proposers to propose. So even if he wasn't notified, I don't understand how that had any impact or relevance at all. We also, by the way, notified him of addendum number 1, addendum number 2, and addendum number 3. He submitted a proposal prior to the deadline. So again, he was not harmed in any way if he didn't know about the RFP. We actually received 5 valid proposals, including one from Kelly. We formed a staff screening selection committee, like we always do, included staff from HR, transit law, budget, purchasing, and the safety office. The staff screening selection committee shortlisted to 3 proposals. One of those proposals included Kelly. They held interviews. Now, this was during our computer challenges that we had, you may recall. It was 1st of May, so we had to have the interviews remote, but we did hold interviews with 3 firms, one of which was Kelly. Then, based on those interviews and other factors and their responses, the staff screening selection committee made their recommendation, which is their charge, and they recommended DSI services. He indicated that we have criteria under which we make recommendations. These are those criteria. These were included in the RFP. Again, I think he mentioned them correctly. You'll notice cost is about 10%. And I'm jumping ahead, but I would tell you that he was not the lowest cost proposal regardless, but cost is 10%. And you can see there's a variety of other things that form the basis under which the staff screening and selection committee make their recommendation. Based on their analysis and their interviews of all the proposals, they chose DSI. So again, using his email of record, we notified him on June 7th of the intent to award the bid to DSI, and I think he acknowledged that. In that notification, we provide him with the process under which a vendor can appeal award. Again, routine process. That process is first appeal to the city's contract compliance officer, and then to internal audit, and then the last step is what we're doing here today. So again, his appeal included 2 assertions. One, that Kelly Compliance was not notified of the original RFP in a timely manner on February 9th. The second is that the DSI proposal, which Staff Screening and Selection Committee recommended, was invalid, and it was invalid in his appeal, under his assertion, because Kelly was listed as a subcontractor for them. Let me address that briefly. He mentioned several times how he kept asking that question, am I listed, am I listed, am I listed? And he could not get a response from the city. Well, there's a reason why he could not get a response. We do not provide proposals during a competitive proposal process until it is completed. That gives other firms a competitive advantage. We simply cannot do that. So that's why he was not told that. But having said that, all he had to do was ask DSI, which ultimately he did, and he found his answer. But the city could not provide him that information because that would have violated our policies. So the contract compliance officer reviewed his appeal, and I want to quote from him. He says, city records indicate that the notification of the new RP was sent to Kelly Compliance on that date being February 9th, to the email of record. And he also went on to say, the nature of your, Kelly's, arrangement with other proposers is not a valid basis for protest and is not a relationship for the city to manage or enforce. So Kelly appealed to the internal audit in a timely manner on July 28th. The internal audit area, again, looked at his appeal and considered it thoughtfully and issued their denial, stating the office upholds the original decision to deny the protest in its entirety as filed with the contract compliance officer. So because of this lengthy process, it kind of created a challenge for the city because our contract expired on June 30th of 2024, our extended contract with Kelly. So it's very important that we have a DOT drug testing program. So we entered into a short-term contract with DSI, our preferred vendor, the one the Staff Screening Selection Committee recommended. We entered into that contract with them on July 10th. So we have actually been using them for about 4 weeks now. HR, who is ultimately the contract administrator for this, has been very satisfied with the service from DSI over the past 4 weeks. In fact, HR staff provided feedback on this temporary contract arrangement to our purchasing manager on August 6th, and they noted, DSI has provided excellent service in finding a collector to perform our after hours and mobile testing, as well as 3 other collection locations around Wichita. Now that's relevant because he may or may not have been proposed to be used as a coordinator of the collection site. So basically what HR is saying is his participation in any relationship with DSI is completely irrelevant and has had zero impact on the service that DSI not only can, but has provided to the city during this interim period. So in conclusion, I would tell you that his assertion that he was not notified of the original RFP by email is based on the factual information that we are aware of, simply not accurate. We did in fact notify him based on our records to his email of record, the same email record that we used later times that he did acknowledge receiving emails from, the same email of record, by the way, from which he has communicated to us. So, you know, who knows? Maybe the computer didn't go through that day. Who knows? But all I can tell you is we sent the email to him just like we did every other email to him. And I will tell you, even if he didn't get the email, completely irrelevant because he provided a proposal. We considered his proposal, we shortlisted his proposal, and we interviewed him on his proposal. His second assertion that the DSI proposal is invalid since they listed him as a subcontractor or contributor or joint venture, whatever term you want to use. I don't know which one's accurate. I would call him more of a contributor to their proposal. But his assertion is that DSI is invalid, and I suppose that we should reject their proposals because of that, because they mentioned him. Again, that is completely outside the purview of the city of Wichita to manage or enforce. We want proposers that can provide the services we need. We recognize there may be subcontractor relationships. That's the business of the entity we're going to contract with. We don't manage that. We don't stipulate that. It is what it is. They choose who they choose, and they either perform adequately for the city or they don't perform adequately for the city. And DSI, in fact, has performed more than adequately for the city during the brief time in which they've had them. And that's what I guess I mentioned in the last bullet point. Any relationship Kelly may or may not have had with DSI has simply not impacted DSI's ability to perform for the city since July 10th. I want to make refute two more of his assertions just very briefly, and then I will wrap up. He mentioned that DSI does not have a local office in Wichita. That is actually true. They are not based in Wichita. Has absolutely no bearing to our selection of them. We have no local requirement to purchase locally. We certainly like to drive business to our local businesses, and we have programs to do that. You know, our EBDB program is a prime example of a program that we have in order to create business opportunities in our community. But the fact that DSI is not located in Wichita has absolutely no relevance to this procurement process. He mentioned compliance issues that happened 10 years ago. I wasn't involved 10 years ago. You know, I'll take his word for it that those occurred. I would tell you that is absolutely, completely irrelevant. DSI and the city of Wichita are very, very, very well aware of the compliance issues in DOT testing. And we are quite confident that DSI can perform that compliance in a satisfactory manner to the city of Wichita. Had they not been able to, the Staff Screening Selection Committee likely would not have recommended them. And with that, Mayor, staff would recommend two potential courses of action for the City Council as you may deem appropriate. I think one course for you may be to reject the vendor's appeal and direct staff to follow the recommendation of the Staff Screening and Selection Committee and complete negotiations with DSI. Perhaps another option available to you, if you are so inclined, is to direct staff to reject all the proposals and then to reopen the RFP process. Now, there's a few reasons why that one could be a little bit challenging and problematic, but that would be an option for the City Council if you are persuaded by Mr. Burke's appeal. With that, I'm completed. Hopefully I finished in under 20 minutes. And do I stand for questions or anything?
7 minutes remaining.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Here in a little bit, it'll be good night, I think. We're trying to push for that.
When's the dinner time break?
Did we have any other vendors reach out with issues on the initial RFP, the contact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So it doesn't matter if there's no physical office in ICT. The other gentleman had referred to the possibility of being fined or...
Our purchasing policy does not require a vendor to have an office in the city of Wichita. They manage this process. There is no reason they cannot perform up to the specifications of the RFP without a physical headquarters in Wichita.
Okay.
Obviously, they collect here in Wichita, but the question is, where is their headquarters location? And it is not in Wichita.
And so it doesn't matter if they have a physical office here in Wichita, not just the headquarters, but a physical office.
It doesn't matter if they're headquartered in Wichita, and they are not headquartered in Wichita.
Do they have a physical office here in Wichita?
I don't believe they have a physical office in Wichita, no.
Okay, there's no federal guidelines that'll ding us on that?
My understanding is there is no requirement for that.
Okay, what happens if we enter into a proposal with somebody and it ends up being false pretenses and they're not able to live up to their contract? Is there escape clauses for that?
Well, most of our contracts have cancellation provisions in them, and it's incumbent upon the contract administrator to monitor their performance. And certainly if a vendor doesn't perform, we're going to take action, and we're going to typically first we'll send them a remediation letter and tell them, hey, you're not performing to our standards. We're not very happy about this. Improve. And typically if that doesn't happen, then we will recommend terminating the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. When does the RFP reopen? I might have missed that.
There is no reopening.
How long does this contract extend?
It's usually 90, I think 90 days, I think.
For the larger, so the contract with DSI, not the extension agreement, how long is the full-length contract? Is it a year?
Yeah, if we negotiate with DSI, it'd be a 1 year with 4 1-year renewals.
Okay.
That's our typical, yeah.
Josh might have further details that I probably also have questions on. Can you tell us, obviously there were 3 applicants that received an interview. Can you also, I know it's only 10% of the decision making, but how much did each bid come out to be?
Your question is, how did the other respondents rank in the, Mayor, we typically do not provide that information. I do have some.
It's appropriate to say what factors you used and I think the ranking, but I think that's all the information that's appropriate to share in a public setting.
Okay. I can tell you this, I can tell you in the ultimate ranking, obviously DSI was first in that ranking. There were 3 firms ranked. I can tell you that Kelly Compliance was not the second ranked firm. I can tell you some of the criteria that the selection committee liked that were relevant to our selection process. Chain of custody, DSI offered us a method to do that electronically, which is something we greatly valued. We had tried to work that out with Kelly Compliance over the last few years, and we'd had some challenges doing that, and we're very excited about doing that. I think the collection hours that DSI offered were extended. If I remember correctly, I think Kelly's were till 4 o'clock, and I think DSI extended hours past that, which is beneficial to us because by definition, if you're after the standard hours, you are an after-hour collection, which costs a lot more. So it's more advantageous for us to have extended office hours. The references were good on DSI, and they just presented a better overall proposal, and their cost was marginally cheaper. That's a summary of why the Staff Screening Selection Committee selected DSI.
Can we have the actual numbers of DSI, the second applicant, and the third applicant? Just, I know that was during probably one of our Board of Bids, so it's open record.
Again, this is scoring based on our criteria that was in our RFP and based on the scoring of the members of the Staff Screening and Selection Committee, of which I was not one, by the way. DSI had a total score of 698. The second vendor, I'm struggling to pronounce, I'm not familiar with them. Energetex had a score of 679. Kelly Compliance had a score of 638. So it really wasn't a difficult decision for the staff screening and selection committee.
And how much were the bids again?
Cost dollar-wise?
Yes, dollars.
They're in the neighborhood of about $46,000, if my memory is correct. And again, that's an estimate because it's based on the number of tests and the unit price per test. But it's in the ballpark of about $46,000 a year.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. We will now open it up for public comment, and anyone in the public can speak, including the applicant or protester. It is public comment time. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. The reality is that in Addendum 1, that's in your packet and readily available to you, the question was asked, for the application to service this contract, is it required for the organization to have a physical location inside the city of the Wichita city limits? The answer is yes. Yes, Addendum 1. The addendum that's already in your file that we asked to have submitted is a copy of an email sent from Roger Hornsby to the city. And in this is a very complicated issue because we have offered the city of Wichita digital applications for many, many years. We have a digital application in our online portal. The city has chosen not to use that over a 10-year period of time. Now, when we talk about electronic chains are very complicated scenarios. They present their own set of problems. In this notice that's already on record, okay, DSI recognizes that there are only 5 options in Wichita to use a digital chain, okay? 2 of those have closed. 2 of those are no longer in business. One is a chiropractic office way down in South Wichita that has very limited hours. The other is a medical office. So in reality, once the contract starts in play, the city will find that they're paying a 50% premium to use DSI because the digital services are not available and cannot be conducted in Wichita, Kansas. The Quest site that is the key to this contract closed August 1st. August 1st, is that correct? Closed August 1st. They're no longer here. So all of the testing that will be done under this contract will be done at a Tier 1 price, and that's $20 per test more than what is in the contract. There are no vendors in Wichita, short of ourselves, that can handle that digital pricing. So by default, and the city's had 4 weeks of experience to, you can go back and check your own records. You've got 4 weeks of experience to see where this contract is being priced at. It is not the contract price that was awarded under the proposal. It's going to be a premium Tier 2 price because there are no options in pricing option number 1. Now, if you're familiar with electronic chains, which we are very familiar with, all of our major clients, which include the aerospace industry, the state of Kansas, various government bodies around the state, we conduct business in 5 states. We've not had one single client that has gone on digital chains that 6 months later, they're still on them. They create their own problems. They create a false sense of security. The old adage of garbage in, garbage out, these are all digital chains. These require each and every staff member with the city of Wichita to go online and file and request a digital test. We're projecting that the city is going to have to hire 2 more employees and train 600 supervisors for after-hours ordering in order for you to fulfill this contract within the pricing structures that was awarded to DSI. You're going to find that that's a phantom price. There are no people here that will do that work at that price. I don't think that's a deception. I think it's something that the city just didn't understand. They don't have experience with digital chains. We don't have any clients in our hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clients that have stayed with digital chains. I rest my presentation. We estimate that the city will be paying a premium of over 50% more than our bid price to use DSI Medical.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. This might be Mark or Josh. The applicant mentioned addendum number 1. This wording is interesting to me, given what they said. So number 1 said, for an organization to service this contract, is it required for the organization to have a physical location within the city limits? But the answer doesn't reference physical location. The answer says, yes, a physician is needed to be within the Wichita city limits. So is that what qualified DSI? Because they have a physician and not necessarily a physical location?
Yeah, that's a great point. Let me address that. You're exactly right. It does not state that you have to have a physical location in Wichita. Unfortunately, when we create addendums, we visit among ourselves and among staff, and we try to provide the best information possible in the addendum. As I mentioned, we have 2 drug testing programs, the pre-employment program and the DOT program. The doctor really isn't as relevant for a DOT program. Unfortunately, we got confused, and for the pre-employment or drug test program, a local doctor is required. So that got pasted into the addendum inadvertently. It's really not really that relevant, and certainly not a physical location is required to be in Wichita.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Quick question. Could you pull up the timeline in terms of March 5th? I think it's March 22nd, March 25th. I think were the 3 dates.
That it?
Okay. Yes, I think that's correct. So my understanding, March 5th, the applicant was aware that the RFP went out.
Yes.
March 22nd was the deadline, and they were let known on March 5th that the deadline was the 22nd. And then March 20, what was the deadline they submit, or when did they submit their RFP?
I believe it was on the 22nd.
On the 22nd, did they submit it by the 22nd?
Yeah, they submitted it in a timely manner. Their submission was valid.
Okay, their submission was valid.
Yeah. The only thing, council member, that I would maybe clarify, just to be on the safe side, is we actually did not issue addendum number 3 until March 12th. So they probably were not aware until March 12th that the deadline had been extended. I can't tell you whether we had communication with them prior to that. Possibly we did. I'm not aware of that. But the bottom line is they submitted a valid proposal.
Okay, thank you.
I will actually ask further questions regarding that because according to my notes from the protester, he was notified on March 5th because DSI was asking for pricing questions, but the actual due date was March 8th. The first time was March 8th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Which
In
is
theory,
not on this slide.
he could have met the deadline even being notified on March 5th. We, in the interest of an abundance of caution, we wanted to give all respondents plenty of time to develop their proposals, so we extended the deadline.
So the deadline initially was March 8th, then it was extended to March 22nd.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Mark, thank you for hanging in there with us and answering all your questions in your presentation. And I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but I'm just going to ask to make sure. Kelly Compliance had the contract immediately prior to this. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think for the previous 10 years, they were our contractor.
So they knew the contract was ending. So they knew an RFP was going to be coming out. Did they ever inquire to staff? And this that might be a question you can't answer, but I've been a grant maker and a grant seeker my entire career before in council. And anytime I had a grant, which is an RFP, that was going to end, I always made sure that I reached out to the funder to say, when's the next round going to be available for me to reapply? Was there ever that communication that you're aware of?
I can't speak to that, but I can tell you, as you indicated, there should have been plenty of warning signs that we were probably going to issue an RFP because they were our vendor. Their contract expired in April. We extended it by mutual consent to July 30th, which should have been a clue, I would have thought. And then it expired on July 30th. Again, you would have, I don't want to speculate, but you would have thought it would have been pretty obvious that we were going to continue having DOT testing and probably have an RFP at some point, which of course we did.
Yep. And incredibly redundant, but going to say one more time, they submitted the RFP on time.
They did.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, you've had probably, what, 5 weeks-ish of DSI?
Yes, sir.
Are you finding the pricing is per contract, or is it higher?
That's a great question. I did not review that, Councilmember Johnston. I probably should have. I can tell you their performance has been fantastic. I cannot tell you what the pricing has been. But I would tell you that you're getting into, and his arguments are getting into, is the city going to negotiate a favorable contract, which has absolutely nothing to do, I would argue, with his appeal. His appeal is, was he notified? And is it relevant that DSI is a subcontractor, partner, joint venture, whatever, with Kelly Compliance? Those are his two issues. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. Maybe we're negotiating a terrible contract. I don't know, I don't think so. But again, I would tell you that is completely irrelevant for your issue at hand today, in my opinion.
So if that's the case, if you did have a terrible contract, you could get out of it in a year.
In fact, we would get out of it in a year. Yes, sir, that is true. We always have off-ramps.
Okay, thank you.
Would we be able to get that cost?
Pardon me?
Would we be able to get that cost? I understand that performance so far over the last 4 weeks is exemplary, but have the costs changed from the proposal initially submitted and awarded during the 90-day period?
It's certainly possible the proposal, recognize the proposal is a process under which we identify a firm that we want to negotiate a contract with. That's the purpose of a proposal process. The pricing may or may not be the same when we negotiate. Sometimes it's lower because we negotiate with them and we negotiate more favorable pricing. So, you know, that's what I would tell you on that.
Any further questions for staff? We'll continue public comment. Anyone in the public who would like to speak on this matter? It has to be somebody else. Your partner can come up and speak if she would like. Any further public comment? If there's no further public comment, we will bring it back to the bench. We'll bring it back to the bench. I'm actually going to ask for an executive session regarding this item. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 15 minutes to review and discuss the vendor protests in RFP 240045 pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for legal consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship for legal advice. The executive session is required to protect attorney-client privilege and the public interest. The executive session will begin at 6:10 p.m. with 15 minutes, so 6:25 coming back here.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will go into executive session in 5 minutes and return at 6:25 p.m. We return from our executive session at 6:25 p.m. No binding action was taken during that executive session. Again, a reminder of our two choices right now. Our two choices right now are to A, reject the Kelly compliance appeal and direct staff to complete negotiations with DSI as recommended by the SSSC, or number 2, direct staff to reject all proposals, review the specifications, and begin a new RFP process. Is there a motion for either of those two items? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciated hearing all the information today and looking at both sides of this issue. For me, I have landed on where I think we should go. I'll offer a motion. I would move that the City Council reject the Kelly compliance appeal and direct staff to complete negotiations with DSI as recommended by the Staff Selection and Screening Committee.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will just chime in a couple of times. I want community to remember that we do have an RFP process, and I hope that every single city council meeting from now on, the very last slide that remains visible during the time period of bids and Board of Bids and contract will be the ones that are open, so that people know and have a little bit more time to digest that information, again, is online, but if that can be left up on the screen with even the email address of how to contact purchasing with further questions, I think that would be helpful. I'm trying to, again, remind community to be engaged, tell your neighbors, tell your friends. The city is open for business, to work with businesses throughout, whether in our community or outside of our community. And our purpose is to, again, be good stewards of the dollars that are taxpayer dollars, and maximize how we use those dollars in providing services to our community. So again, I want to say thank you to our purchasing team, but I also want to say thank you to our providers who have been providing services for our community and continue to do so. I think, if I remember correctly, Kelly Compliance still has a contract right now for pre-employment screening, and that continues on. So again, another reminder that community, you can always apply to become a vendor with the City of Wichita, and the RFP process, again, is open to the public and for qualified applicants and vendors. At this time, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
CON 2024-35, amendment to CON 2012-44 to permit outdoor entertainment generally located on the northeast corner of East Douglas Avenue and North Oliver Avenue, 4800 East Douglas Avenue.
Hello and good evening. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. In this case, the applicant is requesting an amendment to an existing conditional use in order to, as you heard, number 1, permit outdoor speakers and television, and 2, increase the square footage of the restaurant. This item is being heard tonight because 1, protests have been received against the application, and 2, because the DAB and MAPC recommendations for approval are different. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated they are requesting the conditional use so that they can have outdoor speakers and TVs, and to allow for the use of a former retail space for expansion of the existing restaurant. The existing conditional use restricts the outdoor uses and the size of the restaurant space, and so that's why they're coming forward with the request for the amendments. In terms of the property, as you can see here, the property is located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Douglas and Oliver, so 4800 East Douglas Avenue. It consists of 3 parcels. It is 0.1777 acres in size. And the properties have 3 different zoning districts. So there's GC, general commercial, that's represented there, B, multifamily, and NR, neighborhood retail. The subject site is currently developed with a commercial building and the related parking. In terms of context, properties to the north are zoned GO, general office district, and B. The GO property is developed with an office. The B property is developed with single-family residence. Property to the east is zoned LC, limited commercial, and is developed with a bank. Property to the south, across Douglas, is zoned LC and developed with stores and a restaurant. Property to the west, across Oliver, is zoned LC and developed with a strip mall. The staff report provides information about noise limitations and the existing conditional use. In terms of review, on June 27th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for the item. They ultimately voted to defer the case until their July 11th meeting. That vote was 12-0-1. 3 members of the public spoke in opposition to the request, citing concerns of noise, public intoxication, and crowded parking on the side streets. Staff also received 3 public comments prior to the meeting in form of emails citing similar concerns. Then on July 11th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for it and recommended approval of the conditional use amendment per the staff recommendation, and that vote was 7-4-1. 1 member of the public spoke in opposition to the application at the MAPC hearing. In general, the concerns expressed regarded noise levels and parking on the side streets. I would note that as part of the staff recommendation and the recommendation coming to you from the MAPC, that recommendation for approval included a requirement that TVs and speakers cease by 10 p.m. in the evening. On July 1st, the District Advisory Board reviewed the request and recommended approval of the conditional use amendments. That vote was 5-2 with 1 abstention. With the expansion of the restaurant space and allowing outdoor speakers. However, theirs was different than the Planning Commission because their recommendation for approval would not allow outdoor televisions. So they recommended approval of the speakers but not televisions. In this way, it differs from the Planning Commission recommendation. Public comment consisted of concerns regarding noise levels and parking on the side streets. 20 protest petitions were received for the request against the application, with 9 of those properties in the protest area. This equaled 29% of the protest area and exceeds the 20% threshold established by the state. Therefore, any vote to approve the amendment to the conditional use will require a supermajority or 6 of 7 votes. In terms of council action, it's recommended the City Council adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the requested amendment, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish a resolution after approval. Again, requires 6 of 7 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, and deny the conditional use. That requires 5 of 7 votes. Or you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration, which would require a simple majority of 4 of 7 votes. And just a note about process that City Council policy is that the public hearing for planning agenda items occurs at the Planning Commission meeting. According to the policy, City Council does not typically receive public comments on zoning items. So with that, I'll take you through some of the images and graphics. So here's an aerial image showing the subject site, which consists of the 3 parcels and is the commercial/restaurant building and the parking lots. Here's the map from, well, we'll go back to the zoning real quick. Here's the zoning map, which was described earlier. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing a combination of what appears to be residential and commercial. Here's a site plan that was submitted as part of the application. Here's the protest map. It's zoomed out quite a ways because we received a protest far up, looks like maybe Riverside, North Riverside area. And then this is zoomed in a little bit closer. You can see that there are some located to the south and to the west of College Hill Park. And then zoomed in more closely to the protest area. Again, the protest exceeded the 20% threshold, coming in at 29%. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Scott. And a reminder, because this is a zoning case, there is no public comment regarding this item.
Correct.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go back to the site plan real fast?
Sure.
Okay, I just needed to look at that. So, just for my understanding, because there's a lot going on this page, are they increasing capacity to the restaurant?
They would be. So what is happening is in this blue kind of purplish area, that is the former T-Mobile store, so it was a retail space. And so they are requesting an amendment to the conditional use because the original conditional use limited the amount of space that the restaurant could use. And so they're requesting that change to allow them to occupy that space. And that limitation was based in square feet. So
Okay, so the T-Mobile space will be the additional component of it. And then, so they're not taking away any parking from what's currently there?
No, that's correct.
Okay, and then the TV and speakers, where on this diagram would those be located?
Yeah, there actually is an existing patio, and this was an area subject of discussion during the MAPC meeting, and there had been issues with them actually having speakers out there prior. They were provided notice, and then they removed the speakers. And so if you go there today, you can still see the brackets that are hanging on the walls.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. So what would be different with these speakers than were there before?
In this case, they're going through the process of requesting permission to go ahead and put those up. So I think that would be the difference.
So they had them up without permission? Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, that's concerning. And number two is, are most of the protests residential?
Yes.
Okay.
Now there are some, if we look here, we can see that there are the properties immediately to the north.
Mhm.
And from the description to the north, we'll go back to the aerial. One of these is operated as a business. The other one is a single-family house. So not in all cases were the protests submitted by residential properties.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Were the complaints received, noise complaints received for the speakers that were out there?
Yes, that's been has been the comments that we received. The speakers were removed quite some time ago, so I don't have any personal experience of that, but yes, that's my understanding based on what was said at the MAPC meeting.
Do you know if the police were called for that?
I do not know. I know that zoning enforcement was involved because JR has discussed it.
Okay, and this is all tied together in one package, so it's the parking lot expansion along with the speakers and TV and the outdoor patio?
In this case, the conditional use, it's a little bit of a complicated case, but because this building has been there, it was a jeweler's quite some time ago, and then they wanted to open the restaurant. My recollection is that they expanded the parking lot, and so as part of that, they received a conditional use for the parking, and that conditional use is actually the one that they are modifying, requesting to modify at this time, because as part of that conditional use, it restricted the amount of space that could be used for the restaurant at this property, and it also prohibited them from having the outdoor speakers and TVs.
Okay, is there anything in our code or ordinance that would have a cap on the size of the speakers that would be out there so we can make sure that it's a lower level speaker as opposed to something a little louder?
There is not. However, you do have the ability to add a condition to that effect because this is a conditional use. What the code does have in place is there's the noise ordinance, and then there is also another specific requirement that applies due to the zoning code that no sound amplification system for projecting music or human voices shall be permitted on any property zoned NO or more intensive, which this property is, if the music and or voices can be heard within any residential district that is located within a 500-foot radius of the subject site. And that is directly out of the staff report, which is right out of the code. What I will tell you, though, is that if someone is found to be in violation of that, they would go through the zoning enforcement process, which is they get a notification, they have 30 days to correct that. If they don't get into compliance, then they get a formal notice, and then ultimately it would go to court. So it's quite a lengthy process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Just to make sure I understand, and I read through the minutes, and especially, excuse me, the meeting minutes from the District Advisory Board, and either Councilmember Johnson or Scott, if maybe you can just, I want to make sure I understand exactly. So what the DAB recommended is to approve the restaurant expansion and speakers, but you can't have TVs?
That's correct.
I'm just, I guess, curious, because I would think speakers would be louder than TVs.
Well, I believe part of the discussion that occurred was that in the past there had been TVs that were visible from the exterior. And what was happening?
Oh, so the light pollution.
Actually, people congregating. So what would happen is that there would be a game on, people would congregate in the parking lot. And so you'd have a group of people standing there watching the game.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Scott actually answered part of that I was going to acknowledge. Councilmember Hoheisel had mentioned the restaurant expansion, I think, or parking. The applicant was looking at taking over the T-Mobile space to expand the hill basically into that space and have a brewery in there. That's what was presented to DAB. So they would have a brewery that brews beer only for the restaurant, not for distribution. The tricky part about the parking lot was super complicated, but basically allows them to count all of that parking for that expansion, and they would increase capacity of the restaurant by 22 seats, I think, in there. The DAB discussion and why the recommendation was different was based upon the lead organizer of the petitions, which I do also need to state I have met with him as well. But the conversation was around the fact that the TV would cause people to gather and hang out in the parking lot, as well as the speakers would be too loud. Most of the complaints that were presented to me that I reviewed were from 2012 or 2014, which is when those speakers were installed without permission. The gentleman did say there were a lot of issues with the owners at that time. I don't know if they're the same owners. So the DAB discussion came around. If the TVs were encouraging people to gather, then they would approve the speakers and not the TVs. So that was where that recommendation came from. Also of note is the petition was against the speakers and the TV. So DAB saw some form of compromise to deal with the gathering in the lot to recommend the speakers, but not the TV. The other part of the conversation, so much said that night, was that the speakers really would be playing either ambient music that wouldn't be too loud or attached to if there was like a game on the TV. Again, not loud, but for the 4 tables on the patio area that they have. So that was the DAB discussion.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Now I've lost my train of thought. Never mind.
I have a question. I know that when we have zoning cases, obviously, some folks stay to find out the result of how the council votes. And I know that there are 2 individuals here regarding this specific item, and several other people came earlier this morning thinking that we would be talking about this morning, but they did leave, and again, they also expressed some concerns. So I just want that to be noted, that we are listening and we are hearing the feedback. This does reside in Councilmember Johnson's district. His district advisory board listens to these cases specifically. Each of the council members do the same thing for their own districts. So just a little matter of information so that people are aware why there is no public comment. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I even made myself a note and still didn't register what I was going to say. We just heard a case similar to this with the humidor. I think my biggest concern is the enforcement piece. So that is my main concern is, I appreciate that, they obviously had some issues, took them down, or going through the proper channels to do that, but what does the enforcement piece look like? It's too loud, somebody calls the police, then what happens? I'm just curious.
Yeah, enforcement, it's a little bit tricky. The thing about this one is with the condition that's in the zoning code about audible from a zoning district, any portion of a zoning district within 500 feet, that opens it up for zoning enforcement staff to do the enforcement on it. So it makes it a little bit easier in terms of enforcement because we can have folks go out there and check on it. The issue that we run into with zoning enforcement is that typically their hours are 8 to 5 unless we assign like a special assignment or something. The other one then for the noise meter, it's my understanding, I believe it's environmental health and police have those. And I know for sure police has those. And then I think it just becomes a matter of getting the ambient noise measurement, and then you've got to come back and then you've got to get it when the noise is going on. So it's kind of a complicated process in terms of getting both those. You have to have someone who's, my understanding is trained to use the instrument, and they've got to have the instrument with them. So.
But it's something that we take serious, not because it is a complicated process. If somebody was complaining, like, do you know what I mean?
Yes, no, that's right. That's exactly right. It's just, it's a matter of making sure that I think in terms of making sure that we're aware of the situation, making sure we've got the people equipped to go out and do it at the time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. This is capped at 10 o'clock, right? The speakers are supposed to be off at 10 o'clock?
That's a recommendation that's coming to you. You can, certainly you can change that, but that is a recommendation from the MAPC.
Okay, and what's the punishment if you're out past that, potentially losing your business license? Am I?
Well, actually, the first step would be notification, and then you'd receive an opportunity to correct the situation. Then you get a second notification, and then ultimately it would go to court. You could stand to lose your conditional use if you're found to be in violation.
How often is that, and how many violations does it take for you to lose your conditional use?
You know, it's number 10 is a condition of the conditional use. I'll just read it out real quick. It says, if the zoning administrator finds that there is a violation of any of the conditions of the conditional use, the zoning administrator, in addition to enforcing other remedies set forth, may, with the concurrence of the planning director, declare the conditional use is null and void. Now, have we done that? Not in the last 4 years, but it is something that can happen.
So who makes, did you say the planning coordinator?
It's zoning administrator, so that's J.R. Cox, and then with the concurrence of the planning director.
Is it possible to add language in there that the first time possibly you're out of compliance with this, you lose your conditional use?
You know, with this one, it says if we find that there's a violation, so there's no stipulation in terms of the number of times. It just says if there's a violation.
I would just jump in and say I'd advise against being that specific with the language, because then it really kind of restricts the enforcement. I think it's appropriate as worded, that the zoning administrator can find a violation without being specific about must find.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the given leeway as to what's a violation and whatnot. It's just if they're out of compliance and there's a neighborhood that's being kept up all night because of it, I want us to be able to pull that back if they're not being good partners, essentially.
I see no further questions. Councilmember Johnson, this resides in your district.
Thank you, Mayor. Thought about this quite a bit and went back and watched the DAB meeting a couple times to listen to concerns from the neighborhood, discussion that was had at the DAB. I too am want to be intentional about how the Hill would operate in regard to the time parameters that were given. I will say, for me, looking at the surrounding area, when you have the Wine Dive who does similar, you have other restaurants in the area, I think El Vecino's across the street. So you have kind of some of that ambient opportunity already at some local businesses. Given what we heard at DAB, given the DAB vote to support having the speakers out there and listening to the history of the establishment going back a decade or so, I think it is imperative that they follow the rules, but I'm glad that they are going through the process to make this right. I do disagree with the DAB, though. If we were to approve speakers, I don't see having a television outside as changing much of the public gathering, because people would be there listening to whatever's playing anyway, whether the TV was there or not. And since Dab was willing to approve the speakers, I am going to move that the city council simply adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the requested amendment to CON 2012-00044, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish the resolution after approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. I just want clarification. So this is no longer going to be only speaker but not TV. This now allows for speaker and TVs.
Yes, with the recommended cutoff time of 10 p.m. and the noise code. I get all that mixed up, but the way it was presented was that they can only go 5 decibels above the ambient noise now, so they can't be super loud anyway. So the first time they get out there to measure that, if they are 5 decibels above what's already there now, they'd be in violation.
So in this situation, was it the DAB that, again, said the compromise was speakers but no TVs?
Yep.
But you're reversing that, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes.
Mayor, the motion would
Motion
require 6 votes because there was a protest, so the motion's failed.
Motion failed. Motion failed with 4 yes and 3 no's. So we're back at the bench. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have to pass a vote in the affirmative?
No, you do not. You can call the next item.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the next item. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to highlight for my colleagues, it is unfair for the applicant to just have this die. So if someone is in favor of denying it, maybe that motion should be made. If not, it's a technical denial for them, but they don't have any real direction. It just kind of sits there. So a denial would probably be better for them.
Could I offer a different motion? So I would move that could we return the case to MAPC for additional consideration? So the motion to return to MAPC for additional consideration.
Second.
A motion and a second. There's several folks on the board, so starting with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a good move. Give them an opportunity to adjust to what the community is concerned about. I feel them because I don't think the community was necessarily upset on anything aside from the speaker, so maybe this will give them a chance. I hate to sink the whole zoning case just because of one item. So I agree with my colleague.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Appointment of 2 municipal court judges.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Dante Martin, Assistant City Manager, here to present this item related to the appointment of 2 municipal court judges. So in 2015, the City Council adopted Charter Ordinance 223, which provides a process for the selection of municipal court judges. This year, as Nathan Emery mentioned earlier, there are 2 municipal court judges that are retiring. Judge Abbott retired in April of 2024. Judge Kerr is set to retire in September of 2024. Pursuant to Charter Ordinance 223, the City Council appointed a 5-member Municipal Judge Nominating Commission consisting of 3 attorneys, Stephen Atherton, Amanda Marino, and Richard Samaniego, nominated by the Wichita Bar Association, and 2 non-lawyer members, Robert Nugent and Mary Whiteside. Before I go any further, I want to thank the commission for their service. They spent 3 months dedicated to this effort, identified finalists and submitted names to you for further review. I also want to give a special thanks to Chairperson Amanda Marino for the work she did guiding the effort. Municipal court judges are appointed to a term of 4 years, appointed by the Wichita City Council, and they're responsible for carrying out the judicial functions of the Wichita Municipal Court. Municipal Court, just as a reminder, adjudicates violations of the Wichita City Code, which includes criminal violations as well as traffic violations. Also issues sentences as set by or allowed by state statute in the city code. If a judge happens to or fails to fill their 4-year term, the council is then asked to appoint judges to fill the remainder of the term. Charter Ordinance 233 sets the requirements and qualifications for municipal court judges. Those requirements include being admitted to a practice law in the state of Kansas and in good standing with the bar, having at least 3 years of experience as a lawyer, judge of a court in the state, or a full-time teacher of the law at any accredited law school or any combination thereof for at least 3 years. And also, municipal court judges are required to be a citizen of the United States. The Municipal Court Judge Nominating Commission recommended 6 qualified candidates to the City Council for interview for the 2 positions. Those names were forwarded to the City Council in June of 2024. The City Council decided or elected to interview each of the 6 finalists, and is now asked to determine of the 6, would the council like to appoint 2 to vacant judicial positions. The 2024 Municipal Court adopted budget includes funding for the positions. The staff recommended action is that the City Council appoint 2 of the 6 finalists to municipal court judge positions to fulfill the remainder of the terms with Judge Abbott and Judge Kerr retiring. Those terms are set to expire April 17 of 2025. At that point, the City Council would be asked to appoint 5 judges to full 4-year terms. I'm available for any questions regarding process.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you delay for like 4 minutes to make sure that we get to 7 o'clock? 3 minutes? Okay. I withdraw my request. I apologize.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Dante, I just have a suggestion on the selection committee that you chose or appointed, just that we make sure that maybe there's somebody on there that has practice in municipal court or that actively practices in municipal court. I just think municipal court might be unique to some, I don't know, county and different areas. I just think it's important for somebody that's actually worked, in those courtrooms and familiar with those dockets and things to maybe have somebody on the selection committee. Just a suggestion, that's all.
So thank you for that, Vice Mayor. Since the selection process has gone forward, I've had an occasion to talk to the city manager, the HR director, as well as the court administrator about steps we can take to improve the process. Nathan Emery, Pam Pennington, and I talked this evening about getting together with the HR director, revisiting the process, and then coming forward, talking to the mayor, vice mayor, and council about your impressions of the process, what improvements you'd like to make. So right in line with what you said, Vice Mayor Ballard, there's an opportunity for us to revise or improve the process to address your concerns.
Hopefully we can just speed up the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you again for the patience. I know that you had to coordinate between 7 schedules, and in order not to violate the Kansas Open Meetings Act, we could only have 3 of the individuals in one setting, so sometimes it was just 2 individuals. So again, thank you for being patient with us and in the process so that we were fair to all the applicants.
Thank you, Mayor Wu.
So in this situation, do we have public comment?
There's not public comment specified for council agenda items.
Thank you. Well, then I motion to appoint 2 municipal court judges from the nominees provided by the Municipal Court Judge Nomination Commission.
Okay.
Second.
If you would, Mayor Wu, Vice Mayor, need to name the candidates that we're appointing to the bench. So I forwarded 2 names that were recommended by the council.
Brady Burge and Michelle Meyer.
Okay. Get that, Jamie? Thank you.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next part of the agenda.
Council member appointments and comments.
We can begin, shall we begin with appointments? And then we will go to further comments. Appointments, Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to appoint Brandy Newry to the Library Board of Directors.
I have several. On behalf of the Metropolitan Area Building and Construction Department, I'll appoint the following. For the Board of Building Code Standards and Appeals, reappoint Shaylin N. White to the City Public at-Large position. And for the Electrical Advisory Board, officially titled the Board of Electrical Appeals, to recall the appointment of Ben Wilson in the Master Electrician position and to appoint Brian Higgins in the Master Electrician position. In addition, I would like to appoint the Golf Board of Governors, its reappointments. Robert Alexander, Marcia Alterman, Randy Blummel, Mike Jordan, Jesse Ramos, Evan Skelton, and also appointing Milad Stephen. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Appointments passed 7-0. It's time now for council member comments. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the conversation regarding parking today, and I think specifically Faith Martin's comments, also Manager Layton's comments and Troy's presentation, instead of revisiting Charter Ordinance 239 today, we have public hearings through August 26th. And so my motion, I don't know if I would need this in a motion form or not, would be to delay the purchasing of the equipment until our meeting on September 3rd so we can go through all the public workshops, public hearings, get public input before we move forward with signing the purchase agreement or the purchasing of the equipment.
Law.
Mayor, it's correct. You could just say that you'd like to have this on the September 3rd agenda.
I would like to have that on the September 3rd agenda.
A motion to have this item on the September 3rd agenda.
Second.
And there's a second by Vice Mayor Ballard. Discussion from Councilmember Hoheisel. So there's a motion and a second regarding this item. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I guess maybe it's just because it's 10 hours later, but I'm a little confused because there wasn't actually an agenda item on the parking today to delay. There was a discussion because it came up in the community and we took the opportunity to address that. So on the 3rd, what will the actual agenda item be? Because the ordinance was voted on January 2nd. The second reading was on the 9th. June 11th was the contract. So what is the agenda item going to be? There's nothing to delay because there wasn't an item today. I'm just confused.
Yeah, so I believe on September 3rd, we'll bring back feedback that we've received from all of our public engagement and possibly some options for the council to consider from a policy standpoint in terms of next steps and implementation of the parking plan. That's what I understand. I think what Councilmember Glasscock is asking is that we talk to Car Park and have them not purchase any equipment that we would then be responsible for financially because we don't know what the next steps will be with the parking plan.
Okay, so nothing really is truly being delayed, like an item. What's being delayed is not purchasing something.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Glasscock. I do have one more. I think I asked staff earlier. Currently, there are dates for public comment, but they again are 9 to 5. I would like that to be adjusted so that there are evening time opportunities for our community. So does that give it enough time for September 3rd?
That's a good question. You think so? Okay, we believe so.
Councilmember Hoheisel?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to apologize to everybody at National Night Out who's been really waiting for us to get there. I would also like to instruct staff to look up the Guinness Book of World Records and see if a 10-hour and 5-minute meeting put us on the map in any regard. So it's been a fun day with you guys up here.
Again, we have a motion and a second, and again, a recommended action also from the mayor, because right now we have August 15th and August 26th, 2 p.m. and 10 a.m. Will there be additional, or will there be modifications to those?
So I can tell you, we have, for the schedule, August 15th, 2 p.m., August 21st at 9 a.m., August 21st at 1 p.m. The meeting that was scheduled today, we are in the process of trying to reschedule. We're actually hoping to maybe see if we can't turn that into one of the evening meetings. But yes, then we're looking to try and negotiate secure venues over the next 2 weeks to try and identify a couple of, maybe it's an evening, maybe it's a weekend, something along those lines. We also have, I've been invited to present to WAMPO's Technical Advisory Committee on August 26th. We will have a presentation to the Access Advisory Board on August 28th. We will also have the council workshop the last Tuesday of the month. So we have a number of opportunities before that September 2nd.
We can talk about whether you want to continue with that council workshop or whether you just want to let it run its course, and then the September 3rd meeting, bring it back as an item.
Yep.
I think we may be just a little premature with the workshop.
So we have a motion and a second to have this, to have feedback back on September 3rd, in addition to some options for policy changes if applicable. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I really hate that I pressed that button and it's been 10 hours, but maybe we should think about September 10th, because that's the day after Labor Day weekend, and maybe, I know we say we can get meetings in, but maybe we can get more feedback if it was 1 week later, and if we need to do an even larger evening meeting, that kind of gives some flexibility after the holiday.
10th is fine. Modified motion.
And seconded already. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Are there any other council member comments? I see none. Madam Clerk, please call the last item. Is it adjournment? All right. I motion to adjourn our council meeting at 7:09. Is there a motion and a second? Okay, motion and a second. Please open the roll.
Guys, we're not done.
Motion passes 5-7. 5-2, sorry, 5-2. Two individuals want to stay here.